151. Vol 1ch, 151. Regret. A deep, overwhelming regret. When the dragon clan is caught up in their emotions, they often do things that even they cannot control. What ancestor ingrained this bad habit into their DNA? Why hasn't it changed over the millennia? During breakfast, Risvitha appeared disheveled. Her hair was uncombed, she wore no makeup, and there were faint dark circles under her eyes. After impulsively throwing out the photo of her and Leon last night, she lay in bed, unable to sleep. Leon, too, seemed to have only returned to bed around dawn, sleeping for barely half an hour. Before Anna came to call them for breakfast, the couple lay back-to-back in bed. They both knew the other was awake, but neither took the initiative to speak. They weren't sure if this counted as a quarrel. If it did, why wasn't it like before? Why weren't they using sharp, cutting words to attack each other, culminating in a passionate, dragon and human battle that would settle the matter? But if it didn't count as a quarrel, how could they explain the tumultuous emotions they both felt? At the breakfast table, Muin seemed to sense that something was off with her parents. She quietly ate her breakfast, not acting cute or playful as she usually did. The little dragon girl thought to herself that she would ask her father what was going on when he taught her magic later. She didn't understand what it meant to be stubborn, what it meant to be tsundir, or what marital conflicts were. She only knew that when such situations arose, it was only after her parents separated that they might speak their minds. Leon was nibbling on his slice of bread, while Risvitha occasionally sipped some water, leaving the supplements and fruits on her plate untouched. This was the most silent breakfast the Melkvi family had experienced in months. Muin quietly finished her meal, jumped off her chair and said, "Daddy, I'll be waiting for you at the practice field." Leon snapped out of his daze. All right, Daddy will be there soon." Okay. Muin left the room. Leon withdrew his gaze, glanced at Risvitha, and then nodded towards the supplements and fruits on her plate. "You should eat some, otherwise it'll go to waste." "None of your business." Great, she was really angry. She had been angry with Leon before, but that kind of anger was very dragon-like, with a sort of regal disdain that said, "This queen is too lazy to reason with you, you're not worthy of hearing it, so this queen will just blow you away." But this time, her anger gave Leon the distinct impression of a martial master's wife, throwing a tantrum. He recalled a time when his master had promised to take his wife shopping. She had dressed up beautifully, even wearing a lovely dress she rarely had the heart to put on. But on that day, his master got caught up with other matters and stood her up. For 3 days afterward, she didn't speak to him, no matter what he did to try to make amends. Her responses were limited to one word. "Oh." It wasn't so much anger as it was sulking. Leon found this situation to be the most troublesome. His master, and the Dragon Slayer Academy, had never taught him how to cheer up a sulking female dragon. He had soothed a donkey before, and quite successfully. Give the donkey 2 bundles of hay, and it would wag its tail and start working again. But clearly, a donkey and a dragon were not on the same level, they couldn't be compared. Moreover, with Risvitha now pregnant with their second child, her emotions were even more unpredictable, making it even harder for Leon to handle. As he fretted over the situation, he noticed Risvitha slowly eating the few pieces of fruit on her plate. Only then did Leon feel a slight sense of relief. However, after finishing the fruit, Risvitha didn't say anything. She stood up, returned to the bedroom, and closed the door behind her. Leon scratched his cheek and finished his last bite of bread. He considered whether he should go talk to Risvitha, but if things went as expected, Risvitha probably wouldn't even open the door for him. Leon knew her well. Once she got stubborn, not even 8 dragons could pull her back. Frowning in thought, Leon realized that even when treating an illness, you had to first find the root cause. He needed to address the underlying issue causing Risvitha to sulk. Making a girl happy requires more than just words. If this were the past, Leon wouldn't have cared whether she was angry or not. Even if she got as puffed up as a pufferfish, he wouldn't have been concerned. But now the female dragon was pregnant. Being upset was bad for the baby. The sooner she calmed down, the better it would be for everyone, including the baby. Having figured out a plan and giving himself a perfect reason for his actions, Leon headed to the practice field. Muin saw her father coming alone and ran over to him. Leon put on a small smile and bent down to pick up his daughter. "What do you want to learn today?" "Daddy, did you and Mommy have a fight?" Muin went straight to the point. Leon was taken aback. Seeing his daughter's serious little face, it was clear that she had noticed the tension between him and Rosvitha during breakfast. Although his precious daughter usually focused on being cute, Leon knew that, like Noya, she was very perceptive. The difference was that Noya tried to appear more mature, while Muin leaned more towards a child's perspective. Leon's thoughts shifted slightly, and he smiled, pinching Muin's cheek. "No, Daddy and Mommy didn't have a fight." In Muin's eyes, the family had to be harmonious, happy, and free of conflict. This was an understanding that he and Rosvitha had agreed upon from the beginning. The love and hate between the couple shouldn't affect their daughters. They were innocent. That's why Leon didn't tell the truth. But Muin was clever. "Really, Daddy?" "Really, would Daddy lie to you?" "But this morning, neither you nor Mommy talked to each other. You usually have so much to say to each other." Leon blinked. "Do we usually talk a lot?" Muin nodded confidently. Yes. Even though you don't see each other much during the day, whenever you do, you always have endless things to say to each other." Leon had never noticed this. Did he and Rosvitha really chat endlessly whenever they met? Reflecting on it, Leon realized that Muin might be right. Their conversations, whether mundane or heated, had a rhythm and connection that was second nature to them. Maybe it was precisely this familiarity and constant exchange that made the silence at breakfast so jarring and noticeable to their daughter. Maybe not, Leon thought. His daughter might be mistaken. Maybe Mommy just isn't feeling well today, so she's talking less. Leon rubbed Muin's little head. "I promise you, by tomorrow morning, Daddy and Mommy will be back to normal." He silently prayed that he could manage to cheer up the mother dragon within 24 hours. Muin blinked her beautiful big eyes, hugging Leon's neck with a serious tone. "Daddy." "Yes." "I think you and Mommy are like two hedgehogs," Muin said with a look of earnest seriousness. Leon was stunned. What kind of strange analogy was that? How were they like hedgehogs? "Why do you say that?" Leon asked. "Both you and Mommy have prickly exteriors, but you're soft inside." Interesting, okay." Leon didn't know how to respond to a child's whimsical analogy, so he could only say it was interesting. However, Muin's next words unexpectedly struck a chord in Leon's heart. "If neither of you puts your prickles away, you can't truly hug each other. Either you prick Mommy or Mommy pricks you." Using the simplest childlike language, Muin articulated a truth that Leon had never considered. "So, only if you both put away your prickles can Daddy and Mommy hug, right?" Leon was momentarily taken aback by the wisdom in his daughter's words. It was a simple yet profound observation that he had overlooked. In their interactions, he and Rosvitha had always kept their defenses up, not realizing that this prevented them from genuinely connecting and comforting each other. Muin's innocent insight gave Leon a new perspective on how to approach his relationship with Rosvitha. Leon stood frozen, speechless for a moment. He and Rosvitha had always tried to show enough love and harmony in front of Muin and Noya, but did Muin still see them as a pair of hedgehogs? Leon had overlooked an interesting fact. The inner world of children is pure and untainted, allowing them to feel the most genuine emotions. These feelings can't be faked. No matter how well the facade is maintained, there will always be flaws that only children can perceive. Leon didn't know exactly how his daughters viewed their relationship, but it was clear that it wasn't as perfect as they thought. They had underestimated their daughters and oversimplified this elaborate charade of a happy family. Leon held Muin in his arms, silent for a long time before he slowly exhaled and said, "I understand what I need to do now. Thank you, Muin." Hearing this, Muin's serious little face finally broke into a smile. "You're welcome, Daddy." "But where did you learn such a peculiar analogy? Daddy doesn't remember teaching you that." "From Little Dragon Enlightenment stories, the hedgehog couple story," Muin replied earnestly. It sounded like one of those short stories found in primary school language books. However, the simplest stories often contain the most profound truths, truths so complex that adults struggle to understand them, while children can grasp their essence. Thanks to the author of Little Dragon Enlightenment Stories, and thanks to the hedgehog couple's story. With his thoughts now in order, Leon and Muin began their lessons for the day. At midnight, the man beside her was already fast asleep. Risvitha slowly sat up, lifted the blanket, and carefully got out of bed. She was wearing pink couple's pajamas and dragon wing slippers, tiptoeing out of the bedroom. With winter approaching, the temperature outside was a bit low. Risvitha wrapped her pajamas tighter around herself as she sneaked past the guards at the back door of the sanctuary, heading quietly to the nearby bushes. She looked up to confirm that directly above was the balcony of her bedroom. Then she lowered her head and began searching for something. The photo. Her sulking wasn't entirely because of Leon. Part of it was because of herself. Why was she so stubborn? Why did she care so much about her pride? If she had softened a bit and told Leon, "I just want to keep this photo, why do you care?" she could have kept the photo without any issue. Now she was stumbling around in the dark looking for it. Ah, a moment of tsundere joy, a lifetime of regret. The sins you create, you must repay slowly. Once I find that photo, I'll hide it in a place where he will never find it, Risvitha thought to herself. But it had been over 20 hours since the queen had tossed the photo, and a breeze had blown since then. Who knew where the photo had ended up? And now it was night, making it impossible to see anything on the ground. After searching for about 20 minutes, Risvitha still hadn't found even a glimpse of the photo. Feeling a bit dejected, she squatted down, slowly wrapping her arms around her knees and burying her face in her arms. The surrounding cold crept in, and her silver tail drooped powerlessly to the ground beneath her. The photo was a candid shot, one of a kind in the world. If it was lost, it would be gone forever. She didn't even know why she cared so much about that photo. Initially, she didn't know how to deal with it, but as time passed, the photo seemed to take on a new significance for her. It was hard to explain, difficult to put into words. Maybe, only by finding it, could Risvitha figure it all out. However, she feared she might never find it again. "Are you looking for this?" A familiar voice sounded beside her. Risvitha's body stiffened, and she slowly lifted her face from her arms. The photo she had been desperately searching for was now right in front of her. In the photo, she and her captive were looking into each other's eyes, smiling. The sunlight streamed through the window of the photo studio, illuminating her silver hair and reflecting off the man's dark eyes, making them bright and striking. The man squatted down beside her, joining her at her level. He held the photo between them. "I found it while practicing with Muin today. Just so you know, I picked it up by chance. I wasn't deliberately looking for it like you." Risvitha suppressed a smile. "I wasn't deliberately looking for it either. I was just taking a walk." "Oh, Your Majesty, taking a walk into the bushes. Did you get lost?" "Go to hell," Risvitha bumped his shoulder. Because they were squatting, it was hard to keep their balance, and Leon fell back on his butt. He sat down on the floor as well, looking down at the photo in his hand, muttering, "Ah, do you know what Muin said about you?" "What did he say?" "He said you're like a hedgehog." The queen rolled her eyes and chuckled. "Don't lie to me. Muin must have been talking about both of us." "Haha, darling, you're so smart." "Shut up, who said I'm your darling?" Risvitha stood up, lifted her foot, and kicked Leon's butt, then walked toward the door of the sanctuary without looking back. Leon also got up swiftly and followed her. When the guards at the back door saw the queen and the prince returning in their pajamas in the middle of the night, they thought they were seeing things. "Good evening, Your Majesty, Your Highness," the guard greeted me. Risvitha nodded slightly and made a soft sound of agreement. As Leon passed by, he patted the guard's shoulder. The queen and I are here for an inspection. You've done well, you'll be promoted tomorrow." "Oh, you two are doing inspections in your couple's pajamas." The guard stood up straight, chest puffed out. "Thank you, Your Highness." The couple returned to their bedroom, one after the other. "Where are you going to put that photo?" Leon asked. "Put it wherever you want," Risvitha replied, slipping into bed. "HMPH, I try to be nice and you treat me like a fool. If you don't care, then neither do I." Leon casually tossed the photo. he had painstakingly retrieved during the day onto the bedside table, before slipping into bed himself. That night, the couple slept soundly. The next morning, Leon woke up slowly. Hrisvitha was already at the dressing table, getting ready. He sat up slowly, casting a glance at the bedside table out of the corner of his eye. The photo of him and Hrisvitha was now framed delicately and placed next to a family portrait of the four of them. "152. Vol 1ch, 152. Noya's winter vacation had arrived. Leon had promised her earlier that he would teach her some advanced thunder magic during the winter break. Because of this, Leon had to accelerate his progress in solving his own problem of magic depletion. Although he hadn't found the true cause, yet, over the past month, Leon had been adept at deceiving his own body, storing a considerable amount of magic in his dragon pattern. With this stored magic, whether for demonstration or teaching Noya, he had more than enough. Of course, Leon could accumulate so much magic in a month, thanks in part to the mother dragon. Since that night with the photograph, their relationship had become somewhat more relaxed. At least there weren't the previous intense situations of fighting every day, fighting day and night anymore. However, Leon felt that this should be largely attributed to Hrisvitha's increasingly prominent pregnant belly, and the fact that she hadn't thought of any new ways to play yet. But regardless of the reasons, being able to accumulate magic was a good thing. If Hrisvitha ever regained her dragon beauty and reputation and wanted to relive the feeling of turning in homework with Leon, he would make sure that the evil dragon wouldn't have it easy. With so much thunder element magic, I won't be considered a loser if I do numb your tail. In winter, a light snowfall draped the Silver Dragon Temple in white. In the practice field, Muin, wearing a pink dragon paw earmuff and thick gloves, pushed a huge snowball that was completely disproportionate to her figure. Dad said that freshly fallen snow is the stickiest and the best for making snowmen, so if you want to make a perfectly round snowman, now is the best time. The little dragon girl had just finished the lower half of the snowman and was now actively piling up the upper half. After teaching his youngest daughter how to build a snowman, Leon turned to start teaching his eldest daughter the advanced techniques of thunder magic. "Noya, first tell me about your progress at the academy," Leon said. "That way, I can determine where to start." If he explained too superficially, Noya would have already learned these things at the academy, wasting time. But if he delved too deeply, even a clever girl like Noya might become confused, which wouldn't help her learning efficiency. Noya nodded. "Sure, Dad. I've learned some B-level thunder magic at the academy, and next semester I'll be taught some A-level thunder magic, so I want to get familiar with it in advance here." High EQ, getting familiar with it in advance here, Dad. Low EQ, rolling my classmates over next semester. Noya had always been very clear about what she needed, especially in terms of learning. Such students didn't require constant supervision to study, making teaching them a breeze for teachers. When she mentioned A-level and B-level, she was referring to the difficulty of learning magic. Both humans and dragons use English letters to distinguish the difficulty of magic learning. However, due to the significant differences between the two species, the same magic might be classified as A-level for humans, but B-level for dragons. Of course, these were minor issues. Leon had made plenty of preparations beforehand and wouldn't make mistakes like mixing up the grading system, as that would hinder Noya's learning. For the sake of his beloved daughter, Leon had completely relearned a set of magic grading systems, relying solely on rote memorization. A-level magic, all right, Leon said. In most cases, the difficulty of learning a magic spell often represented its final effect. Like how the damage caused by a C-level magic spell was almost always inferior to that of an A-level magic spell. But why did he say most cases and almost? Because there were always exceptions. Magic was also divided into combat, skill, and auxiliary types, which Noya wasn't involved with yet. So Leon didn't delve into these redundant details, only explaining the concept briefly. Noya listened attentively. Once she had a grasp of the deeper levels of magic grading, Leon went straight to the point. So, Dad will teach you the most practical A-level thunder magic, which is also Dad's favorite. Noya wagged her tail excitedly, brimming with excitement. She no longer minded expressing any of her feelings in front of Leon. After all, he was her dad, not those childish adults outside. What was wrong with being a little coquettish and cute with Dad? Leon extended his right hand, palm facing up, fingers curled, and then activated his magic. In an instant, a faint lightning flashed, enveloping Leon's entire palm. Countless electric arcs crackled through the air, emitting crisp bursts. The light reflected in Noya's pupils as she slightly opened her mouth, her little face filled with envy. As the perennial top scorer in the young dragon department, Noya could immediately tell the difficulty of this A-level magic. Gathering high-purity lightning magic into one point and securely affixing it to the hand was entirely different from the simple energy gathering. It might even end up hurting oneself. Achieving Leon's level of proficiency, which seemed effortless, required not only extensive practice, but also a certain level of talent. This move has 2 release methods, Leon explained as he led Noya to a practice dummy. With a swift hand motion, he pierced through the dummy effortlessly with a lightning-wrapped hand blade. The first one, like this, releases in place, utilizing the high explosiveness of thunder magic to deliver a lethal blow to the enemy. The most powerful moves often employed the simplest attack methods, which was the advantage of thunder magic. What about the second one? Noya inquired. The second one requires the user to have keen insight and superb physical skills, Leon elaborated. Once you've created a distance from the enemy, you can use this move after a high-speed sprint. The inertia from the sprint significantly enhances the penetrative power of the attack. The effect is undoubtedly stronger than releasing it in place, but it also carries higher risks. Risvitha's mind stirred as she nodded. So, Dad, when you mentioned needing sharp observation and physical skills, it's to prevent interruption or ambushes during the high-speed sprint, right? Leon smiled and patted Noya's head. Noya is very clever, that's exactly it. Well, Dad, does this move have a name? Noya asked. Of course it does, Leon replied. He reassembled the lightning magic, causing arcs to crackle sharply in the air. Because when used, the magic energy will friction with the air, emitting this sharp sound like 1,000 birds chirping. So the name of this move is... Noya gazed with her beautiful eyes, eagerly waiting. Thunder Thrust. The most powerful moves not only had the simplest attack methods, but also the most straightforward names. But Dad, what does this name have to do with the 1,000 birds chirping you mentioned earlier? Even Noya couldn't resist a bit of teasing. It doesn't really matter. Dad was just showing off his metaphorical skills. Do you want Dad to teach you some? Leon chuckled. Noya smirked. Haha, Dad, you're so funny. Of course, it did matter a bit. The dragon race called this cooperative offensive thunder magic, Thunder Thrust. Simple and lacking in creativity, just like their classic opening move, Dragon Flame. They were such a barbaric race, only knowing how to fight. Naming things should be left to us humans, Leon thought. After humans developed this magic, due to the bird-like sound it emitted when used, it was given a more vivid and meaningful name. 1,000 birds. Of course, Leon couldn't tell Noya this name, even as a joke about a nicer name Dad has. Given Noya's intelligence, if she ever came across the name of this technique being devised by humans in some book, it would be difficult for her not to associate her old father with humans. After undergoing the educational principles of the St. Hy's Academy, her human father might end up becoming her graduation project. Leon shook his head, retracting his absurd thoughts. But since his mind wandered to this point, he couldn't help but consider his human identity and the relationship between him and his daughters. At that moment, the sound of crunching snow approached the entrance of the practice field. Father and daughter turned to look. It was Risvitha. She stood in the snow, draped in a thick silver cloak, her figure graceful and delicate, her exquisite face as pure as fresh snow. (153) Vol 1ch, 153. Mommy Tilda. Mewen stood next to 2 snowballs, one big and one small, waving her little arms toward Risvitha. Risvitha waved back, then glanced at Leon and Noya. Judging by the damaged practice dummy next to the father-daughter duo, they were probably teaching some offensive magic. When using magic, be careful not to hurt yourself, Noya. Risvitha had no intention of interfering with Leon's teaching of their eldest daughter. He had a knack for teaching children and didn't need her to worry too much. Okay, Mommy. After Noya responded, she focused on gathering lightning element magic in her hands. Leon looked up at the silver-haired beauty, snowflakes falling on her head and shoulders as she stood straighter than a meticulously crafted porcelain doll, even more beautiful. Risvitha returned his gaze, but the couple didn't say anything, just exchanged a quick glance. Risvitha then withdrew her gaze and stepped over to Muin. Daddy teaches the big one, Mommy teaches the small one, fair division of labor. Muin making a snowman, Risvitha approached. Muin rolled out the body and head of the snowman, but Muin is too short to put them together. Muin lifted her head, her big, shimmering eyes seeking help from her mother. Risvitha smiled. Mommy will help you, okay? Okay, Tilda. Risvitha nodded and bent down to lift the snowman's head, but because her nearly 4-month baby bump was starting to show, she had a bit of difficulty straightening up. Seeing this, the little dragon girl hurriedly ran to the side, lifting her arms high to help Mom support the other side of the snowball, even tiptoeing. Her tail seemed to be exerting effort too. In the end, with the cooperation of the mother and daughter, the snowman's head was perfectly stacked onto its body. Mommy is amazing. Muin ran over, shaking Risvitha's wrist. Risvitha rubbed her head. Muin is amazing too. The snowman's face is bare now. Let's make its eyes, mouth, and so on. Okay. Risvitha had experienced over 200 winters and had never built a snowman with anyone. Even in her own childhood, she had no interest in such games. When Isabella called her out to build snowmen or have snowball fights, she remained indifferent. She didn't understand what sense of accomplishment there could be in rolling a pile of snow into a big ball and shaping it into a person. For the Risvitha of that time, it was better to spend time reading more books and practicing magic than to waste time on such things. Even in the first winter her 2 daughters experienced, she only stood aside and watched them play, never joining in. But after spending so much time with Leon, she gradually dropped the haughtiness that a mother shouldn't have. From initially having the sisters change Mother Superior to Mommy, to later taking family photos, attending school sports events, and helping Noya with her parental love essay, to now building a snowman with Muin. She really changed a lot. In the past, she would never have wholeheartedly engaged in these activities. She didn't want to admit that it was Leon who changed her, but all the subtle changes began after he woke up. Well, despite all the changes, only matters related to her daughters are influenced by Leon. As for her attitude toward prisoners of war, this queen won't budge an inch. Putting aside her wandering thoughts, suitable substitutes were found for the snowman's eyes, mouth, and arms. Only a nose was missing. Standing before the almost completed snowman, the little dragon girl scratched her snowflake-covered hair and said, "Muin can't find a suitable twig for the nose." Risvitha was about to say something when footsteps approached from behind. Turning around, it was Leon. "Hey, that was quick to build," Leon said as he looked at the snowman, his eyes falling on the snowman's nose. "But how is it still missing a nose?" "The twigs are too thin, they wouldn't make a nice nose," Muin explained. Leon squatted down, pinching Muin's soft little nose. "Then, why not make a nose just like Muin's?" "But Mommy said if we do that, the snowman won't have any character," Muin replied. Leon lifted Muin and walked over to Risvitha. "How wouldn't it have character? A small nose is adorable." "Adorable is Muin, it has nothing to do with the nose," Risvitha said lightly. She had gradually forgotten what she had told Leon about adorable being a pejorative term for dragons. There was no way around it. Risvitha couldn't find a suitable adjective to describe her daughters, so she simply went along with Leon. "The snowman should have a longer nose," Risvitha insisted. Leon raised an eyebrow. "I think it should have a small nose." "A long nose." "Small nose." "Long nose." Okay, long nose." Leon didn't argue with a pregnant woman. He glanced around. But it seems like you haven't found anything to use as a long nose. HMPH, no need to look, I brought it with me before I came, Risvitha said. I was just about to take it out when you walked over. Leon blinked, thinking Risvitha was implying that he hadn't been teaching Noya seriously and had come over here to join in the fun. He quickly explained, Noya was practicing over there just fine, so I came over here to see you guys. Risvitha shrugged. That's not what I meant you came at the right time. The right time? What do you mean? With a smirk, the queen lowered her head and pulled out from the inside pocket of her cloak a carrot. In the icy surroundings, this orange, stick-like devil was glaringly exposed in Leon's line of sight. He instinctively took a half-step back. This is what you call a suitable nose. MHMM, Risvitha said proudly, turning around and sticking the carrot under the snowman's eyes. Surprisingly, it did look quite fitting. Very good, perfect. Risvitha was very satisfied. HMPH, Leon grunted discontentedly. Risvitha turned to look at him. What, you're not satisfied? If you're not, I have a carrot substitute here. What is it? As soon as he finished speaking, Risvitha pulled out an eggplant from her inner pocket. Leon, I shouldn't have asked. Great tilde snowman's done tilde. Muin excitedly wagged her little tail, her tuft of hair on top of her head swaying from side to side. Leon put her back on the ground and let her admire her snowman friend. The couple stepped aside to speak quietly. Leon glanced at Risvitha's swollen belly. What if you, in this icy and snowy wilderness, you trip and fall? Dragons hardly ever fall. Risvitha swayed her tail behind her. Besides representing status and age, it also helps us maintain balance more effectively. Leon narrowed his eyes, assessing the silver long tail, silent for a moment, then nodded. It does have quite a few functions. Hiss, idiot. Risvitha instantly understood his meaning, and muttered before immediately dropping her tail. Leon chuckled lightly, crossed his arms, and asked, Didn't Anna and the others notice you sneaking out? In April, even if Risvitha didn't say anything, Anna and the others could tell that Her Majesty was pregnant. Coupled with the cold winter season, as Leon said, in such icy and snowy conditions, it's easy to slip and fall. So Anna and the other maids have been keeping a close eye on their queen these days, only allowing her to move around within the temple. As for going out, forget about it. Restricting the queen's personal freedom sounds like a pretty rebellious and overstepping act, and it might even cost someone their head. But Risvitha is not some incompetent tyrant. Her diligent servants genuinely have her well-being at heart, which is why they won't let her roam freely. And if she were to turn around and scold them for it, wouldn't that hurt their feelings too? So, for the past week, Risvitha has been engaged in a battle of wits with her maid squad. The queen may seem aloof and indifferent, but she's actually quite rebellious. The moment her maids let their guard down even slightly, she slips out in a flash, and they can't catch her. And as the queen's husband, Leon naturally becomes an accomplice in this. Of course, his accomplice status is involuntary because Risvitha threatened him. If he dared to report her to Anna, she'd make Leon return to the days of doing homework every day. So, gritting his teeth for the sake of the magic he's painstakingly saved up, Leon endures it. Actually, as her confidant, he understands Risvitha's physical condition better than Anna. She really doesn't need to stay holed up in the house every day. Going out for a stroll is perfectly fine. But alas, Anna, as the head maid, is specifically concerned with the queen's well-being and can't afford even the slightest lapse. No, I slipped out through the side door. They didn't see me. Risvitha paused, then added, Even if they did, so what? I'm the queen. I don't believe my head maid would dare lead a bunch of people to try to force me back. Leon opened his mouth to say something, but his gaze passed over Risvitha's shoulder, as if he saw something. However, he didn't show any reaction and continued, It sounds like you're not afraid of your head maid at all. What's there to be afraid of? Even if she catches me and takes me back, I'll still find a way to escape, Risvitha shrugged. Wow, so eager for the outside world, huh? Leon teased. Oh, come on, I'm only 4 months pregnant, not about to give birth, Risvitha retorted. She knew her own body best, and she wasn't wrong. It's just that in the eyes of her dutiful maids, any potential risks to Her Majesty had to be eliminated. Watching Hrisvitha's confident demeanor, Leon clapped slowly. Truly the Silver Dragon Queen. So now that you've managed to sneak out without being caught, what do you plan to do next? Hrisvitha pondered for a moment. Maybe teach Muin some fire magic or build another snowman? Snowball fights could be fun too. If Anna finds out you're planning to have this much fun, she'll immediately drag you back, Leon remarked. Hrisvitha waved her hand nonchalantly. Well, she's not here, so I. Your Majesty, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind them. Hrisvitha's hair stood on end. Fire magic, building snowmen, snowball fights. Which of these do you think a pregnant woman can do? The head maid's tone was full of resignation. At this moment, Hrisvitha had her back to Anna and faced Leon. She glared at the infuriating dragon slayer, gritting her teeth. You dare twist my words. I was just asking, not reporting you. It's none of my business. Leon quickly distanced himself from Hrisvitha. Your Majesty, please listen to me and come back with me. If you fall, it will be my negligence, Anna said. She had served His Majesty for decades and knew that he responded better to gentle persuasion rather than forceful demands. Hrisvitha glared fiercely at Leon again. From the emotions reflected in her dragon eyes, if Anna and Muin weren't here, she might have directly pressed Leon into the snow. Leon, on the other hand, looked innocent. Come on, I really didn't report you. Casmode, well done. If you have the guts, don't come to bed tonight. (154). Vol 1ch, 154. In the evening, Leon took a shower, washing away the fatigue of the day. As he stepped out of the bathroom, his wife, Hrisvitha, had already slipped into bed. During the day, Mother Dragon got caught by her own maidservant in the practice ground and was then locked in the temple for the entire day. At that time, she threatened Leon that if he had the guts, he shouldn't come to bed. Ha, as if he was scared stiff. I didn't report you, didn't provoke your anger, why shouldn't you let me into bed? Leon dried his hair and walked around to the other side of the large bed, lifting the covers and lying down as usual. Hrisvitha didn't react much, obediently lying there, her arms out of the covers, hands on her abdomen, her beautiful eyes staring at the ceiling, as if lost in thought. Leon glanced over and switched off the bedside lamp. Good night, he said. I'm not sleepy, Hrisvitha replied. All right, then I'll sleep first. No sleeping allowed. Leon turned his head. Why not? The pregnant queen hasn't slept. How can a prisoner like you sleep? Hrisvitha had a point. Leon sighed helplessly. Then what do you want, Your Majesty the pregnant queen? After some thought, Hrisvitha said, I want to hear a story. Tell me a story. Leon rolled his eyes. How old are you? Weren't we just celebrating my birthday recently? Forgot already? Hrisvitha said, 218. You do realize you're over 200 years old. You're not a child anymore. Why do you still want to hear stories? I don't care, I just want to hear a story. Don't be silly, go to sleep. I want to hear, I want to hear, I want to hear. Hrisvitha acted like a child. No, like a little dragon? Well, it doesn't matter, under the covers, randomly kicking her legs, giving off a sense of throwing a tantrum for not getting candy. And whether it was intentional or not, she managed to kick Leon several times while she was at it. Leon had already retreated to the edge of the bed, but his butt couldn't escape this ordeal. God gave you long legs so you could wear bunny girl stockings for your husband to see, not so you could kick your husband's butt in bed, you jerk. Fed up with the disturbance, Leon finally spoke up. Hrisvitha. Hrisvitha's foot halted on Leon's waist. What's up? Are you going to start telling the story now? I'll put up with you for 6 months. Leon gritted his teeth. Hrisvitha squinted and smiled. Then you can explode in 6 months. Now I'm pregnant, my emotions are unstable, you have to endure me. Don't forget, that's what you promised me initially. A moment's slip leads to eternal regret. Leon's understanding of unstable emotions seemed quite different from Hrisvitha's understanding. Back then, when he promised her, he thought she would uncontrollably explode. Curse the heavens, curse the earth, curse the air, and vent all the grievances accumulated over 200 years on him during pregnancy. Of course, Leon was mentally prepared for this, enduring it all for the sake of their second child. But he never imagined that things would turn out quite differently from what he expected. Recently, Hrisvitha had been making all sorts of strange requests to Leon, using the excuse of "I'm pregnant, my emotions are unstable." These requests included, but were not limited to, "I want to see you propose to a carrot, with an eggplant as the witness." "Silver Dragon captive Leon, stand up, 500 sit-ups go." "Let's play rock, paper, scissors, and the loser has to wash the winner's feet. Oh, and by the way, you can only choose rock." "I don't want dinners." 5 minutes later. "I want a midnight snack." While Leon had heard of the saying, "one pregnancy, 3 years of foolishness," he didn't know there was also an incubation period for this foolishness. What silver dragon queen? She was turning into a silver dragon giant baby. "Should I just give you all my trophies and stop bothering me, please?" Sighing inwardly, Leon realized that compared to those strange requests, listening to stories wasn't such a big deal after all. "What kind of story do you want to hear?" Leon asked. "Anything, I'll listen to whatever you tell," Hrisvitha replied sweetly. Well, isn't that sweet? Leon felt cheered up by her sweetness, and a lot of his resentment instantly dissipated. After some thought, he quickly came up with a story to tell. Truth be told, he had quite a few stories in his arsenal. After all, storytelling was a basic skill for a dad to be. "How about I tell you a story called The Little Dragon Crossing the River?" "Okay." Once upon a time, there was a little dragon who wanted to cross a small river, but the water was flowing fast, and she was afraid of being swept away. So, she asked the passing elder dragon, who said the water was shallow and it would be easy to cross. Then the little dragon asked a nearby squirrel, who said the water was deep and it was too dangerous. The little dragon hesitated, and Hrisvitha suddenly interrupted, "Wait, I have a question." "What?" "Why can the squirrel talk? And why doesn't this little dragon just use a bridge? Well, why doesn't the passing elder dragon just take her across? This story is really heartless. Let's switch to another one." Indeed, adults couldn't understand children's romance. Leon pondered for a moment, then changed the story. The next story is called The Thirsty Crow. Okay. Once a crow was extremely thirsty and happened upon a bottle of water. However, the bottle's neck was too narrow, and there was too little water for the crow to reach. After much thought, the crow had a bright idea. It flew to the riverbank, picked up many stones, and dropped them into the bottle. This caused the water level to rise, and the crow was able to drink. This story teaches us. Wait, I have another question. What? Leon's explanation seemed feeble as Hrisvitha turned her head, staring with her beautiful silver eyes, and asked earnestly, "If this crow could fly to the riverbank, why didn't it just drink directly from the river instead of carrying stones back to fill the bottle?" Well, it might have a cleanliness obsession. Leon's explanation fell somewhat flat. Why is the river water dirty? Because the little dragon dirtied it when she crossed. A path of dreamlike linkage, completely unforeseen. Leon sighed. Hrisvitha, is it so hard to maintain a bit of childlike wonder? HMPH, if you don't want to tell me a story properly, then forget it. And don't say I lack childlike wonder. It's not that I'm not telling you properly. It's clearly that you're not listening properly. Telling stories to Hrisvitha, who came with the intention of tormenting him from the start, was truly a self-inflicted torture. Just as he was pondering this, the bed shifted, and Hrisvitha turned over, facing away from Leon. Phew, Leon breathed a sigh of relief silently. It seemed that tonight's ordeal was over. The bedroom quieted down, only the ticking of the clock could be heard. Leon shifted as well, adjusting to a more comfortable sleeping position, then slowly closed his eyes. As drowsiness washed over him, Leon let out a yawn. He had no idea how long it had been when he entered a half-asleep, half-awake state, even seeing his master's donkey in his dreams. But just then, the voice of the dragoness came from behind again. "I want an apple." Leon muttered groggily, pretending not to hear. Then, the next moment, a jade foot pressed against his waist, speaking with authority. I want an apple." Her soft foot pressed firmly against his waist, her agile toes playfully wiggling back and forth, keeping Leon wide awake. He sighed heavily. Tonight's sigh count was more than the past week combined, as he slowly turned over, reaching out to pinch Rosvitha's cheeks and gently turning her head towards the clock hanging on the wall. "Tell me, Melkvi, what time is it now?" "It's 3:20 in the morning." Rosvitha's mouth formed an O shape from being pinched, but she still answered obediently. "So, at 3:20 in the morning, what kind of apple are you eating?" Leon was exasperated. Now he understood why Rosvitha said that line, "If you have the guts, don't come to bed during the day." It wasn't a threat, it was advice. And now, here he was, being tormented until 3 in the morning without sleep. "If you don't give me an apple, I'll start causing a scene." Now that was a threat. Helpless, Leon had no choice but to lift the covers and get out of bed. He fetched an apple and a fruit knife, returning to the bedside. Turning on the bedside lamp, he carefully began to peel the apple. The peel came off in one long, thin strip, without breaking halfway. Rosvitha arched an eyebrow. Impressive knife skills. "Thanks for the compliment, I used to do this for the donk." "Shut up," Rosvitha shot him a glare, snatching the apple from his hand and taking a bite. It was sweet, crisp, and delicious. She leaned against the headboard, holding the apple in her hands, eating it delicately and seriously. Even though he couldn't understand why eating an apple had to be taken so seriously, after all these days, Leon had learned one thing: don't interfere with a pregnant woman's affairs. "I'm full now, you deal with the rest." Rosvitha handed the half-eaten apple to Leon. Leon glanced down and indeed, it was neatly halved. Wow, so she ate it so seriously just to leave exactly half of it. What was the point? "Forget it, don't interfere with a pregnant woman's affairs." Leon took the apple and took a bite. The flesh was sweet, whether it was the taste of the apple itself or Rosvitha's lingering lip balm. Actually, this wasn't the first time recently that Leon had eaten something Rosvitha couldn't finish. Pregnancy cravings came and went quickly. It seemed like a waste to throw away so many uneaten things, so the couple often shared. With the apple in his mouth, Leon used his hands to tidy up the fruit peel and the fruit knife. Meanwhile, the pregnant lady had already happily nestled back into bed after eating her fill. Leon glanced at her. This time, should the night's antics finally come to an end. Inadvertently, he caught sight of a drawer in the bedside table. The drawer was half open, revealing what seemed to be a form inside. Leon took it out and realized it was a registration form for prenatal yoga classes. His thoughts drifted back to 2 months ago when he and Rosvitha met her sister, Isabella, in Sky City while buying nutritional supplements. It was Isabella who helped Rosvitha register for the classes. They were said to be suitable for pregnant women 3 months and beyond. But Rosvitha had never mentioned this before. As Leon looked at the prenatal yoga registration form in his hand, a thought occurred to him. If she's not sleeping at night, she must be bored during the day. "HMPH, Mother Dragon, you've been tormenting me for so long, we should reciprocate the favor." With determination in his heart, Leon decided that it was time to return the favor and find a way to keep Rosvitha engaged during the day. "155. Vol 1ch, 155. The next morning, Rosvitha stood on the balcony, looking out towards the backyard of the temple. Noya and Muin, the 2 sisters, were there playing in the snow with the maids, their faces lit up with innocent joy. Meanwhile, the queen, confined to her chambers, could only watch silently. Sigh. In the past, when others dragged her to play in the snow, she had disdainfully refused. Now that she wanted to play herself, she couldn't even step out of the temple's gates. Damn it, everything was Leon Casmode's fault. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be pregnant. If she weren't pregnant, she wouldn't be confined to the temple by the maid in charge during this beautiful winter, nurturing her unborn child. Rosvitha thought indignantly. If she ever got out one day, she would definitely build a snowman named Leon, pile it up high, give it a good kick, and then stomp it to bits. Just the thought of it felt satisfying. Rosvitha closed her eyes and imagined the scene, feeling a bit better instantly. But speaking of Leon, she hadn't seen him all morning. Where had he gone and what devious tricks was he scheming now? Just as she was thinking, there was a noise at the door. The footsteps sounded a bit mixed, indicating there were probably 3 people. Risvitha stepped towards the door, and indeed, besides Leon and Anna, there was another member of the maid team. Her name was Milan, also a gentle and considerate girl. Before Risvitha could ask what they were up to, she saw Anna approaching with a registration form, her expression showing some self-blame. "Your Majesty, it turns out you've always wanted to do yoga. It was my oversight for not considering your needs," Anna said. Risvitha blinked in surprise. "When did I ever want to do yoga?" "Huh, Your Majesty doesn't remember. When you and the prince went to Sky City recently, didn't you sign up for a prenatal yoga class?" Anna handed over the registration form for the yoga class. "I looked at the registration date, and it seems you signed up when you were just 2 months pregnant, Your Majesty." "Ah yes, but this." It seems the prince wasn't wrong after all. Couples really understand each other the best. Anna's tone carried a hint of envy mixed with the frustration of being a maid. No matter how concerned or worried she was about Her Majesty, it couldn't compare to the closeness Her Majesty shared with her partner. Risvitha squinted slightly, pondering Anna's remark about the prince not being wrong. What nonsense was this man spouting again? She glanced sideways at Leon, the dragon slayer, who stood with his arms crossed, wearing a nonchalant expression as if he found the whole situation amusing. "All right, Casmode, is this your way of admitting you've been up to something? Well, tonight I'll shut that foul mouth of yours. After Your Majesty began nurturing the heir, all major affairs of the Silver Dragon clan were delegated to me," Anna continued. "The prince mentioned to me this morning that Your Majesty might worry about me being overwhelmed, so he didn't mention the yoga practice. However, Your Majesty, no matter how busy I am, I would never neglect your needs. You can always bring them up. Today, when the prince told me about the yoga practice, I immediately thought of Milan. Before joining the maid team, she had many years of yoga experience and can perfectly meet Your Majesty's needs. The journey to Sky City is not short, especially in the cold winter season. Anna believes that learning at home could also be a good option." In some more private matters, Anna definitely didn't understand Her Majesty as well as Leon, her so-called husband. However, if given a task, she would undoubtedly carry it out meticulously, leaving no room for criticism. That's why she stood out among the excellent maids and became the head maid. The maid named Milan also stepped forward, kneeling and bowing in standard etiquette. "It's an honor for Milan to learn yoga with Your Majesty." "So, Your Majesty, what do you think?" Anna asked. "What do I think? Do I even need to think about it? Even with my knee, I can guess this is all a ploy orchestrated by that dog of a man, Leon, just to mess with me." Of course, Risvitha also understood Leon's reason for wanting to tease her. It must be because in recent days, she had been bossing him around and tormenting him under the guise of being pregnant, so he wanted to get back at her. But Leon also had his limits. Ordinary revenge tactics couldn't be used on a pregnant woman, so he came up with this maneuver that could both advance and retreat smoothly. Advance could be spun as "I'm doing this for your own good, my dear wife," while retreat could be "Oh no, my dear wife, you don't understand my love for you." Just endure this cohabitation quietly, one day at a time. At first, Risvitha had intended to refuse Anna's suggestion. But then she realized that if she rejected this yoga teaching, her life of nurturing her unborn child in confinement would become nothing but eat, sleep, repeat. Being so lazy would definitely lead to gaining extra weight. Risvitha recalled the awkward joke her weight played on her right after giving birth to Noya and Muin. Even though the maids thought the slightly plump queen was perfectly charming, even more so than before she conceived the 2 little princesses, it was only because the extra weight wasn't on them, so they naturally didn't mind. It took her a lot of effort to get back to her current figure after pregnancy. Risvitha didn't want to go through that again. So, this time, she would just go along with Leon, practice yoga and maintain her figure. "All right, thank you for your hard work, Anna," Risvitha said. "Not at all, Your Majesty. Feel free to let me know if you have any needs in the future," Anna replied. "All right, I will," Risvitha nodded. "I won't disturb Your Majesty and the prince any longer. Milan, you arrange the class time with Her Majesty and make sure there are no mistakes, Anna instructed. Yes, headmaid, Milan nodded. With her instructions given, Anna left with a sense of relief. Leon, having achieved his goal, obediently sat aside, becoming a bystander. Hrisvitha glared at him, but with others present, she refrained from engaging in banter. It might even be misinterpreted by Milan as flirting. She'd wait until they were alone to interrogate her captive. Hrisvitha shifted her gaze to Milan beside her. "Shall we start now?" she asked. "Yes, Your Majesty," Milan replied. With that, Milan went to the door and returned carrying 2 yoga mats in her arms, one black and one blue. "Prepared quite thoroughly," Hrisvitha remarked as Milan laid out the yoga mats. She then looked up with a smile and asked, "Your Majesty, which color do you prefer?" "Black," she replied decisively. She did indeed like black. Leon knew that too. During the compatibility exercises for Noya's entrance test at the St. High's Academy, they had looked at each other's hair colors and said silver and black. Of course, that didn't mean anything. At least that's what Leon and Hrisvitha had always believed. After choosing the mats, Milan inquired further, "Your Majesty, do you have any tight and breathable pants?" "Oh yes, I'll change into them." Hrisvitha opened her wardrobe and retrieved a sports tank top along with yoga-appropriate pants. Once changed, she tied her silver hair into a ponytail, letting it sway behind her head. Her enticing long legs were hugged by the snug pants, drawing attention, and the slightly protruding pregnant belly didn't detract from her overall beauty. Her curves were still evident, accentuated by the outfit. Unlike her athletic appearance during training for the school sports festival, this version of Hrisvitha exuded a bit more sensuality. Leon silently observed. Usually, he could nitpick various flaws and imperfections, but when it came to her figure and appearance, he had nothing to say. In this regard, the couple was quite similar. After all, Hrisvitha had once remarked upon seeing Leon in the dungeon, "What a handsome man." Case closed, it seems both spouses are into looks. Leon averted his gaze, looking elsewhere. He wasn't keen on dwelling too much on Hrisvitha's virtues. The yoga class began. Leon secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, you have something to occupy yourself with, no more bothering me, Tilda. (156) Vol 1ch, 156. Hrisvitha's body flexibility was good, and her coordination was also high, so learning yoga was not a difficult thing for her. Milan was also surprised by the queen's physical advantages and learning speed during the teaching process. This is not flattery, but a sincere feeling. As for Leon, he got up and left after listening for less than 10 minutes, saying he was going to play with Noya Muin. It's not the dragon slayer's fault for lacking determination. Blame it on the fact that the mother dragon's long legs were too eye-catching. If you keep looking, it's afraid that the dragon scales will shine. Watching Leon leave in a hurry, Hrisvitha thought that this dog of a man would have the patience to listen all the way, but he left after such a short time. Humph, it's good that he's gone. If he were here, I wouldn't be able to concentrate on practicing, Hrisvitha thought. For some reason, whenever Leon was around her, her attention would always be distracted. This phenomenon seemed to have started 2 months ago. At that time, she still had to deal with some follow-up work during the day and the study every night. If she was too busy, Leon would make some simple supper and bring it to her. Sometimes, he would also watch Hrisvitha work quietly beside her. But even so, Hrisvitha always got distracted. Workaholics are never delayed by any external factors. But for some reason, Leon would inexplicably influence her. Tusk, dog of a man, it's obvious that he and this queen are incompatible, which is why this is happening. Hrisvitha shook her head to clear her scattered thoughts and continued to study yoga seriously. To be honest, practicing yoga is quite effective. The benefits of yoga are comprehensive. It not only activates the whole body, but is also very beneficial for postpartum health recovery. Most importantly, practicing yoga can also calm Hrisvitha's mind. Relying solely on supplements like jade dew dragon fruit, which are good for calming the fetus and nourishing the spirit, the effect is still somewhat limited. With the right yoga practice, it's beneficial for both Risvitha herself and the fetus. Leon, that guy, unintentionally did something that made her feel comfortable, Risvitha thought. The yoga class continued. Several hours later, Leon came back from outside. With a chill about him, he didn't immediately enter the house. Instead, he took off his snow-covered coat at the door, brushed off the snow from his head, and waited for some of the chill to dissipate before putting on slippers and walking in. Pregnant women are afraid of the cold, and Leon knew this, so he paid attention to every detail in daily life. In the bedroom, he found that Milan had already left. Only Risvitha was there, still practicing a yoga pose. She recognized the footsteps as Leon's, so she didn't turn around but continued to silently practice. The yoga pose Risvitha was practicing now is called Pilates push-up. Unlike traditional push-ups, this push-up requires one knee to be on the ground, the other leg straight, aligned with the spine and the elbows placed near the ribs. It reduces the burden on the arms and instead tests the strength of the waist and abdominal core. Oh, very standard. Leon walked over and sat cross-legged beside Risvitha. Risvitha continued doing push-ups, her arms slender but not as thin as bamboo, her waist and hips undulating like rolling hills. She glanced at Leon. Milan also said, "I'm doing it very standard. Do you want me to teach you?" "No thanks, I don't want to wear tight pants and do these strange movements. Traditional exercises are more suitable for me." Humph. Risvitha ignored him and continued doing Pilates push-ups. Before leaving, Milan said this exercise is the most basic of basics, and practicing it more will lay a solid foundation for future yoga classes. Coincidentally, Risvitha currently has plenty of time, so practicing for however long is not a problem. Leon sat beside her, suddenly reminded of the school sports day. Back then, in order to help Noya achieve good results at the sports day, he had also exerted all his efforts to recover his physical fitness. Push-ups, sit-ups, long-distance running, those were all daily essentials. And he distinctly remembered one time during push-ups when Risvitha slid under him and teased him. "If you run out of strength while doing these, you'll have to kiss me, Tilda." 500 push-ups were indeed an astronomical figure for Leon, who hadn't fully recovered at the time, but with this dragoness under him acting as a safety net, he gritted his teeth and finished them. He still remembered that evening at dinner when his arms were too weak to lift, and he had to rely on Muin to feed him. Returning to the present, Leon squinted as he scrutinized Risvitha, and the mischief in his belly began to churn. A few seconds later, Risvitha's gaze suddenly fell upon Leon's face, but upside down. The Pilates push-up position differs from traditional push-ups, and Leon couldn't slide under Risvitha. Moreover, she was pregnant now, so accidentally bumping into her belly wouldn't be good. Therefore, Leon took a different approach and positioned his head directly beneath Risvitha's face. Though their faces appeared upside down to each other, it didn't matter. The effect was the same. "What are you doing?" Risvitha asked coldly, supporting her upper body with her arms. "Just giving you some motivation to do a few more. If you accidentally lose strength, you'll have to kiss this dragon slayer, don't you want that?" Leon replied. It was basically the same old banter, which constantly stirred Risvitha's memories. She knew Leon was bringing up old matters, but she just chuckled, childish. Although she called him childish, Risvitha didn't send him away. Instead, she continued doing push-ups. Her exquisite face, from Leon's perspective, moved up and down, sometimes distant, sometimes close. Her silver hair lightly brushed against his cheeks, tickling him gently. After hours of yoga practice, Risvitha's face was already covered in a light sheen of sweat. Her silver eyes gazed lazily down at Leon's eyes, full of charm. It was unclear if she was a bit tired or deliberately acting that way. Her warm breath gently sprayed onto Leon's face, carrying a faint fragrance from her mouth. After a while, Risvitha's rhythm noticeably slowed down. Several times, her lips lightly touched Leon's nose, but each time she quickly pulled back. "If you're out of strength, just give up. Skipping a few won't make you lose any muscle," Leon chuckled. What's this smug dog of a man so proud of? If she wanted to stop, Risvitha could stop any time. She hadn't set a quota for herself anyway. The only reason she persisted until now was out of habit, just to compete with him. He's getting ahead of himself again. Leon Kazmode, 3 days without teasing you, you're all full of yourself. Risvitha suddenly stopped, propping herself up on her elbows on the yoga mat. Her beautiful face was close to Leon's, their eyes met, and they could almost feel each other's breath. Leon's smile froze suddenly, sensing something was amiss. He discreetly tried to move away, but it was too late. Risvitha reached out, holding Leon's chin, preventing him from slipping away from beneath her face. Because of the completely reversed position, holding the chin was a natural move. Responding to Risvitha's gaze, Leon's alluring face remained beautiful even when seen upside down. The couple gazed at each other, and in their hearts, a familiar longing and desire arose. With one hand holding Leon's chin and the other gently playing with his gradually warming earlobes, Risvitha smiled knowingly. "You're right, my dear husband, I can't do it anymore. I want to accept your punishment." Risvitha. She didn't know what he was about to say, but kissing first seemed like a good idea. Kissing in completely reversed positions was something they had never tried before. The feeling was subtle, yet profound. In this position, Leon's nose could catch the fragrance emanating from Risvitha's neck. Pregnant women have a unique scent about them, both ambiguous and enchanting, intoxicating to smell. Lips and tongues intertwined at angles and directions completely different from usual, creating sensations both familiar and unfamiliar. After a long time apart, they once again indulged in the addiction in their hearts, but in a completely new way. They used gentle palms to caress each other's cheeks, gradually moving to the back of the head, applying a slight pressure to bring the kiss even closer. If the previous kisses relied on the cover of night, with its magical ability to thicken people's skins, then how to explain kissing in broad daylight, right on the ground? Admitting, "I just wanted to kiss you," seemed a bit difficult for the couple. As the kiss reached its climax, dragon scales faintly shimmered. The couple stopped just in time. Of course, before the kiss was completely over, Risvitha leaned forward and gently kissed Leon's Adam's apple. Afterward, she reclined on the yoga mat. The two lay face to face, still in completely reversed positions, yet it didn't affect anything. Risvitha hooked her slender arms, kneading the earlobe on the other side of Leon, not wanting to let go. Leon, on the other hand, let Risvitha's warm fingertips roam freely on his face. They listened to each other's gradually calming breaths. Risvitha looked up at the ceiling, suddenly realizing something, and asked, "Actually, you didn't make me practice yoga just to tease me, did you?" Leon closed his eyes, reached out, and grasped Risvitha's wrist. "No, I just wanted to tease you, that's all." "Oh, so it's not because you were worried about your pregnant wife being too lonely and bored at home. So you came up with this revenge plan that seems to fit your style of doing things while also not revealing your true intentions. How could an excellent dragon slayer accidentally do something? Everything he did was carefully planned, considering every possibility." Leon gazed back at her, calling her name slowly, "Risvitha." Ahem. She looked into the dragon slayer's affectionate eyes, thinking he was about to say something cheesy and awkwardly sweet. However, she realized she had overestimated Leon once again. "This afternoon, doing 500 push-ups, it's all for your own good, my beloved wife. Hurry up and die." (157) Vol 1ch, 157. Queen's Diary, Pregnancy Edition. January 13th, it snowed again today, and Anna still wouldn't let me go out. I had no choice but to continue practicing yoga with Milan in the house. Leon stayed with me the whole time this time. After yoga class, I went to the balcony and watched my daughters playing in the snow in the yard as usual. Leon stood beside me for a while, as if suddenly remembering something, and hurriedly ran out. When he came back, he was holding a nearly melted little snowman in his hands. The little snowman was obviously a girl, with long hair, a melon seed face, and a rudimentary but sufficiently expressive tail. Leon said it was made to look like me. I had intended to praise him, and now he knows how to cheer me up, but this jerk asked, "Looks good, huh?" and then slapped that snowman to bits. His action hit two of my sore spots at once. First, it was something I had always wanted to do to him, and he stole my idea. Second, the melted snow made my floor dirty. Well, he made a snowman of me during the day, so as revenge, I made a little man of him at night. As expected, he surrendered and made me a snowman again, placing it outside my balcony. I'm happy. January 14th, yoga. January 15th, yoga. January 16th, yoga. January 17th, I gave Milan the day off. Things didn't quite go as I initially thought. While doing yoga does pass the time, it still becomes somewhat boring in the long run. I thought about going out for a walk, but Anna probably wouldn't allow it. January 18th, my palace turned into a prison for me, and I am planning an escape, with Leon Casmode as my accomplice. On this day, we devised a detailed escape plan. Firstly, after dinner tomorrow, Leon will go find Anna, under the pretext of checking her recent proxy work and inspecting various parts of the palace. Meanwhile, I will slip out through the front door. The most dangerous place is often the safest, as Anna would never suspect I dare to leave through the main entrance. Secondly, I will prepare a maid's dress, so the guards at the gate will mistake me for a member of the maid corps, causing no commotion. Lastly, by the time Anna discovers her queen has successfully escaped, I'll have been outside playing with my precious daughters for quite some time. With the plan flawless, the escape is sure to succeed. January 19th, escape failed. Anna mentioned that the prince has never shown interest in the affairs of the Silver Dragon clan, so suddenly coming to her to inspect work was abnormal. Therefore, she remained vigilant and indeed caught wind of Her Majesty's escape plan. Foolish Casmode, unable to handle such a simple task, what use are you to this queen? February 20th, the 6th month of pregnancy, my belly has noticeably grown larger, often experiencing backaches, making it impossible to stand for too long. Yoga classes have also been forced to stop. My daily life has become confined to bed, dining table, and restroom, following a routine. February 21st, Leon brought me many new and interesting toys: Rubik's Cube, wooden cars, puzzles, 9-ring puzzles, and some other knickknacks. I asked him where he got these, and he said he made them himself, but aren't they the crystallization of human wisdom? Don't you dragons have them? March 25th, Noya is about to start school again, this being her second semester at St. High's Academy. Looking forward to my daughter achieving even better results. March 5th, while measuring Muin, I found she had grown much taller compared to last year. She's gone from a small-sized cutie to a medium-sized one, and by the end of this year, she'll probably be a large-sized cutie. Leon said our daughter is getting prettier as she grows, just like him. I told him he has no shame. He got flustered. Don't worry, your turn to be flustered will come. March 6th, the clan doctor came to check on me and said the baby is developing well, with an expected due date around late June this year. The doctor also mentioned that my own health, especially my mental state, is much better compared to when I was pregnant with Noya and Muin, which is highly beneficial for the baby's development. Before leaving, the doctor dropped a little gossip, asking me, "Your Majesty, is it because of the prince's company this year that has made you so happy?" Although I didn't want to admit it, over these past few months, Leon has indeed made outstanding contributions in alleviating my pregnancy anxieties. 100 ways to use a war prisoner, pretending to be a husband. On April 7th, my sister wrote to me, mentioning the Red Flame Dragon King, Constantine, whom we discussed during our last visit to Sky City. She mentioned that he had recently dispatched a considerable number of troops to harass the Wind Dragon clan's vicinity, causing minor conflicts in an attempt to instigate a larger clash between the two clans. However, what's strange is that Constantine hasn't sent his elite forces yet. He's merely keeping a close watch on the borders of the Wind Dragon clan's territory. This could be a precursor to war. My sister said she has been secretly communicating with the Wind Dragon clan, fearing that Constantine might pull some trick, causing the Red Dragon clan to be attacked. Hence, she hasn't been able to visit me during my pregnancy, and she apologized for that. I replied that there was no need to apologize. If necessary, I could lend her part of the Silver Dragon clan's forces, as we discussed before. She said there was no need for now, and that when the time came, she would naturally ask me for troops. I hope everything is well with my sister. On May 15th, Noya came home for the weekend and mentioned that she would be on summer vacation next month. She said that after I give birth to the baby, our whole family of 5 will go to the seaside for a vacation. Naturally, I agreed. At the same time, I couldn't help but sigh at how quickly time passes. It's almost my due date. On May 29th, in the afternoon, there was a sudden thunderous roar from the back mountain of the temple, and even the sky gathered dark clouds due to the powerful magical fluctuations. I thought there might be some dangerous creatures sneaking in, until I saw Leon sneaking back from the back mountain on the balcony. I knew it must be him up to something. During dinner, I asked him what he was up to in the back mountain and how he caused such a commotion. He stuttered and seemed to be hiding something. Didn't want to talk? All right then, let's have a long overdue round of truth or dare at 2:30. It turns out he was testing the extent of his magical recovery in the afternoon. Judging from that thunderous roar and the exaggerated change of heaven and earth, it seems this dog of a man has already recovered to his peak. But I just found out that he was in a depleted magical state before. Damn it, he hid it so well. If I had known earlier, I would have bullied him more before he fully matured. June 29th, Rasvitha's due date. By evening, the bedroom was filled with the members of the maid squad and several excellent female doctors from the clan. The queen's childbirth was of utmost importance, and there couldn't be any mistakes. She lay on the large bed, completely exhausted, with occasional contractions causing her to break out in a fragrant sweat covering her forehead and cheeks. Several female doctors continuously monitored the queen's condition, providing the safest birthing environment. The maids were busy, leaving no time to be idle. At this final stage, Leon could not help much. He could only sit quietly on the balcony, holding Muin, while Noya stood beside him, holding her sister's small hand. The 3 of them waited silently. But inexplicably, Leon started to feel anxious, as if something bad was about to happen. Noya seemed to notice Leon's worry and proactively comforted him. "Daddy, Mommy will be fine. After Mommy has the baby and recovers, we'll all go to the beach together." His little sweetheart was always so understanding. Leon adjusted his mood, patted her head and smiled, saying, "Okay." He then turned his head and looked towards the horizon. The sunset had dyed the sky red, resembling a blazing fire. (158) Vol 1ch, 158. Night quietly descended. Leon looked at the maids and doctors gathered around the large bed, trying to catch a glimpse of Rasvitha through the gaps in the crowd. But they surrounded their queen so tightly that Leon could only hear the faint moans coming from that side. It usually takes about 8 to 10 hours from the onset of contractions to a successful delivery for a pregnant woman. During these 10 hours, the pain Rasvitha had to endure was unimaginable to Leon as a man. He had read many educational books about pregnant women and prenatal care, understanding how painful childbirth is for a woman. At the same time, he was also acutely aware of how helpless he felt in this situation. He couldn't help much. Everything was left to the professional doctors and maids. Hearing their mother's soft moans of pain, his 2 daughters also grew anxious. "Daddy, is Mommy in a lot of pain?" Muin clutched Leon's sleeve, her large eyes glistening with tears, her voice trembling slightly. "Muin doesn't want a new sister anymore. Muin just wants Mommy to not be in so much pain." Leon lowered his head, holding Muin's cold little hand and gently rubbing her head. "It's okay, Muin, don't worry. Mommy will be fine." His mind was in turmoil, completely unsure of what to say, as any words of comfort seemed pale and powerless at this moment. Fortunately, Noya was a very competent older sister. She hugged her sister, letting her lean on her shoulder, gently patting her back, and softly whispering comforting words. Leon looked at his 2 daughters and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Noya, Muin, let Daddy take you back to your rooms first. When Mommy is done, I'll call you over, okay?" Right now, it was just the contractions, but in a few hours, Rasvitha would be in much more pain than she was now. It was enough that his daughters wanted to be with their mother. Leon didn't want them to endure this ordeal alongside him. Hearing this, Noya gently tugged Muin's hand and softly asked if she wanted to go back and come see Mommy later. Muin sniffled, then nodded. All right, then Daddy will take you back. Leon stood up, holding his daughter's hands on either side, and quietly left Rosvitha's bedroom. He gently closed the door and led his daughters to their shared room. The cool air in the hallway offered some comfort. Leon closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. But before he could fully enjoy this brief moment of relaxation, a loud crash came from the hallway window. Before Leon could react, a body engulfed in flames crashed down in front of him like a cannonball. Shards of broken glass flew before his eyes, the intense heat scorched his face, and his black pupils widened in disbelief at the scene before him. It was an attack. The top-notch dragon slayer's instincts kicked in, and Leon immediately regained his composure upon realizing what was happening. Before his daughters could react, he covered their eyes. Muin, startled by the loud crash, instinctively clung to Leon. She clutched her father's pant leg tightly and anxiously asked, Daddy, what happened? Leon covered his daughter's eyes gently, not wanting to press too hard and scare them further. He quickly surveyed the charred corpse before him. The tail and armor of the body were still smoldering, revealing it to be a guard from the Silver Dragon clan. Without a doubt, the Silver Dragon sanctuary had been attacked. But why now, of all times? He muttered, hearing hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Your Highness, are you and the princesses unharmed? It was Milan, rushing towards them. When she saw the corpse of her fellow clansmen in the hallway, her face also showed a look of horror. Leon moved to stand in front of Noya and Muin, shielding them from the sight of the body with his own. Don't look back. Go with Sister Milan back to Mommy's room. Noya's breathing was uneven. Given her intelligence, she had likely deduced what was happening. Nonetheless, she bravely took her sister's hand and, under Milan's protection, returned to Rosvitha's room. Leon then stood up and walked to the broken window, gazing into the distance. Although it was already past dusk and the sky had darkened half an hour ago, a red glow on the horizon ominously signaled that a crisis was looming. The Silver Dragon Sanctuary responded swiftly to the attack. Upon the assault, they immediately mobilized. All elite guards gathered around the sanctuary, and 2 silver dragons began circling above. A commotion of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the hallway. Leon turned his head towards the sound and saw several guards and a maid coming to handle the body. The maid hurried into Rosvitha's bedroom. Leon followed her in. Head maid, it's a surprise attack by the Scarlet Flame Dragon clan, the maid reported, her voice shaking. She bore multiple burn wounds, evidence of a recent battle. Anna's brow furrowed deeply. The Scarlet Flame Dragon clan? Constantine, why would he suddenly attack the Silver Dragon clan? And she glanced at the bed, where the queen was in labor. Rosvitha had her eyes tightly shut, her delicate face covered in sweat, and her expression showed evident pain. And why now, when Her Majesty is at her weakest? But there was no time for Anna to analyze Constantine's motives. The crazed dragon had been wreaking havoc everywhere for the past year, attacking cities and territories without restraint. What happened, Anna? Rosvitha slowly opened her eyes, struggling to speak. Anna pressed her lips together and softly said, We are under a surprise attack by Constantine, Your Majesty. I will arrange for our forces to defend us. Please, focus on the delivery. Everything will be fine. Constantine, no, I need to be with you. Rosvitha's breath was heavy, her silver eyes trembling as she tried to sit up, but the doctor beside her quickly stopped her. Your Majesty, you must not move right now, or it will be dangerous for both you and the baby, the doctor said sternly. Rosvitha collapsed back onto the bed, the pain in her abdomen making it impossible for her to think clearly. But she subconsciously murmured, my daughter, Leon. The maid and the doctor automatically made their way. Leon moved through the crowd and approached the bed, gazing solemnly at the pale-faced Rosvitha. She half opened her eyes, looking at Leon, her lips trembling. Leon, protect our daughter. She knew the strength of Constantine and understood the urgency of the situation. But she also knew that only Leon could protect their daughter, even if it meant risking his own life. "I will, Risvitha, I promise you," he said, his voice firm. He had never made a promise to Risvitha before. This was the first time. He hoped it wouldn't be the last. "Your Highness, for safety, we plan to evacuate Her Majesty from the rear mountain. Please, bring the princesses with us," Anna said. With Risvitha about to give birth, she couldn't give orders, so everything fell on Anna's shoulders. Fortunately, she was up to the task. After a brief panic, Anna immediately devised a plan. The combat strength of the Scarlet Flame Dragon clan was among the best among dragon clans. Moreover, with the queen at her weakest, facing them head-on without a leader wouldn't last long. So, temporary evacuation was the best option. However, Anna underestimated Constantine. This wasn't just a spontaneous attack, it was premeditated. Just as they were about to evacuate Risvitha, the maid at the door came in again to report. "Head maid, the front and back of the sanctuary are surrounded by the Scarlet Flame Dragon clan. Even the secret passages have been destroyed and..." Boom! Before the maid could finish her sentence, everyone heard a deafening explosion from above. The next moment, a massive shadow plummeted from outside the window, crashing heavily into the front courtyard of the Silver Dragon sanctuary. The fall of the dragon's body caused a powerful tremor. Leon steadied himself and tightly held his daughter's hands as he looked out the window. A silver dragon had been pierced through the chest by a fireball, staining the trees and bushes in the courtyard with dragon blood. It was the same dragon guard that had been circling above the sanctuary just moments ago, now slain by the Scarlet Flame Dragon clan. With the fall of the dragon guard, it meant that not only had the ground been surrounded, but the airspace of the Silver Dragon clan had also been seized by them. The speed of the attack was astonishing, as if no tactics, reconnaissance, or intelligence were needed. Anna clenched her fists and bit her lip. Gather all elite guards and swear to defend the sanctuary to the death. At this point, with no way to retreat or escape, there was no other option but to defend to the end. 10 minutes ago, everyone at the Silver Dragon sanctuary had been bustling about with the queen's delivery. 10 minutes later, a war of life and death had erupted without warning. Everything happened so suddenly, like a ludicrous drama. Anna began to issue detailed combat tasks. Order Sherry to command all elite guard units under her. Spare no effort to stop the Scarlet Flame Dragon clan's invasion. Dispatch 4 squads from my maid team to attempt a breakout from the rear mountain. We still prioritize evacuating Her Majesty. At the same time, mobilize all the messenger dragons in the sanctuary. Request assistance from neighboring dragon clans and the Red Dragon clan. Lastly, I will personally head to the battlefield to buy time for Her Majesty's delivery. Is everything clear? Understood, then go and execute. (159) Vol 1ch, 159. This was a lightning-fast assault, as the Crimson Flame Dragon clan broke through the defenses of the Silver Dragon territory at the speed of light, heading straight for the sanctuary. The charred corpse thrown into the Silver Dragon sanctuary served as the first warning bell, signaling the beginning of the war. Outside the sanctuary at this moment, hundreds of giant dragons hovered in the air. Their dragon flames ignited the entire night sky, with the constant roar of dragons echoing and massive dragon corpses falling from the sky. The ground battle was even more brutal. In less than half an hour, the soldiers of the Silver Dragon and the Crimson Flame Dragon clan entered into a bloody, white-hot phase. Magic clashed, swords clashed, and all means were used to the extreme. The earth was stained red with dragon blood, limbs flew, flesh blurred, and as far as the eye could see, there were countless corpses. At this moment, the sky seemed to collapse, as if it were the end of the world. The war between the dragon clans had surpassed the limits of all words could describe in its brutality. 10 kilometers outside the sanctuary, the head maid Anna led the elite members of the maid squad in a desperate battle. Shirley and her cooperated, resisting several attacks from the Crimson Flame Dragon clan. They had not yet transformed into dragon form to fight. Their humanoid form allowed for more precise release of magic, as well as facilitating command and observation of the battlefield. Whereas the dragon form moved slightly slower and was prone to friendly fire in such intense battles. Therefore, in ground combat, the humanoid form had a somewhat greater advantage. Another part of the Silver Dragon Guards seized control of the sky. The Silver Dragon clan had a natural advantage in speed, even if they were not as powerful overall as the Crimson Flame Dragon clan. They could still maintain a competitive edge in aerial combat relying on their speed. The fifth assault by the Crimson Flame Dragon clan was repelled. Anna and Shirley leaned against each other back to back, taking a moment to catch their breath. "Has the encirclement at the rear of the mountain been breached?" Shirley asked. "No, they came prepared, laying ambushes for quite some time. Even the emergency escape tunnels have been destroyed," Anna replied, wiping the blood from her face. "What about reinforcements? Haven't any nearby dragon clans sent troops?" Anna bit her lip and shook her head. "They all fear provoking Constantine. No one dares to send troops to support us." "Fools! If the Silver Dragon clan really falls in the end, do they think Constantine will spare them?" Shirley cursed. As they discussed, a soldier came to report. "Headmaid, Queen Isabella of the Red Dragon clan has replied. They are aware of the situation here, but they are being held back by a portion of the Crimson Flame Dragon clan's forces. It will take at least 3 hours for them to arrive." Held back by the Crimson Flame Dragon clan's forces, Anna's pupils trembled, her thoughts drifting. She remembered His Majesty mentioning some time ago that the Crimson Flame Dragon clan intended to attack the Wind Dragon clan, and the Wind Dragon King sought help from His Majesty's sister, Isabella. However, for the past few months, the war had not erupted, only small-scale conflicts and harassment. But now, with the attack on the Silver Dragon Sanctuary and the arrival of reinforcements from the Red Dragon clan being delayed by the Crimson Flame Dragon clan's forces already stationed there. All of this was planned by Constantine. From the beginning, he had no intention of targeting the Wind Dragon clan or the Red Dragon clan. He only pretended to attack and harass the Wind Dragon clan to divert the attention of several dragon kings over there. And then, he launched the attack on the day of Rosvitha's childbirth, leaving the Silver Dragon Sanctuary isolated and leaderless. While this series of plans was indeed meticulous, Anna couldn't help but wonder about one thing. How did Constantine determine this particular day? "Headmaid, they're coming again." Before Anna could ponder further, the sixth assault by the Crimson Flame Dragon clan ensued. She gritted her teeth and raised her sword, pointing it directly at the approaching Crimson Flame Dragon clan. To defend Her Majesty, the Queen, to the death. The Silver Dragon soldiers shouted and yelled as they engaged once again with the Crimson Flame Dragon clan. Meanwhile, inside the sanctuary, Rosvitha was still in the throes of childbirth. Though she had experienced such pain before, the tearing sensation remained unbearable. Several times, the sound of magical explosions came from the rear mountain, indicating that the squads dispatched by Anna were doing their utmost to break through the encirclement, aiming to secure the safe retreat of Her Majesty, the Crown Prince, and the 2 princesses. Moments later, the door was opened and a maid hurried in. She looked around and realized Anna wasn't there. With Rosvitha unable to issue commands at the moment, the maid approached Leon. "My lord, we've opened a way out. All the Crimson Flame Dragon clan forces on that route have withdrawn. Her Majesty the Queen can leave from there." Upon hearing this news, the maids and doctors in the bedroom all breathed a sigh of relief. Breaking the encirclement meant they could safely evacuate Her Majesty. However, Leon didn't immediately instruct them to take Rosvitha away. Frowning in thought, he murmured, "Something's not right." "What's wrong, my lord?" a doctor asked. Leon walked to the balcony, turning back to look at the maid who delivered the message. Over an hour ago, the Crimson Flame Dragon clan had the rear mountain completely sealed off. Not even a fly could get through. Now, they suddenly withdraw from the route. Clearly, something's not right. Where did they withdraw from? The maid hesitated, then pursed her lips, walking over to Leon and pointing to a small path on the rear mountain. Leon squinted slightly. "Are you sure it's there? All the Crimson Flame Dragon clan forces have withdrawn from that route. After a moment's hesitation, the maid nodded. Yes, I'm sure. Leon furrowed his brow tightly. Then, he slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, brilliant lightning flashed above the path the maid had just pointed to. Beneath the lightning, several crimson dragons emerged from the forest, spewing dragon flames toward the source of the lightning, as if they thought it was a trap. Unfortunately, it was just a birthday wish. If the maids had indeed taken Risvitha to retreat through that path just now, they would have fallen into an ambush by these crimson dragons. Leon turned his head slowly, coldly looking at the maid. When fighting, you must use your brains. The maid panicked, quickly half-kneeling down. My lord, it's the negligence of the subordinate deserves death. Leon ignored her, turning to walk towards his two daughters. The other maids and doctors quieted down, looking at each other, unsure of what to say. If it hadn't been for the cautious reminder from the prince just now, they might have made a grave mistake. After calming their emotions, they resumed caring for Risvitha in labor, while Leon said nothing further. Leon didn't understand the Silver Dragon clan's tactical deployments, nor was it appropriate for him to issue any strategic commands. However, he could still discern the deceitful tactics employed during battles. The Empire once hailed him as the greatest dragon slayer, not just because of the number of dragons he had killed, but also because of his command ability, strategic planning, and deployment of troops. Leon excelled in all these aspects. But since Anna had already arranged everything for the battle plan, he couldn't usurp her command at this moment. Doing so might disrupt the rhythm of the entire Silver Dragon army. Moreover, Anna had some skills of her own. In such a critical situation of sudden attack and leadership vacuum, there weren't many better options than Anna. With his arms crossed, Leon gazed at the brutal battlefield ahead. The Silver Dragon clan seemed to be gradually gaining the upper hand. On the battlefield, Shirley pierced a crimson flame dragon's chest with her sword, then flung his body aside. She then glanced back at the gates of the sanctuary, realizing they had pushed forward about 7 kilometers more than 2 hours ago. Excellent, the encirclement by the Crimson Flame Dragon clan was slowly collapsing. Perhaps they could really hold out. However, just when everything seemed to be going well, something unexpected was about to happen. Shirley's face hadn't even had a chance to display a temporary smile of victory when she noticed the shadows on the ground growing darker and thicker. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, and fear exploded in her heart. Trembling all over like a rusty machine, she slowly turned around. Somewhere along the way, the entire sky had been obscured by a pair of colossal dragon wings. The next moment, a powerful gust of wind struck, forcing Shirley to bend down. A deep dragon breath swept across the battlefield, and the crimson wings and long tail proclaimed the identity of this enormous dragon. The oppressive sensation, penetrating to the marrow and soul, left all the dragons present gasping for air. Crash! Shirley's longsword fell to the ground, and she lifted her head dazedly. Her silver dragon eyes gazed at the majestic and stern Dragon King, her pupils gradually losing focus. Constantine. Crimson Flame Dragon King, Constantine, had personally arrived on the battlefield. Fear instantly permeated Shirley, and she didn't even react until the cluster of fierce dragon flames was about to engulf her. Fortunately, Anna reacted swiftly, grabbing her collar from behind and pulling her back from the brink of death. Shirley collapsed to the ground, pain helping her regain her senses. Report back, Constantine has appeared. Full force to accelerate breaking through the encirclement at the rear mountain, Anna ordered. This command meant that the battle here would soon end with Constantine's arrival. The gap in strength between a dragon king-level opponent and elite dragons like Anna was like an unbridgeable chasm. So, since defeat on the front lines was only a matter of time, they had to break through the rear mountain with all their might. They might not be able to save the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, but at least they had to save Her Majesty's life. Anna watched Shirley's figure, feeling somewhat relieved. You're right, Your Majesty. A dragon's life is too long. I now, like you, prefer transient beauty, she said, then turned to face Constantine, spreading her wings behind her, transforming into her dragon form. However, even in dragon form, she was only 1/4 the size of Dragon King Constantine. Before him, Anna was like a praying mantis trying to stop a car. But she wouldn't back down. Every member of the Maid Corps had sworn to protect Her Majesty the Queen at all costs. Anna vibrated her wings and charged forward towards the towering enemy like a mountain. Like a moth to a flame, knowing it was a perilous journey, yet still pressing forward. Dragon flames gathered in her mouth and erupted. Constantine's crimson dragon eyes sneered, merely flapping his wings to shatter Anna's full-force dragon flames. Anna even felt the shockwave, but after adjusting her posture in the air, she launched another attack towards Constantine. Several fireballs struck Constantine's dragon body, but seemed unable to leave a mark on his scales. The massive body slowly moved towards the sanctuary, completely ignoring Anna and other Silver Dragon soldiers' attacks. Seeing that magic attacks were completely ineffective, Anna roared and positioned herself in front of the Crimson Flame Dragon King. She vigorously flapped her wings, using her own body as a weapon, regardless of consequences, crashing into Constantine. But to Constantine, such an attack was like a flea challenging a tree. He raised his sharp and massive dragon claw, effortlessly pinning Anna to the ground. His claw pierced Anna's wings, blood flowing uncontrollably. Despite being firmly held down, Anna still attempted to counterattack, struggling and continuously spewing dragon flames at Constantine. But it was all in vain. Realizing the absolute gap in strength between herself and Constantine, Anna was stunned. She could hardly believe that a dragon could be so powerful. But only a dragon king with such terrifying power would dare to recklessly attack other dragon clans, right? Despair gradually enveloped Anna and the entire Silver Dragon army. From the moment Constantine appeared on the battlefield, everything seemed to be predetermined. Inside the sanctuary, silence reigned, the atmosphere sinking to its lowest point. Muen held back her tears, burying her little face in her sister's embrace, gripping her clothes tightly. Noya's hands trembled. The apocalyptic scene before her was far beyond what a child could bear. But she still held onto her sister, comforting her. Milan and the other maids looked at Anna, ravaged and trampled, and at the unmatched Crimson Flame Dragon King, all silent. It seemed there was no longer any need to struggle. Rosvitha opened her eyes amidst the pain, feeling a powerful presence on the battlefield. A presence unique to a dragon king. She knew Constantine had arrived. The dragon hero who had expanded the territory for the dragon race thousands of years ago, his strength stood out among all dragon kings. Your Majesty, Milan lowered her head, unable to look at Rosvitha, I'm sorry, but we probably have already lost. No one can kill a dragon king of Constantine's caliber, no one. No one contradicted her statement. Because it was an accepted fact, only Milan dared to speak it out loud. Kill the dragon king. Rosvitha murmured these 4 words, clutching the sheet beneath her as she endured the intense pain in her abdomen. Kill the dragon king? Isn't that someone's specialty? What did you say, Your Majesty? The doctor nearby didn't catch it clearly. Rosvitha closed her eyes, a weary and resigned smile appearing on her pale face. At this point, there was no other way. She softly called out the name of the man, Leon. He responded, walking to Rosvitha's bedside, his expression still serious as he looked at her. I have no choice, Leon, I have no choice. She looked at the man who was once her adversary, her silver eyes filled with helplessness. Leon remained silent, but Rosvitha could see his answer in his eyes. She closed her eyes, a tear rolling down her cheek, dampening the pillow. You know where I've put your things? The key is in the 2nd drawer. Leon nodded, opening the drawer and retrieving a key. Then he bypassed the crowd and walked to Neuer and Muen, crouching down halfway. He first squeezed Muen's cold little hand, then looked at Noya. Father and daughter locked eyes, as if there were thousands of words they wanted to say to each other. But in the end, Leon simply said, Take care of your sister and mother, you can do it. Daddy, you'll come back, right? Noya asked, trembling. Yeah, I'll come back. We promised to go to the beach together, didn't we? He patted Noya's head, saying no more, standing up and walking towards the door. Leon, Leon, Rosvitha's weak voice came. Leon paused at the door, half turning back, responding in a deep voice, "I know, leave it to me." With that said, he didn't linger, opening the door and swiftly leaving the sanctuary. He arrived at Rosvitha's secret vault, using the key to unlock the door. Stepping down the stairs, he walked towards the innermost part. There, he found a wooden chest and opened it, revealing a set of black armor inside. As if reuniting with an old friend, Leon reached out, his fingertips gently tracing over the chest plate of the black and gold armor. "Old friend, accompany me in madness once more." 160. Vol 1ch, 160. The situation of the Dragon King personally appearing on the battlefield is not common. There are only two situations that can make the Dragon King personally join the battle. Either it is necessary to win this war, or the opponent's Dragon King-level power has already appeared. Anna couldn't understand why the Crimson Flame Dragon clan felt the need to seize the Silver Dragon territory. There had been no grievances between the two major dragon clans for thousands of years, so why did they suddenly launch an attack? Pinned to the ground by Constantine's dragon claw, Anna's dragon blood was nearly drained, and she was barely clinging to life. She didn't know if His Majesty had successfully evacuated, if the two princesses were safe, or if the prince, who seemed to lack combat strength, could take care of his wife and child. Anna's body was on the brink of collapse, knowing she couldn't withstand Constantine's next attack. Yet, even so, she still tried to resist. Fragile dragon flames spewed from her mouth, but unfortunately, Constantine couldn't be bothered to dodge or defend against such feeble attacks. Constantine looked down at Anna with arrogance and disdain in his crimson dragon eyes. Slowly gathering highly concentrated dragon flames in his mouth, he intended to end Anna's suffering. Finally ceasing her struggle, Anna slowly closed her eyes. Hundreds of silver dragons rushed toward Constantine regardless, but with Anna, the temporary leader, defeated and the army in disarray without a commander, their assault was akin to suicide. As the heat gradually engulfed everything, amidst the fiery red, Anna seemed to catch a glimpse of the true Grim Reaper. But suddenly, sharp bird cries pierced her ears. The next moment, the dragon flames that were about to engulf Anna were dispersed with a single strike. She opened her eyes, not understanding what had happened. But looking at Constantine's reaction, could it be the Majesty coming to support? No, that's impossible. The Majesty is still in childbirth. There's no way she could come here in such a situation. But who else could easily defeat Constantine's dragon flames other than the Majesty? Constantine slowly lifted his dragon head, revealing a long trench pierced by lightning ahead, with dozens of crimson dragon corpses lying on either side. At the other end of this trench, in front of the gate of the Silver Dragon Temple, stood a slender figure. Clad in black-silver armor, surrounded by flickering lightning, undoubtedly, that person, in an instant, killed several crimson flame dragons and interrupted Constantine's fatal blow to Anna. Constantine narrowed his dragon eyes slightly. So that's the target they talked about. It seems indeed formidable. Leon slowly stepped forward, calmly walking towards the battlefield ahead. The silver paint on the surface of his black-gold battle chariot gradually dried. This was a simple disguise he made before coming to the battlefield to conceal his human identity. The paint was easy to find. He used a lot of such paint when making cubes for Noya and Muin. During the war years, most dragons only recognized this black armor. Although the disguise he made now was a bit rough, it was better than doing nothing. Moreover, it was nighttime, and it was difficult to detect flaws from a distance. The recent attack also consumed some of the magic stored in the dragon tattoo on Leon's armor. He raised his hand and felt the remaining magic power at this moment. Then he looked up at the massive Constantine in front of him. After a quick calculation, he thought, there shouldn't be any problem killing him before my magic runs out. Initially, when Leon saw the Silver Dragon clan gradually gaining the upper hand, he thought there was no need for him to intervene. He could just stay by Rosvitha and his daughters, serving as the final line of defense. But it wasn't until Constantine descended upon the battlefield, reclaiming the advantage with overwhelming strength, that Leon realized how much this insane male dragon desired victory in this war. Well, if Constantine desired victory so much, then Leon couldn't possibly let him have it. Going head-to-head with dragons was Leon's specialty. He scanned the battlefield littered with bodies, estimated the number of crimson flame dragons, and secretly thought to himself that it was fortunate he hadn't acted earlier. Otherwise, he might have wasted his magic power, and now he probably wouldn't have the confidence to face Constantine, the Dragon King. In a situation where his blue bar was limited, if all skills were used to clear minions, what would be left when facing the boss? That's nonsense. As Leon stepped onto the battlefield, the Crimson Flame Dragon clan also reacted. Several red dragons pounced toward him. They used their bodies to form a cage, trapping Leon firmly within. Then, they gathered dragon flames, intending to burn Leon alive in this cage. Constantine was also surprised by the courage of this human. How could he dare to walk straight over like that? Was he insane? But the fact proved that Constantine was overly cautious. Through the cracks of the cage, in front, several flashes of lightning surged forth. In the next moment, powerful lightning magic sent those crimson flame dragons flying in all directions. Meanwhile, Leon remained steadfastly in place, enveloped in scorching lightning. In that moment, his innate desire for dragon blood was reignited. A tremendous pressure emanated from him, and in the eyes of the dragons, his small figure seemed like a thunder god incarnate. Not only did the Crimson Flame Dragon clan feel intimidated, but even the Silver Dragon soldiers felt a hint of fear toward this ally they had never seen before. Without transforming into dragon form, he can unleash such powerful magic with just his slender human form. Is he the newly cultivated Dragon King of the Silver Dragon clan? And the pressure emanating from him, it feels familiar somehow. Who is inside that armor? The Crimson Dragon warriors couldn't help but discuss. But with a roar from Constantine, all astonishment and panic were suppressed. Whoever he is, kill him. At Constantine's command, dozens of crimson dragons once again attacked Leon. The sharp bird cries resounded once more. Leon slightly opened his arms, gathering thunder magic 1,000 birds in each hand. He gradually lowered his body, and his steps quickened. Both sides rushed toward each other at lightning speed, engaging in close combat. Leon, like a blade forged of lightning, cut through the dragon's horde. Blood splattered, lightning flashed, and amidst the cries of the 1,000 birds, mingled the roars and wails of the Crimson Flame Dragon clan. The pain inflicted by lightning was far beyond that of swords. The silver-black armored figure moved through the battlefield like a force of nature, leaving death and destruction in its wake. With every step he took, he crushed countless bones and spilled blood. It was a one-sided massacre, where both human and dragon forms appeared frail and powerless against the unmatched lightning. Yet, this wasn't even Leon's full power. He simply aimed to deal with Constantine before his magic ran out, and he had to dispose of these obstructive minions along the way. Inside the temple, Noya widened her eyes in horror. She could hardly believe that the meat grinder on the battlefield was her father. The gentleman who spoke softly, cooked, did household chores, and took care of her mother seemed like a completely different person. Although Noya had sensed before that her father might be very capable, seeing it firsthand today made her wonder if he had become too powerful. "I thought His Highness wasn't good at fighting," murmured a maid. "Yeah, I've never seen His Highness on the battlefield before. Is there a possibility that any dragon who has seen His Highness on the battlefield has been eliminated by him?" Risvitha lay on the bed, silently listening to her subordinates discuss that man. She closed her eyes, and her frantic heart gradually calmed down. This is the real you, Leon Casmode. On the battlefield, Leon stepped on the head of a crimson dragon, using it as leverage to leap into the air. He raised his right hand high, gathering the mighty power of lightning. S-rank thunder magic, heavenly thunder annihilation. Leon was no longer interested in continuing to waste time with these foot soldiers. With a thunderous strike, he instantly reduced the surrounding Crimson Flame Dragon clan to ashes. He landed lightly on the ground and glanced around before finally looking at Shirley not far away. You take your people to clean up the remaining crimson flame dragons. Shirley was taken aback. The voice under the armor sounded very familiar. Your Highness. What, do you want me to sign something for you? And no, I mean. Say whatever you want after I kill Constantine. Hurry up and execute the order. Yes, Your Highness. Shirley led the remaining Silver Dragon soldiers back into the fray with the enemy. Leon's recent waves of attacks had already turned the tide back in their favor. He couldn't keep wasting his magic on foot soldiers, and these Silver Dragon soldiers couldn't just stand by and watch. They needed to lend a hand. So what's next? Leon turned back, looking at the hundreds of meters away, where the crimson giant dragon loomed. It was time for the main course. Constantine also realized that this battle wouldn't be won so easily. He released Anna and transformed into his human form, taking on the appearance of a man with red hair and red eyes, dressed in a long robe. Leon and Constantine slowly approached each other. When they were about 10 meters apart, they both stopped. They scrutinized each other in silence for a moment before Constantine spoke first. I didn't expect you to actually make a move. In his words, Leon was slightly surprised. Although it was a short sentence, it contained a lot of information. At least it indicated that Constantine already knew there was a human under the armor. But Leon had only fought against the soldiers of the Crimson Flame Dragon clan before, and had never seen this Dragon King. How did Constantine know about him? You, once hailed as the Empire's strongest dragon slayer, would actually lend a hand to the dragon race. Isn't that somewhat ironic? Constantine said calmly. He not only knew there was a human under the armor, but had also confirmed Leon's identity. Unexplainably, Leon always felt that the sudden attack by the Scarlet Flame Dragon clan was not merely about expanding territory. Behind this, there seemed to be a larger conspiracy. But now, the situation was urgent, and Leon didn't have time to dwell on this issue. He suppressed his astonishment and replied calmly, I can't be bothered with the infighting among your dragon race, but if you keep going, you'll end up hurting my wife and children, and that changes the situation. Wife and children, Casmode, once the strongest has a weak spot, he is no longer the strongest. Leon slowly raised his right hand, gathering lightning in his palm once again. The blue light reflected off the blood-stained helmet, and the man under the armor replied, each word deliberate, Constantine, I will show you what it means to be the strongest. And they are not weak spots. Before he finished speaking, Leon disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already blitzed towards Constantine at lightning speed from his flank. They are family. Dragons have scales, touching them means death. Birdsong erupted as Constantine leaped away, 1,000 birds crashing into the ground, stirring up billowing dust. Before Constantine could prepare to counterattack, Leon burst out from the dust cloud, charging straight at him. Fast, Constantine exclaimed inwardly. Being able to match the speed of the Silver Dragon Queen was certainly fast. Constantine didn't have time to launch an attack, so he could only spread his dragon wings in a defensive posture. This was a unique fighting style of the dragon race. If you can't win, open up and shrink back. Leon's countless combat experiences and muscle memories were all awakened. He adjusted his posture in time, stepping onto Constantine's dragon wing, then jumping into the air and circling behind Constantine. Before Constantine could react, a lightning strike was thrust out, solidly hitting Constantine's back. When dragons use their wings for defense, their back becomes the biggest vulnerability. But should we be surprised by the Dragon King? At such close range, a lightning strike should have pierced Constantine's body. However, in Leon's view, if the lightning strike didn't pierce the enemy's body, it meant the enemy was quite formidable, and he needed to put in more effort. But little did he know, Constantine's back had already been severely injured by that lightning strike. Leon withdrew his attack and distanced himself from Constantine. Constantine was panting heavily, spreading his dragon wings and slowly turning around. His crimson dragon eyes were filled with rage. Casmode, you've angered me. Is that so? Then killing you will surely calm you down. Human, you will pay the price for your arrogance with your life. With a deafening roar, Constantine transformed once again into his dragon form. Leon's human body appeared thin and weak before him. A massive shadow loomed over Leon, but he had long been accustomed to such scenes. He had seen bigger dragon kings. How could Constantine possibly scare him? The crimson dragon flapped its wings, raising its head high. Then, 3 huge magic arrays lit up behind him. Within the magic arrays, the powers of ice, fire, and wind converged into countless blades, all thrusting towards Leon. Yet Leon didn't dodge or evade. He intended to counterattack head-on. He had the skill and courage to make a desperate attempt without wasting time on maneuvers. The power of lightning filled his body, greatly enhancing Leon's defense and speed. He maneuvered agilely through the rain of elemental blades. Even if hit, the powerful lightning would shatter them. Leon became faster with every dodge, transforming into a blur of blue lightning, launching a near-invisible assault on the massive forelimb of Constantine. Constantine attempted to withdraw, but it was too late. Surging with lightning, Leon unleashed a torrent of thunder elements from within him. The dragon tattoo on his chest began to shimmer with an unprecedented deep blue light. In an instant, Constantine's entire left forelimb was numb and devoid of sensation. Lowering his head, Constantine continuously spewed dragon flames towards Leon beneath him, trying to drive him away. However, Leon's speed far exceeded his expectations. Before the numbness in his forelimb could fade, Leon stepped onto his knee, effortlessly leaping onto his back. Standing on Constantine's dragon back, Leon raised his right hand high. The dim night sky instantly gathered thick clouds. Within the clouds, thunder rolled and lightning flashed. At this moment, Leon seemed like a deity harnessing lightning. The most tumultuous, violent, and uncontrollable element in nature was being wielded by him with astonishing mastery. S-rank thunder magic, Thousand Thunder Heaven's Call. Boom! Roar! The terrifying thunder struck down fiercely, accompanied by a painful roar from Constantine. His spine, his entire torso, lost all sensation. How could a human possibly be this powerful? Constantine desperately flapped his dragon wings, struggling to shake Leon off his back. But Leon, at this moment, was like a cold-hearted butcher. All he wanted to do was kill the beast beneath him. The previous Thousand Thunder Heaven's Call had consumed much of his magic power, so. This is the final blow, Constantine. Leon clasped his hands together, then slowly separated them, shaping the lightning in his palms into the form of a longsword. Gripping the thunder sword, he ruthlessly pierced through the scales on Constantine's back. Flesh and blood intertwined, the Dragon King's lament. This was the most wonderful moment for Leon Kazmode, the strongest dragon slayer. However, it didn't end there. Leon tightened his grip on the thunder sword and raced across Constantine's broad dragon back. The blade slashed along his spine towards his neck. Wherever Leon went, lightning flashed, flesh and blood flew, scales shattered. Constantine's lament brought the 2 dragon clans, still locked in battle, to a halt. Both the Scarlet Flame Dragon Clan and the Silver Dragon Clan stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Constantine's massive body lay prone on the ground like a collapsed mountain, dragon blood forming rivers flowing down his back. His proud head drooped weakly after a brief struggle. Before the dragons on the battlefield could comprehend what they were seeing, a figure slowly appeared on Constantine's dragon head. Leon gripped the thunder sword in his right hand, lifting his leg to step onto Constantine's forehead. After a night of fierce battle, it was already dawn. The sun rose slowly from the horizon, dispelling the darkness and cold. Its rays bathed the silver-black armor as if giving him a baptism. All the dragons looked at him, their gazes filled with fear, surprise, or resentment, but he didn't care. Everything he did was to protect his family. Maintain this false family. It was a promise he made with Rosvitha. He slowly swung the thunder sword and chopped off Constantine's dragon horn. Constantine breathed weakly. Leon crouched down slowly above him, looking at the gradually dissipating dragon pupils, and said calmly, "I told you, I will show you what it means to be the strongest." 161. Vol 1ch, 161. The giant dragon beneath his feet let out its last breath and then became lifeless. One of the oldest surviving dragon kings, representing the burning, scarlet flame, had fallen. Undoubtedly, Constantine was one of the top 3 most powerful dragon kings Leon had slain to date. If circumstances allowed, Leon would have loved to have a few more rounds with such a formidable opponent. But unfortunately, Leon had matters at home and couldn't afford to spend too much time here. He had to make it a quick fight and hurry home. After all, he was eager to have a second child. What? You say it's because Master Lei had just used up all his mana and didn't dare to prolong the battle. Then Master Lei can only tell you this. If you're weak, just practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. The past is the past, now is now. If you keep comparing me to when I ran out of mana, why don't you compare me to when I was slaying dragon kings everywhere? Leon leaped from Constantine's dragon head. The injured Shirley, holding her right shoulder, limped forward, accompanied by several silver dragon warriors. Your Highness, I didn't know you were this powerful, Shirley said in amazement. Nonsense. 3 years ago, I might have even fought your silver dragonkin. Do I need to tell you that too? Leon removed his helmet, revealing that most of his black hair and face were covered in blood that had seeped through the gaps in his armor. Normally, this appearance would be quite terrifying, but on the battlefield, where losing limbs was common, a bit of blood was nothing. It was all minor. Leon tucked the helmet under his arm and surveyed the surrounding battlefield. With Constantine fallen, the soldiers of the Scarlet Flame Dragon clan were now leaderless, fleeing in disarray. However, the Silver Dragon clan had also suffered significant casualties, and Anna, not far off, was critically wounded and in need of urgent medical attention. Pursuing the remnants of the enemy forces now could result in unnecessary losses. After a brief consideration, Leon said, "The battle here is essentially over. Do not pursue the remnants. Focus on reorganizing. Deal with Constantine's corpse and chop off his dragon head to hang at the border of the Silver Dragon territory. Then, dispatch the remaining elite soldiers to the back mountain for defense in case of a surprise attack from the enemy's remnants." Lastly, he looked at Anna, who had just been severely wounded by Constantine. "If you don't send out medical personnel now, your head maid is going to join Constantine on the other side." Shirley snapped back to reality, quickly dragging her injured body towards Anna. "Head maid, please hold on. The medical team is coming right away." "Anna, I'm tired. Let's just destroy everything. Living is good, but dying isn't a big deal either." The Silver Dragons sprang into action, beheading where needed and rescuing the wounded. Some soldiers gathered in a circle, stacking their tails together like a totem pole, as if part of some celebratory ritual. Seeing this, Leon grinned and couldn't help but comment, "What a romantic way to celebrate." He looked away and, with heavy steps, began to make his way towards the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. "Damn, you Silver Dragons really have no manners. I went through all that trouble to help you take down Constantine, and not one of you is here to send me back." Leon grumbled internally. "If this is how you treat me, next time someone attacks, I might just lie down by the spring and do nothing." Just as he was brooding, he heard footsteps approaching from ahead. He looked up to see Milan, followed by several Dragon Clan guards carrying a stretcher. The yoga instructor and the guards ran up to Leon and placed the stretcher on the ground in front of him. Leon was taken aback and glanced at the stretcher. This isn't for me, is it?" "Yes, Your Highness. Please lie down," Milan said seriously. "I don't think I'm in bad enough shape to need a stretcher." Leon had been through countless battles and had only ever used a stretcher once, and it wasn't even due to combat injuries. It was back when he first joined the dragon-slaying army. One evening, he had the misfortune of eating a nightmarish meal of eggplant and carrots. That night, the future strongest dragon slayer was carried to the hospital on a stretcher. That incident had his mentor teasing him for a full 2 weeks with, defeated before even starting, with eggplant and carrot tears filling his chest. Ah well, a hero doesn't dwell on past glories. Leon sighed, pulling his thoughts back to the present, and obediently lay down on the stretcher. After all, if they were calling him Your Highness so respectfully, he might as well enjoy some princely treatment. Two guards lifted the stretcher, one at the front and one at the back, and carried Leon towards the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. When they reached the front yard of the sanctuary, Leon motioned for them to put him down. "It's all right, Your Highness, we can carry you up," one of the guards offered. Leon waved his hand dismissively. "No, it's fine, I can go up on my own." Even though his mana had been completely drained within half an hour, leaving him utterly exhausted, he couldn't really be carried in on a stretcher. If his daughters saw him like that, they would surely think their dad was seriously injured. In some ways, Leon had a penchant for showing strength. He believed that, as a competent father or husband, no matter what he went through outside, he had to be in his best condition when he stepped through the door to face his family. So what if he had just slain the unbeatable Scarlet Flame, Dragon King? In the past, he might have flaunted Constantine's dragon horn to his comrades, boasting, "Look at this, my super special achievement," and basked in their envious gazes. But now, he just wanted to go back and hug Noya and Muin and check on his wife in labor. Stripping off his armor and shedding the lightning, he transformed back into a good dad for his daughters and Rhysvitha's pretend husband. Clang! The sound of his iron boots echoed on the stone steps of the sanctuary as he trudged forward slowly and heavily. Upon entering the sanctuary, before stepping into Rhysvitha's bedroom, he removed his black gold armor and placed it temporarily in the adjacent nursery. It was also a chance for his old friend to see the house he had lived in for the past year. "Black gold chariot, thank you very much indeed." He took the opportunity to wash the blood off his face in the bathroom of the nursery. It wouldn't be good to scare his daughters. After tidying up, Leon headed towards Rhysvitha's bedroom. Several doctors were still gathered around Rhysvitha's bed. Upon hearing the door open, Noya peeked her little head out from the balcony. Seeing Leon, she immediately pulled her sister's hand and ran over. "Daddy." The two little dragon girls hugged him from both sides, burying their heads in his waist. Leon, barely able to stand, braced himself and returned their embrace as best as he could. He patted their heads and asked in a light-hearted tone, "Is Daddy handsome?" "Handsome, handsome, handsome. Daddy is the handsomest." Noya showered him with admiration and praise. Muin, shaking the little tuft of hair on top of her head, added, "Daddy is the second strongest dragon Muin has ever seen." Leon blinked. "Who's the first?" "It's Mommy, because Daddy always listens to Mommy," the little dragon girl replied earnestly. "The strongest in the universe is not the Super Saiyan, but the Super Saiyan's wife." Well, that makes sense. However, Leon felt a bit puzzled. Do I really seem like I'm under my wife's thumb? No way, I'd say we're equals. I often beat her one-on-one. Oh, speaking of her. Leon glanced towards the bedroom. The doctors by the bed respectfully made way for him. The baby's cries from the large bed seemed to announce everything. His two daughters also obediently let go of his hands. Leon stepped towards the bed. The silver-haired beauty lay weakly on the bed, her hair slightly disheveled, with some strands sticking to her cheeks. Beside her was a newborn baby swaddled in a blanket. His heart swelled with a mix of relief and joy. He carefully approached, his eyes softening at the sight of Rhysvitha and their newborn child. The room was filled with a sense of peace and new beginnings, as Leon knelt by the bed, tenderly brushing the hair away from Rhysvitha's face, and then gently touching the tiny hand of his newborn. "Welcome to the world," he whispered, overwhelmed with gratitude for his family. The baby's incessant cries filled the room, eagerly inhaling the fresh air of this new world. Dawn's first light poured in through the window, and the morning breeze gently stirred the thin curtains. In the midst of those cries, black and silver eyes met, locking onto each other. At that moment, words seemed powerless and unnecessary. Just being immersed in each other's gaze provided a comfort and understanding that surpassed any spoken words. "162. Vol 1ch, 162. The doctors conscientiously left Rhysvitha's bedroom. The two little ones also obediently waited aside, leaving this hard-earned peace to their parents. By the large bed, a man and a dragon gazed at each other. After a moment of eye contact, Leon's gaze fell on the baby. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask something. But there were too many questions, and for a moment, he didn't know where to start. Just 10 minutes ago, he was a decisive war god on the battlefield. But now, facing his wife and newborn baby, he seemed a bit hesitant and cautious. Leon had never welcomed the birth of a new life before. To be honest, this should count as his first experience of the exhilarating feeling of "I'm a dad now." After all, when Noya and Muin were born, he was still in a coma. The first time he saw Muin, it felt like he was suddenly made a father, which was completely different from the feeling of welcoming a new baby now. Of course, Leon would never favor one over the other because of this. His love for his daughters was equal and unbiased. But now, he needed to think of a way to adjust his mindset and say something appropriate. Seeing Leon's awkwardness in trying to find the right words, Rishvitha smiled wearily and decided to break the silence first. "It's a girl." Leon's eyes lit up. "Oh, that's really great. Daughters are dear, daughters are good, daughters are daddy's little sweethearts." Although they already had 2 little sweethearts at home, there isn't a father in the world who would refuse another one. Leon appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was so happy that he wanted to dig up Constantine from his grave and kill him all over again. "Do you want to hold her?" Rishvitha asked. Leon panicked and hurriedly wiped the dust and blood stains off himself. Rishvitha smiled faintly. "It's okay. Our little daughter won't mind daddy's appearance, right? Come on, hold her, She tried to pick up the baby and hand her to Leon, but being weak from childbirth made even sitting up quite difficult. In the end, Rishvitha had to give up. "I can't sit up. You come and hold her. You know how to hold a baby, right?" I've never learned." Rishvitha gave him a playful glare. "Silly, then I'll teach you." Muin beside them wanted to raise her hand and say that daddy often holds her, but when she thought that her new sister might be different in size, and daddy seemed eager for mommy to teach him how to hold the baby, she simply closed her mouth silently. After all, she was now a big sister. What was that phrase again? Oh right, she needed to learn to seize the moment, speak when necessary, and keep quiet when not needed. You first support the baby's neck with one hand, then support her bottom with the other, and finally let the baby rest in the crook of your arm, Rishvitha explained. Leon carefully followed her instructions while saying, "You seem very skilled at this. Do you think a woman who raised twins wouldn't know how to hold a baby?" "I'm praising you." Leon lifted the baby daughter, following Rishvitha's instructions, letting her rest in the crook of his arm. Actually, for any dad who has had a second baby, this action is quite simple. But for Leon, it was almost as difficult as his first dragon slayer. Watching him being so cautious and nervous, you'd think he was holding a stick of TNT instead of his newborn daughter. But Rishvitha didn't tease him. At times like this, you have to be patient with the silly dragon slayer. She quietly waited for Leon to get used to holding the baby, then asked, "How does it feel? Isn't it quite simple?" Leon nodded. The baby was light, but in Leon's arms, she felt like a ton of bricks. Her chubby little cheeks were adorable, and as she nestled in her father's embrace, she gradually stopped crying. Leon felt a surge of joy. Rishvitha was right before. When Noya and Muin were babies and couldn't be soothed easily, she would place them next to Leon, even when he was still in a coma, and they would stop crying quickly. And now, this baby was the same. Leon seemed to always bring a sense of security to those around him. Looking at his little daughter in his arms, after a long while, Leon spoke up. "She looks like me." Rishvitha. "No, she clearly looks more like me." "Come on, you just gave birth and your head is all dizzy. Our daughter looks more like me," Leon argued logically. "You." All right, Casmode's pretty good. I'll let you off this time, considering your efforts in guarding the home. But when it comes to the third baby..." "Wait a second, what third baby? There's no third one, no." Rishvitha retreated under the covers, half her face hidden, only her beautiful eyes and delicate little nose tip peeking out. "Oh, right." Rishvitha's voice sounded muffled from under the covers. "Ahem." Leon's attention was entirely focused on the little baby. He responded verbally, but his gaze never left the baby. How's that crazy dragon of Constantine, S? Baby tilde call dad tilde come on, dad tilde tilde tilde. The second baby, do I look like I can talk now? Isn't this a bit too much pressure, father? Risvitha rolled her eyes in silence. Leon, I'm asking you a question. How's the battle going? Are you hurt? Actually, she was trying to steer the conversation to the point of asking, Leon, are you injured? But this stupid man couldn't take his eyes off his little daughter. Serves him right for being a daughter slave. I'm not hurt. As for Constantine, just a fatal wound. Just a fatal wound. Risvitha muttered, inwardly marveling at what Leon was like in his prime. After killing a dragon king like Constantine without sustaining any serious injuries, coming back home to cuddle his daughter, tease his wife, and comfort the second baby was a piece of cake for Leon. This kind of man, who's strong to the point of being abnormal, I guess besides finding a mole to backstab him, there's hardly any other way to defeat him head-on. Look at this nose, look at these ears, look at this mouth. Leon was playing a matching game beside them. Risvitha blinked. What's wrong? No matter how you look at it, she looks just like me. Leon had a proud father's smile on his face. Risvitha almost wanted to roll her eyes so hard they'd go to the sky. It's fine if she looks like you in other places, but her mouth definitely shouldn't be like yours. Why? With your stubborn mouth, what good is it? Is my mouth stubborn? When did my mouth become stubborn? Leon turned to look at their two eavesdropping daughters. Noya Muin, is daddy's mouth stubborn? Noya and Muin, letter A1F4 humtums. Ignorant, my youngest daughter is obedient and won't join them in their mischief. With that, Leon lowered his head, looking at his little daughter with indulgence and satisfaction. You'll always support daddy in the future, won't you? As soon as he heard this, the baby, who had just stopped crying, suddenly started wailing again. Waya tilde tilde. Leon. All right, it seems there's no place for Casmode here anymore. Is that right? A third child, huh? Let's see about having a third child. Isn't it just like drawing cards? We humans excel at that. (163). Vol 1ch, 163. The doctors examined Risvitha's body and, after confirming no adverse reactions, left behind several doses of medicine to expedite her recovery and some postpartum care instructions before departing. The two little dragon girls also stopped their gossiping and eagerly approached the bedside to see their new sister. She's so tiny, feels like she could be punched far away. Noya's tone was quite serious. Leon knew she was emphasizing the baby's smallness, but the wording was a bit too draconic. Oh dear sister, don't scare the little one. Muin's gaze fell on the baby, adding, one punch might not be enough, it might take two. All right, you two just bully the little sister who can't understand what you're saying right now. If she could understand, you'd probably get a spanking with the cord just cut off. In the bedroom at this moment, Risvitha lay on her side on the bed. Leon held the baby and sat on the edge of the bed. The two daughters stood on either side of Leon. A family of 5 was quite harmonious. Muin tiptoed and gently pinched the little sister's cheek. Soft and chubby, with a hint of baby scent. Muin's eyes sparkled with an idea. Sister, mom, dad, let's give little sister a name. What name does Muin want to give to her little sister? Leon asked. During their pregnancy, he and Risvitha had also thought about the name for their second baby, but they never found a suitable one. Until now, the baby has landed, and we still haven't figured out this name. But since Muin brought it up, why not brainstorm together as a family? Muin blinked her beautiful eyes, touched her chin, pondered for a moment, and said, let's call her Star tilde. Muin's name means moon, so it's reasonable for the little sister to be called Star tilde. Reasonable, indeed, it's quite reasonable. But whether it's the word, star itself, or using some other homophones, it doesn't seem quite suitable for a princess's formal name. A nickname might barely work. Star isn't quite right, Noya said. Muin pouted. Then sister, what name do you suggest? Well, since my name comes from the ancient hero of the dragon clan, Noah in English, for the little sister, let's choose a homophone of another hero. Noya thought for a moment and said, How about Blaze? Muin, with a serious face, evaluated. That sounds like a barbarian's name, sister. Where's the barbarian in that? It's totally barbaric, not as good as my star. Blaze. Star. Blaze. Star tilde tilde tilde. The sisters simultaneously turned to look at Leon. Dad. Huh? Oh, what's up? Leon startled, almost dropping the little daughter in his arms. Dad, which one do you think is better, Star or Blaze? Leon pursed his lips, actually thinking both names were quite ordinary. Just as he had thought earlier, Star didn't have much meaning, and its pronunciation wasn't suitable as a name. As for Blaze, setting aside whether it sounded barbaric or not, it simply didn't sound like a girl's name at all. However, he didn't want to dampen the enthusiasm of his two daughters, so he glanced at Risvitha for help. The queen naturally understood the thoughts of her captives. After a moment's thought, she addressed the two daughters. Naming is a very important matter. Your father and I couldn't decide even after thinking for a long time, so we can't be hasty now. Muin shyly leaned towards her sister, playing with her fingers, and said, "We understand, Mom." Noya gently tugged at Muin's little tail, rubbed her cheek, and considered the harmless little sister quarrel earlier resolved. With age and experience, even they couldn't avoid having differences in opinions. But that wasn't a big deal. It was good that her daughters had independent thoughts, and as twin sisters, they wouldn't actually fight. Leon and Risvitha trusted their daughter's moral character. Although we haven't figured out the name yet, could you girls help Mom and Dad by telling us, does our little sister look more like Dad or Mom? Leon timely changed the subject. Of course, he redirected it to the less contentious topic between him and Risvitha. Risvitha lay on the bed, rolling her eyes in silence. It was only because she was a bit weak at the moment that she didn't have the energy to argue with him. Otherwise, when it came to this matter, the Silver Dragon Queen would never yield. Dragon genes were the coolest. The baby has just been born, so it's hard to tell who she looks like for now. Risvitha paused, then as if remembering something, she added, "But you can take a look at her, tail tilde." Leon's body stiffened, tail. Seeing his reaction, Risvitha smiled satisfactorily. Yes, a tail. Our little daughter has a super tilde tilde cute dragon tail tilde. Leon still remembered the first time he argued with Risvitha about whether Noya and Muin looked more like him or her. He had logically presented various physical features of their baby daughters, thinking it would make the dragoness admit they looked more like him. But what was the result? Risvitha simply said, "They have tails," and that completely disarmed Leon. So during Risvitha's pregnancy, Leon had diligently exposed his unborn daughter to human culture through prenatal education, hoping that after birth, she would have more human characteristics. But in the end, did dragon genes still dominate? No. Daddy tilde, let us see our little sister's tail two tilde. Muin excitedly bounced a couple of times. Leon sighed inwardly. A tail was just a tail, but if there was a third child in the future, they would definitely restore human glory. With that thought, Leon carefully placed his daughter on the bed, and then slowly uncovered the blankets wrapped around her. Once uncovered, the trio saw a short tail wriggling beneath the baby's lumbar spine, resembling a large cocoon, the most straightforward comparison a human like Leon could come up with. After all, he had never grown a tail himself. Muin and Noya leaned over the edge of the bed, tiptoeing to get a better look at their little sister's tail. Muin's eyes were almost sparkling, and her mouth formed an O shape from her sister's tail cuteness. "So adorable, I want to touch." She slowly reached out her hand, extending her index finger to gently poke the baby's tail. It was soft and supple, with a cute texture. As Muin touched it, the tail twitched slightly, and the baby let out a low hum. "Wow, tilde, so much fun, tilde," Muin applauded. But Leon frowned as he looked at his youngest daughter's tail. The color, why is it different from Noya's and Muin's? Noya and Muin both had silver tails like Risvitha, but their youngest daughter's tail was more pink. Half an hour ago, when the doctor brought the cleaned baby to Risvitha's side after cutting the umbilical cord, she also noticed this, but she thought it was a lighting issue. But now, it was morning, and the baby's tail still seemed pink. Let me see, Risvitha said. Leon brought the baby to Risvitha's pillow. Looking down, indeed, the tail was pinkish. But it's not pure pink. Risvitha gently pinched the tip of the baby's tail, where there were a few small red scales. She murmured, "It's more like diluted red." Red? Leon startled, suddenly realizing something. At the same time, a maid came to report from outside. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, Princess Isabella has arrived." (164). Vol 1ch, 164. Several hours ago, upon receiving a distress signal from the Silver Dragon clan, Isabella immediately organized her guards to come to the rescue. But just as they crossed the border of the Red Dragon territory, they encountered resistance from the Scarlet Flame Dragon clan. However, the opposing side had no intention of engaging in direct warfare. They spent the entire time maneuvering around Isabella's forces. They were like a group of annoying flies, won't bite you, but will drive you crazy. Despite Isabella possessing the strength of a dragon king, she found no effective method to deal with these flies that neither fought nor retreated. The Scarlet Flame Dragon clan stuck to her, and the Red Dragon soldiers like glue. Time was ticking away, and Isabella was frantic with worry. The situation was critical. The longer she delayed, the greater the danger to her sister. A dragon in labor, even a dragon queen, is extremely vulnerable. Her two young nieces were too little to fight, but even if they could, Xiao Luo would never let them. As for her brother-in-law, despite his promise to protect Xiao Luo, Isabella had only sought reassurance from him at the time. This man, who had been in a coma for 2 years due to illness and was frail, might be able to handle some intellectual challenges. But expecting him to pick up a sword and slay dragons, wasn't that a bit too much to ask? Moreover, if Constantine himself intervened, her brother-in-law might meet his end directly. The more Isabella thought about it, the more anxious she became, and the more prone to mistakes she was. The Scarlet Flame Dragon clan seized the opportunity, resulting in some casualties. Isabella dared not withdraw too many troops from her own Red Dragon temple, fearing it might be a tactic of Constantine's to besiege her. If her red dragons emptied their nest, Constantine could easily raid her home. Thus, the two sides entangled for several hours until dawn approached. Isabella felt she couldn't delay any longer. Even if Constantine raided her home, she couldn't let Xiao Luo come to harm. However, just as Isabella was about to rally 90% of her forces for a breakout, the Scarlet Flame Dragon clan suddenly retreated. Isabella didn't have time to ponder. She quickly flew with her subordinates at full speed towards the Silver Dragon clan. But as they passed the border of the Silver Dragon territory, she saw a familiar face. No, not a face, exactly. It should be called a familiar head. Constantine's massive dragon head had been chopped off, one of its horns broken. It was hung at the border of the Silver Dragon territory, its scales gradually dimming under the assault of wind and sand. Isabella could hardly believe her eyes. Constantine, the Scarlet Flame Dragon King revered as a hero by the dragons for millennia, had his head chopped off like this. Isabella knew Xiao Luo's strength. Although not comparable to ancient dragon kings like Constantine, with the advantage of terrain and fighting on home ground, defending their home should be no problem. But chopping off Constantine's head, unless Xiao Luo had taken 10 doses of a divine medicine like dragon strength, it would be impossible. Isabella asked the guards of the territory who killed Constantine. The guard proudly proclaimed, "It was His Highness the Prince." "His Highness the Prince, my brother-in-law." Isabella couldn't help but imagine the scene of her delicate brother-in-law soloing against Constantine. She couldn't even imagine it. No, she had to find out quickly. Xiao Luo, what kind of strange dragon did she marry? I must find out today. Hey there, little cutie, you're so adorable. Let Auntie give you a kiss, tilde mua tilde tilde. What Xiao Luo, what brother-in-law, this red dragon queen had no idea. All she knew was that her 3 nieces were cute as buttons. The Melkvi family's mother dragon specialized in changing faces. Leon quietly approached Risvitha and whispered, "Your sister came in all fierce just now. I thought she had discovered our secret. Isabella was very clever. She must have seen Constantine's body and head on her way here. A casual inquiry would reveal that it was Leon who killed Constantine. But Hrisvitha had crafted a background story for Leon, claiming he hailed from a disbanded and weak dragon clan. What could he possibly use to kill Constantine? It would indeed arouse Isabella's suspicion. Hence the couple's concern about Isabella discovering Leon's identity as a dragon slayer. Hrisvitha stared at her sister and whispered to Leon, "She probably did want to ask you how you killed Constantine before coming in. But obviously, the attraction of our little daughter is much greater than Constantine." Leon agreed. "Ah, little niece, why does your tail look almost the same color as Auntie's?" Finally, Isabella noticed the color of the baby's tail. She lifted her own tail, pinched the tip, and then compared it with the baby's tail, holding them together for the estranged couple to see. "Look, the baby's tail color is similar to mine, just a bit lighter. If she grows a bit more, it might be almost the same as mine." The couple simultaneously lowered their heads, covering their faces, feeling a bit speechless about this situation. The whose second child resembles whom debate that they had argued over for a full 10 months had ended up like this. It turned out to be a victory for the aunt. "Why are you two silent? Don't you like to talk?" Isabella asked. "No, sister, as long as you're happy," Hrisvitha said. "Okay then." Isabella held the baby in her arms, gently swaying back and forth. "Little darling, would you like Auntie to take you to the Red Dragon clan? Auntie won't marry or have children in the future. In 100 years, you'll be the next Red Dragon Queen." "Elder sister, hold on." Leon quickly interjected. If he didn't say something now, their precious daughter might be swayed by Isabella's words in no time. Isabella gave him a disdainful look and pursed her lips. "Tisk, just kidding, look how scared you got." Isabella placed the baby back beside Hrisvitha, then breathed a sigh of relief. She straightened up, crossed her arms, and scrutinized her sister and brother-in-law. Hrisvitha lay in bed, with Leon sitting by her pillow, the couple strangely harmonious. Isabella's gaze flickered between Hrisvitha and Leon, finally settling on Leon's face. Leon glanced around, then scratched his forehead. "What's up, sister?" "I didn't expect you to be such a hidden expert, brother-in-law." After some cuddling with her beloved niece, it was time to get down to business. "What do you mean, sister?" Leon sensed trouble and decided to play dumb. "Sigh, brother-in-law, after you've killed Constantine, there's no need to be so low-key." Isabella then glanced at her sister. "Zio Luo, didn't you tell me before that Leon came from a disbanded and weak dragon clan, and he was often sickly? He even fell into a coma less than a month after our marriage." Hrisvitha's gaze dodged, with a hint of embarrassment on her face. "Why, yes, Leon's health hasn't been the best, right? Isn't that right? Speak up." She lightly nudged Leon's buttocks under the covers with her elbow. Leon nodded repeatedly. "Yes, sister, my health hasn't been great lately, and I've been taking medication." "Medication? What kind of medication?" I've been taking Leon's brain raced, recalling various dragon medicine names. But under Isabella's intense gaze, he blurted out, "Dragon Kidney Protector." Isabella gasped, then shook her head slightly. "An ordinary male dragon from a weak clan like yours couldn't possibly kill a dragon king like Constantine, even if you ate all the dragon kidney protectors in the world. Besides, Zio Luo is pregnant and can't do anything. Why would you be taking kidney protectors?" Step by step, the pressure mounted, with sound reasoning behind it. Hrisvitha clutched the blanket with both hands, covering her entire face. Though evading questions was shameful, it was undoubtedly effective. "Everything was in your hands now, husband." Isabella looked at Leon, a slight smile playing on her lips as she leisurely asked, "Tell me, brother-in-law, who exactly are you?" Already retreated to the sidelines to enjoy the spectacle, Noya and Muin thought, "This is exhilarating. Auntie Isabella is still on a roll." "165. Vol 1ch, 165. Leon's octocore brain was working at full speed, weaving various explanations in his mind. But his CPU was almost smoking, and he still couldn't come up with a perfect explanation for why a weak male dragon who married into the Silver Dragon family killed the Red Flame Dragon King, Constantine. Leon nervously pinched his trousers, his palms sweating profusely. Truth be told, he wasn't this nervous even when he first went into battle. So, in a sense, the elder sister was a more terrifying presence than Constantine. The secret of the false family formed by him and Hrisvitha must not be known by a third party. His identity, his past, his grievances with Hrisvitha, any of these, if exposed, would be a fatal blow to this dragon family. Leon wouldn't relax his guard against Isabella just because she was Hrisvitha's sister. If anything, because she and Hrisvitha were biological sisters. If Isabella were to find out that her sister had married a human, formed a family, and even had 3 daughters, Leon couldn't guarantee that Isabella, as a pure-blooded dragon, would accept it. He didn't have any chips in hand to support him in making this gamble. If he won, everyone would be happy, but if he lost, where would his daughters go? How would they view their father? How would they accept the fact that they weren't pure-blooded dragons? Would their future be spent in questioning and disdain? These were all unpredictable things, and cautious as Leon was, he couldn't make any reckless decisions. "What's wrong, brother-in-law? Is this question too difficult to answer?" Isabella smiled knowingly, though her gaze carried a hint of caution and scrutiny. "It's just a simple self-introduction." It's not surprising that Isabella became suspicious. After all, it had been 3 years, and her understanding of her brother-in-law was limited to her sister's account. As for his past and experiences, Isabella was completely in the dark. She didn't doubt Leon's intentions towards her sister. Their affection for each other was obvious to everyone. Whenever the couple looked at each other, their eyes were filled with affection, so sweet it seemed like they were about to ooze cream. Isabella didn't know if they were aware of this, but she had had her fill of witnessing their affection. The reason she kept pressing Leon for an explanation was to put her own mind at ease. At most, her brother-in-law was hiding his true race to avoid pursuit by enemies, a common practice among dragons, or for some other reason, he discreetly married Hrisvitha. But whatever the reason, as Hrisvitha's sister, she felt she had a right to know some details. Leon sat on the edge of the bed, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles, every pore on his body emitting nervousness. He discreetly glanced at Hrisvitha lying beside him. She held the blanket up to her nose, only revealing a pair of exquisite silver eyes. Her eyes blinked at Leon, her left eye conveying innocence, and her right eye bewilderment. For heaven's sake, she's still being cute. Like before, the couple began their silent communication through meaningful looks. "Leon, where are my teammates? Help anyone, help." "Hrisvitha, OMO. "Leon, Senior Luo, why are you just watching?" "Hrisvitha, sorry, can't help you. I've never been able to resist my sister. Good luck with that." "Leon, well, since that's the case, I might as well go all out." "Hrisvitha, stupid Leon, what are you planning to do?" "Leon, killing 1 dragon is killing 2 dragons is just a little extra. Today, I'll make it up to my sister, I'll just..." "Hrisvitha, stop fooling around, idiot. You have 5 seconds to come up with a reason. If you go over, my sister will assume you have ulterior motives against my Silver Dragon clan." "Leon, she's not wrong to assume that. 3 years ago, I did have ulterior motives against your Silver Dragon clan." "Hrisvitha." She covered her face with the blanket again. "Brother-in-law, my patience is limited." "Actually," Leon suddenly sat up straight, puffing out his chest. Isabella crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. Actually, I've had a dream since I was little." Leon spoke passionately, his face radiating piety. Isabella blinked. No, brother-in-law, I don't want to know about your dream. I was asking. I dreamt that, when I grew up, I would encounter a special dragon." Hearing this, Hrisvitha quietly peeked out from under the blanket, curious about what story Leon would come up with. Isabella's crossed arms turned into a chin-stroking gesture, with one hand on her waist. This brother-in-law of hers, how many schemes does he still have in his head? "We will meet in a special place and get to know each other in a special way. We won't plan our future specifically. Everything will happen naturally, waiting for various surprises and unexpected events in our tranquil life. I long for a beautiful married life with her, undisturbed by anyone. To fulfill this dream, I traveled through the entire dragon clan, traversing mountains and rivers. Just when I was despairing in darkness, I met her. As Leon rambled on, intoxicated in his own nonsense, he lowered his head and looked at Rosvitha, his gaze full of deep affection. My destiny, my eternal love, Rosvitha. It's you who saved me from darkness. It's you who made me feel the warmth of home. I swear I will protect you for a lifetime. If anyone dares to harm you, I will personally send them to hell. Even if it's someone as powerful as Constantine, it won't be an exception. Meanwhile, in the Queen's inner thoughts, I've already given birth to our youngest daughter, so why do I still feel like throwing up? The couple gazed at each other. Leon's eyes were deep, filled with affectionate devotion, while the Queen was immensely disgusted but had to play along. Clap, clap, clap. Isabella clapped slowly on the side. So touching, so loving, what a destined love story. Leon secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect this improvised nonsense to actually work on Isabella. This was probably thanks to his prenatal education plan over the past 10 months. For the sake of ensuring their precious daughter would embrace the essence of human culture, he had practiced poetry recitation for a long time. Ah, the many skills one acquires while journeying through the world. However, before Leon could completely relax his anxious heart, he saw Isabella suddenly drop the fake pretense of being moved and coldly say, "But you still haven't answered my question, brother-in-law. I don't want to know how you fell in love with my sister. I want to know about your background." Leon's eyes darted around, trying to find the right words. He replied, "Sis, actually, my answer was in the story I just told. In order to protect Rosvitha, to fulfill my promise, I desperately sought strength, enduring hardships that only I know of." He sighed, patting Rosvitha's hand, and continued solemnly, "But all the pain was worth it. At least today, I truly saved my wife and daughter. Right, sis?" Isabella clicked her tongue lightly. Her brother-in-law had said a lot, but it seemed like he hadn't said anything at all. Should she continue pressing for answers? Would it seem impolite? "Sis, Leon is truly devoted to this family. He wouldn't hide anything from me. I know him well," Rosvitha chimed in at the opportune moment. Isabella sighed inwardly. "All right, even though I still haven't figured out how you killed Constantine, considering your harmony and mutual understanding, I might have been overly concerned." Isabella looked at Leon. "But at least you're really fulfilling your promise." Leon smiled. A man should never go back on his word. Rosvitha raised her eyes, silently observing this idiot who always talked about how a man should be while holding the title of the strongest dragon slayer. He had some childish and immature aspects that didn't quite match his honor, but it was harmless. But it was no big deal. If anything, it was these quirks that made Rosvitha feel like the man she lived with every day was a genuine person, not just a perfect template created by a biased creator. The Queen slowly closed her eyes, listening to Leon and Isabella chatting about their youngest daughter. The exhaustion and weakness after childbirth soon overwhelmed her body and mind. Before drifting off to sleep, the corners of the silver-haired beauty's mouth lifted slightly. Truly, it was a morning worth commemorating. (166) Vol 1ch, 166. When Rosvitha woke up, it was already afternoon. Isabella had already left. She couldn't stay long. Without the Dragon King to protect them, their tribe was vulnerable to harassment. A warm afternoon breeze wafted in through the window, gently fluttering the thin curtains. Beside her, there was a faint scent of baby milk. Rosvitha turned her head to see her little daughter lying peacefully by her pillow, sleeping quietly. Her chubby little fists were clenched tightly, resting on her chest. Her chubby face was peaceful and adorable, just looking at her was incredibly soothing. On the other side of the baby lay Leon. Rosvitha's gaze moved past the baby to Leon's face. His breathing was steady, his eyes closed slightly, black hair falling over his forehead, partially covering his eyes. On this resolute and strong face, there seemed to be a shallow new scar. Rosvitha wasn't very sensitive to her own beauty and temperament, but she was quite confident in her aesthetic judgment. 3 years ago, when she first saw Leon, she said that scars were the perfect accessory to his handsome face. Stripped of all femininity, leaving only a man full of masculine charm. Deep down, the dragon clan craved conquest, but at certain moments, Hrisvitha also craved to be conquered. She disliked those dragon nobles and lords, feeling that they were all intolerably vulgar pretty boys. If he truly wanted to conquer her, he'd have to sport a face as bursting with hormones as Leon's, right? Oh, of course, that doesn't mean Leon has conquered her. Joking aside, to conquer her, this guy would need another 200 years of practice. But that doesn't stop Hrisvitha from secretly admiring the prisoner's looks. This queen admits it, she's shallow and into looks. And besides, he just happened to grow on her XP, note the choice of words, happened tilde to tilde. What's wrong with taking a look? Taking a look doesn't mean anything. Hrisvitha slowly reached out her hand, her arm encircling over her youngest daughter's head, the warm and soft palm gently pressing onto Leon's hair. Her fingertips slowly moved downwards, tracing across his forehead, earlobes, nose tip, philtrum, lips, and chin. I really want to give you a tail massage, Hrisvitha murmured softly. I really want to cut off your tail. Her emerald green fingers slightly stiffened, and after a moment of daze, Hrisvitha quickly retracted her hand at the speed of light. Why, you're not asleep. I woke up when you started peeking at me. Who was peeking at you? Have some shame, I was looking at my daughter. Tilda was, looking tilde at tilde my tilde daughter tilde tilde tilde. Leon repeated Hrisvitha's words mockingly. Hrisvitha gritted her teeth. If their daughter wasn't lying between them, she would have kicked him by now. Pretending to sleep even though he was awake. If he likes sleeping so much, he'll have plenty of time to sleep when he's dead. Hrisvitha ignored him, turned over and snorted. Wrestle. She heard the sounds of movement behind her. Leon sat up and leaned against the headboard, exhaling tiredly. He scratched his head, clearing his mind a bit before saying with a sigh, "This morning was really dangerous. Your sister almost saw through us." Hrisvitha's pupils dilated slightly, and she also sat up. The couple leaned against the headboard, starting their afternoon chat. My sister is very smart, but what I didn't expect was that your nonsense actually worked. She believed it. That wasn't nonsense, it was all based on reality. Hrisvitha raised an eyebrow and looked at him sideways. Based on reality. Yeah, every word in the story can be matched with something real. Hrisvitha recalled his far-fetched love story and asked, "We will meet in a special place and get to know each other in a special way. How does that correspond to reality?" "Didn't we meet in the dungeon of your Silver Dragon clan? I got to know you because you were drunk and came to torture me," Leon shrugged. "That's pretty special." Hrisvitha pursed her lips and asked, "Then how about you traveled across the entire dragon clan, traversing thousands of mountains and rivers?" Leon spread his hands. "I graduated from the Dragon Slayer Academy at 15. I had already been in the military for 5 years before meeting you. I've slain more dragons than a butcher has slaughtered pigs, so that counts as traveling across the entire dragon clan." Hrisvitha gasped, squinting her eyes slightly. "So that's your idea of traveling, huh? Fine, fine, you're unbeatable, you dog of a man." Leon exhaled deeply, staring straight ahead, returning to their previous topic. "Your sister really is smart." Hrisvitha pursed her lips, recalling the morning when she exchanged glances with Leon. This dog of a man even suggested eliminating Isabella entirely. Though she knew he was just talking nonsense, Leon would never actually do it. After all, even if he didn't consider her feelings, he had to think of their daughter. That was her aunt, their daughter's own aunt. How could he possibly harm her? But Hrisvitha decided to use this opportunity to interrogate him. "Just because my sister is smart, you thought about killing her to silence her this morning, didn't you?" "Of course not. I was just talking nonsense to lighten the tense atmosphere." Leon said, "Besides, if being too smart could get someone killed, I would have been hacked to pieces a long time ago. Constantine would never believe he died at the hands of such a shameless man." "What do you mean, she-dragon? Are you saying I'm not smart?" Hrisvitha smirked sarcastically. "Oh, you're smart, very smart. You're the smartest of all." Leon was about to continue bickering with Hrisvitha, but suddenly a serious expression crossed his face. He frowned, lost in thought. Risvitha noticed his change and asked, "What's wrong?" Leon fiddled with his fingers and said quietly, "Your sister almost discovered my human identity, but Constantine, he really did find out." Hearing this, Risvitha felt a chill down her spine and grew tense. "How could Constantine know your identity? Wasn't this your first meeting?" Leon nodded. "It was indeed our first meeting. I had only fought with members of the Red Flame Dragon clan before, but I had never met their Dragon King." Risvitha thought for a moment and said, "The Dragon King's lifespan is incredibly long. It's possible he wouldn't appear on the battlefield for decades, and you've only been with the Dragon Slayer army for 5 years. It's normal that you haven't encountered him." "Yeah, but how could he know I'm human?" Leon sighed. "Did he recognize my black gold war chariot? But I had already disguised the armor, and it was dark at night. It's unlikely he could have recognized it." The couple fell into silent contemplation. Suddenly, Risvitha realized something. Constantine had started instigating internal conflicts within the Dragon clan and annexing minor dragon tribes about a year ago. Coincidentally, it was also a year ago that she and Leon's mentor, Teg, had agreed that Leon should stay away from the Empire for a year. These two one-year periods, were they too much of a coincidence? (167) Vol 1ch, 167. For Leon, the amount of information he had at his disposal was extremely limited. He had no idea how Constantine had discovered his human identity, nor did he know where to start piecing it together. It was like he had been given only a few fragmented descriptions and a riddle-like ending, and then asked to perfectly deduce an entire story from these scant clues. No matter how clever Leon was, this was an impossible task. On the other hand, although Risvitha had thought about the one-year agreement with Teg and the fact that Constantine had started to become active about a year ago, she couldn't clearly connect these two events with a single thread. Adding too many useless clues and speculations would only burden their thinking process. Risvitha decided to sort things out on her own first before discussing them with Leon. Leon, meanwhile, didn't dwell too much on this unsolvable mystery. Indeed, he was someone who liked to think and research, but he wasn't inclined to ponder over Constantine's enigmatic behavior. Had he known this would happen, he would have left Constantine barely alive to ask some questions before finishing him off. But since things had already come to this point, he might as well move forward. Leon sighed and turned to look at Risvitha. "What's for dinner?" The queen was taken aback. Jumping straight from your human identity being exposed to dinner plans, isn't that quite a leap? "Man cannot live on thoughts alone. Food gives us the strength to solve riddles, doesn't it?" Leon replied righteously. "Besides, I've gone over 10 hours without eating since we killed Constantine in the early hours of yesterday morning. Is this how you silver dragons treat your saviors?" Risvitha rolled her eyes at him. All right, you have merit, you've worked hard. This queen knows right from wrong and won't argue with you. What do you want to eat?" "Dragon meat." Risvitha was speechless. She knew Leon was intentionally provoking her. During the 10 months of her pregnancy, this scoundrel of a man had restrained himself, diligently playing the role of a responsible husband, trying his best to fulfill all of Risvitha's needs. He almost never argued with her. Now that their little daughter had been born safely, he finally had the freedom to speak his mind. But even though they hadn't bickered for so long, Risvitha hadn't lost her sharp tongue. She calmly replied, "Heh, Constantine was so big, he should last you a year. Go ahead." "I don't eat dead meat." "Oh, now you're picky." Annoyed, Risvitha thrust her tail right up to Leon's mouth. "Here's some live dragon meat. Go ahead, eat it. Why aren't you, you jerk, you actually bit me. You put it right in front of my mouth. Wouldn't it be rude not to take a bite?" "Casmode, I'm going to kill you." Their second baby watched with wide eyes, thinking, amazing, just born and already witnessing such a spectacular show. Worth the ticket price. A few days later in the morning, the weather was clear. Risvitha decided to take her little daughter out to enjoy the sunshine. Compared to human babies, dragon hatchlings were more adaptable to their environment. Even though she had just been born, she could still be taken out for a walk to get some fresh air. This was the little one's first time leaving Rosvitha's bedroom, and her big eyes were full of curiosity about this new world. The couple arrived at a bench in the backyard and sat down side by side. Their little daughter lay back on Rosvitha's lap, her tender little hand gently playing with Rosvitha's hair. Her lively eyes glanced at her mom, then at her dad, before emitting a baby's coo. Leon couldn't understand baby talk, but judging by their second baby's expression, she seemed quite happy. "By the way, how long does it take for her to start talking?" Leon asked. "Dragon hatchlings can start talking after about 2 months." Rosvitha paused, then added, "Noya called me mommy when she was about a month old." "What a precocious princess, curling up like a queen at just over a month old, huh?" Rosvitha cradled her little daughter and then looked up at Leon. "How about human babies? How long does it take for them to start talking?" "The books say 8 to 12 months. The reason it's what the books say is because Leon has never been a human baby's caregiver from scratch, so he can only rely on some popular science books to understand." Rosvitha smirked triumphantly. "Humans are so dumb. What about you? You're such a genius. Did you start talking right after birth?" To this mother dragon's teasing, Leon retorted confidently, "Wrong, I started slaying dragons right after birth." "Idiot." As they bantered, they heard hurried little footsteps nearby. The couple looked over and saw Noya and Muin. "Good morning, Mommy and Daddy." "Good morning, Daddy. Good morning, Mommy." After greeting them, Muin agilely leaped onto Leon's legs with a dragon leg kick. She was Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket, and Daddy was her real leather seat. The father and daughter duo were all about keeping each other warm. Noya, on the other hand, moved closer to Rosvitha to take a look at her new little sister. The baby could already open her eyes, which were a light pink color, quite different from Mommy, Daddy, Muin, and even Noya herself. It seemed Auntie's genes were indeed quite strong. With Mom and Dad vying over names, Auntie ended up with a bargain. "By the way, Daddy, Mommy, have you decided on a name for the little sister?" Noya asked. Rosvitha shook her head. "Not yet. It's not urgent. Your and Muin's names were decided over a month after birth." Noya nodded lightly. "Oh." After chatting about the baby for a bit, Noya also sat down on the bench, next to Leon. "Daddy, I've already mastered the thunder thrust you taught me last winter vacation. I want to learn something else." Learning magic wasn't something simple. It's common for it to take 3 to 5 years to master a type of magic. Moreover, Noya was just over 2 years old, and it wasn't something achievable just by rolling up. Talent was equally important. And now, she probably brought this up because she had witnessed firsthand what Daddy looked like at his peak during Constantine's invasion a few days ago. With thunder thrust in both hands, he entered the enemy group like entering an empty space. Just calling him cool wouldn't be enough to describe Daddy anymore. So, since Daddy was already so cool, teaching her one more move would make him even cooler. "So Noya, what else would you like to learn?" Leon asked. "Well, the last move you used to defeat Constantine a few days ago." Noya paused, thinking of a fitting description. "The hand-rubbed holy sword." Leon recalled it, hand-rubbed holy sword. Oh, his eldest daughter must be referring to Thunder Sword transformation. This move wasn't particularly difficult to learn and was only a B-level spell in the human system. All one needed was a good grasp of condensing and shaping thunder elements. As for the final effect, it depended entirely on the user's own strength. For example, in the hands of an average person, this B-level magic might just serve as a temporary weapon. But in Leon's hands, its power and effect were enough to kill the Crimson Flame Dragon King. Since his obedient daughter wanted to learn it, there was naturally no problem. However, the issue was, that night, in order to quickly take down Constantine, Leon had depleted all the blue bars he had painstakingly saved up over the past year. These days, he had been busy taking care of his little daughter and hadn't had time to refine and store magic power. After a slight hesitation, Leon thought it might be better to teach Noya this move in a few days. But just as he was about to speak, Rosvitha beside him said, "Noya, Daddy's been quite tired these days. How about we wait a little longer before he teaches you?" Noya blinked, showing her understanding. "Okay, Daddy's health is the most important." Leon looked slightly surprised at the mother dragon. Was the sun rising from the west today? She was actually speaking up for him. But before Leon could feel touched, Risvitha continued, "However, Daddy can give you a demonstration, right, dear?" She looked at Leon, her eyes full of playful meaning. Leon squinted at her, annoyed. How did this mother dragon always seem to know something? But Leon was certain he had never told Risvitha about his inability to condense magic power. Ugh, why do you dragons always say things I can't understand? Really, Daddy, demonstrating it would be great. Noya's eyes sparkled. Yay, Muin also wants to see Daddy's hand-rubbed holy sword. So cool. Muin chimed in, joining the excitement. Risvitha smiled slyly at Leon. Both daughters want to see it, dear. Just give them a casual demonstration. Leon felt like he was caught in a difficult situation. He had been pushed into the fire pit by this mother dragon, so he had no choice but to try it out. He just hoped it wouldn't be too embarrassing. Okay, Daddy will demonstrate it for you. With that, Leon stood up, took a step back, and clasped his hands together, channeling his magic. Threads of electricity flickered between his palms. Slowly, he opened his hands, and a flash of lightning condensed into the shape of a sword in his palm, the B-level thunder sword transformation. With a low grunt, Leon passed the formed lightning sword to Noya. There you go, for you. Noya stared at the lightning sword in front of her, unable to help but swallow. Daddy, I wanted a lightning sword, not a toothpick. Yes, after depleting his blue bars, our great dragon slayer, Casmode, had swiftly fallen from the level of slaying Constantine with a single sword to sweating profusely while making a lightning toothpick. Noya awkwardly took the lightning toothpick and examined it carefully in front of her little nose, trying to discern some details. But it was even smaller than a spark from her thunder thrust, barely visible. Leon cleared his throat awkwardly, about to explain. But Risvitha beat him to it again. The queen stood up, placing the little baby on the bench. Then she walked over to Leon, her right hand gently resting on his arm. With a tender gaze in her eyes, she softly said, "It's okay, dear." Leon pursed his lips, cautiously watching her mouth. Experience told him that whatever this mother dragon said next would be explosive. Even the small ones are cute, you know, Tilda. Cursed mother dragon, one day I'll show you what big really means. (168) Vol 1ch, 168. After dinner, Risvitha asked her two daughters to stay behind and then solemnly said, "Noya, Muin, tonight I'm entrusting you with a task." The two little dragon girls perked up immediately upon hearing there was a task at hand. "Mom, what's the task?" Noya asked. Risvitha returned to the bedroom, brought out the youngest daughter, and carefully handed her over to Noya's arms. Noya felt a little flustered, though it wasn't her first time holding her little sister. "Mom, is this? Tonight, your little sister will sleep with you to foster the bond between you three sisters," Risvitha explained. Noya glanced down at her sleeping sister in her arms and nodded. "That's fine. Muin and I have been wanting to sleep with her anyway." "Yay, Tilda, tonight I get to sleep with Xiang's little sister. So happy, Tilda." SHH Tilda, Noya quickly lifted her tail and used the tip as a finger to gesture, quiet near her sister's mouth. "Don't wake her up." Muin nodded obediently, pinching her sister's tail gently. Risvitha clapped her hands. "All right, now that the task is clear, make sure to execute it well." "Yes, Mom." Noya settled her little sister in her arms and turned to her younger sister. "Muin, let's go." "Yes, sister." Dragon sisters, special forces with kids, move out. The two little ones marched out of their mother's room in perfect sync, one after the other. Leon sat at the dining table, nibbling on a piece of bread while silently enjoying the spectacle before him. He noticed that Risvitha had truly changed. From the stern and serious Lady Mother, who rarely smiled at the beginning, she had transformed into the gentle mother, who could now amuse the children and engage them in various family affairs with her interesting words and gestures. Although in the eyes of her subordinates, the queen was still the workaholic queen, privately, she had become completely different from before. Such a transformation was indeed unexpected for Leon. In his impression, the Dragon clan had always been a group of stubborn and autocratic individuals. He hadn't expected Rosvitha to undergo such a noticeable change in just a year. Humph, see that, Mother Dragon? Compared to your Dragon clan's outdated and rigid educational principles, our human ideals are far ahead. Enough to take you 20 years to catch up. And Rosvitha's subtle transformation had also influenced her daughter's changes. Especially Noya. Although the eldest daughter still demanded excellence from herself with high intensity and standards, she had long ceased to be as closed off as she was when Leon first met her, afraid to reveal her true feelings and emotions, only able to reach out to others through repeated trials. However you look at it, this family was indeed developing towards a better direction. Thinking of this, Leon sighed with relief. The daughters are understanding. They know to share the hardships of life with mom and dad. Rosvitha, with her back to him, let out a cold laugh, saying nothing. Leon was taken aback, somewhat puzzled by her cold laugh. Was there something wrong with what he said? Gulp, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Leon, Rosvitha still had her back to him. Leon swallowed hard and shifted on his seat. Doubly, what is it? The other day, defeating Constantine must have been tough on you, Rosvitha said as she slowly turned around. A seductive smile adorned her face, a cute dimple at the corner of her lips. Her silver eyes locked onto Leon's as she took slow steps toward him. Leon lowered his gaze, focusing on her dainty ankles peeking out from beneath her skirt. Her steps were slow, but Leon's heartbeat quickened. The Dragon Slayer radar buzzed incessantly. Years of accumulated experience made Leon instantly realize what Rosvitha intended to do. He slowly stood up, then circled around to the back of the chair, facing off against Rosvitha with the chair between them. I warn you, Mother Dragon, the book says after childbirth. It's recommended to abstain from intercourse for at least 2 months, as it can cause significant harm to the woman's body. Rosvitha raised an eyebrow. What book are you reading? Postnatal Care for Mother Dragons. Wrong, he hadn't actually read that book at all. The at least 2 months of abstinence referred to human females, not beings as robust as Rosvitha. Rosvitha chuckled leisurely, realizing Leon had poured all his cleverness into dragon slaying. If he thought about it carefully, he'd realize that since she dared to make a move like this, she must have done some research on post-pregnancy health education. For a being as large as a dragon, they could usually recover in about 2 or 3 days after a smooth childbirth. What's with this at least 2 months nonsense? I've never heard of it. All right, Leon, since you've figured out what I want to do, stop resisting, be a good boy. You've seen my strength when I killed Constantine. Let me tell you, just because you're my child's mother doesn't mean I'll show you any mercy. Aw, I'm so scared, Tilda Dragon Slayer. Please be gentle with me, okay? Rosvitha said with exaggerated playfulness, but then swiftly changed her expression to a mischievous smirk. Tusk, if you really had the ability you did when you killed Constantine, would you need to bargain with me here? You'd have knocked me out already and peacefully spent the night. His little scheme had been mercilessly exposed by Rosvitha. Wait, wasn't it said that pregnancy made one less sharp for 3 years? How come she wasn't just as naive, but even smarter than before pregnancy? After failing to convince her through coaxing or reasoning, Leon attempted to appeal to reason. This doesn't make sense, Rosvitha. I haven't done anything wrong today. Why do you want to do this to me? But the queen just snorted. Do you know how long it's been since we played the game of queen and captive? 6 months and 7 days. Do you know how I've spent these 6 months? Whatever you want to do, it's none of my business. If a male like me can endure it, why are you, a female, so addicted? It's not addiction, Leon. It's the queen's desire for conquest. First time I've heard someone describe submitting a homework assignment as an addiction in such a refreshing way. Stop babbling. Look at how you're mouthing off now. I've let you go for 6 months and you dare talk to me like this. If it were any longer, you might even try to take my throne. So, I need to discipline you in time to make you understand our family's status. Leon closed his eyes and sighed in resignation, rubbing his forehead. Grind the inkstone to kill the donkey. Grind the inkstone to kill the donkey. If I had known, I would have left Constantine alive. waited for him to come back for revenge, and dealt with you then. Oh, since you put it that way, I might have to reward my guardian even more, don't I? There's no escaping it now, is there? The queen narrowed her eyes and smiled. Very clever, my dear. With things having come to this point, it seemed he had to submit to tonight's assignment. But even so, Leon would rather die standing than kneel. With determination, Leon gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, pushing aside the chair between him and Hrisvitha, striding towards her. Before Hrisvitha could react, Leon pressed her shoulder and pinned her against the wardrobe. Hrisvitha was slightly startled, looking into the black eyes so close to hers, her heart skipping a beat. After such a long time, she had indeed grown rusty, to be taken by surprise by this man. So, it's the queen's desire for conquest, the family status, and how you've spent these 6 months, huh? Leon held Hrisvitha's wrists, slowly lifting her arms and finally pressing her wrists against the top of her head. Their faces were close, their noses touching lightly, breaths mingling, eyes locked. Hrisvitha's eyes were seductive, continuously teasing Leon's lips with her fiery kisses. So, what's it going to be? What are you going to do to me? (169). Vol 1ch, 169. The next morning, Leon slowly opened his eyes. Before he could attempt to sit up, a familiar soreness spread through his entire body, especially in his lower back. To be precise, his kidneys. Oh dear, the ache was both sour and satisfying. It felt as if Leon's kidneys could be taken out, grilled on a barbecue, and still taste sour. Having spent 6 months accumulating human essence and exhausting it all in one night, even possibly overdrawing a bit, being able to wake up safe and sound was a miracle among miracles. After lying quietly for a while and getting used to the soreness in his limbs, Leon gritted his teeth, propped himself up, and sat at the edge of the bed. The room had already been cleaned, and the bed sheets had been changed to a new set. Leon furrowed his brows slightly. The sheets were new, but he was still in bed. That meant Hrisvitha might have taken him out of bed while he was asleep, changed the sheets, and then put him back. So this soreness in my limbs might not be entirely due to last night's activities. Damn dragoness, how dare you treat me like this? Is this how you repay your savior? While silently cursing, Leon heard a sound from the dressing table. Turning to look, he saw Hrisvitha sitting at the dressing table, her back straight and her silver hair cascading down. A ray of morning sunlight fell on her side, casting her shadow onto the wooden floor. Dust particles in the light danced like mischievous sprites, swirling around Hrisvitha. She calmly applied her makeup, her slender and agile jade fingers expertly maneuvering various brushes and pads. Leon was actually a typical impatient, straight guy. In the past, he didn't enjoy accompanying his mentor on shopping trips or sifting through the sea of cosmetics. He felt it was such a waste of time. But interestingly, he never found Hrisvitha's makeup routine tiresome. There was a special charm about this woman when she applied makeup, so composed, so elegant. Each of her movements seemed casual yet full of charm, and staring at her for too long could easily lead one to become enchanted. It was as if even if the world were ending the next second, it would have to wait for her, the Silver Dragon Queen, to finish her makeup. Or perhaps it was because she was quiet and seemed to enjoy herself during the process, a rare sight in her. Most of the time, she was busy, exhausting herself both physically and mentally. After finishing her makeup, Hrisvitha tidied her hair and her morning preparations were complete. She slowly stood up, turned to look at the big bed and said, "Oh, you're awake." Leon sniffed and silently looked away from her, ignoring her. Hrisvitha raised an eyebrow thinking, did he explode in frustration after my playful antics last night? What's there to explode about? Your past, your present, and your future all will be under my playful fingers. Just get used to it. Hrisvitha leisurely walked to the other side of the large bed, positioning herself in Leon's line of sight. This time, Leon didn't turn his head away because he knew that if he avoided her again, she might just climb onto the bed directly. Instead, it was better to accept the situation. Leon scrutinized Hrisvitha. Her silver hair was braided casually and hung over her chest. She wore a dark-colored sleeveless dress, slightly tight-fitting, accentuating her curvaceous figure. The thin straps hung over her shoulders, and due to her ample figure, 2 patches of white emerged in front of her chest. The silver dragon tattoo on her chest extended into the subtle grooves, evoking various thoughts in onlookers. The queen crossed her arms, a playful smile on her face, quietly enjoying Leon's scrutiny. She rarely wore this style of dress before, but now that she did, it accentuated her mature charm explosively. Wait a minute, Leon frowned. Since when did the concept of mature come from the longevity species? Risvitha's current aura clearly exuded that of a married woman. The composed and mature makeup, the calm expression, and that twisted braid, akin to the very essence of a married woman. Was she planning to change her style after giving birth to her second child, switching to a married woman look? Before Leon could make sense of the situation, he watched as Risvitha slowly bent down, her hands resting on the soft bed, and leaned forward gradually. Like a cautious kitten, she crawled onto the bed, inching closer to Leon. Leon recoiled slightly. What are you doing? It's morning and the girls will be coming in soon." "Why are you nervous? I'm not going to do anything to you," Risvitha said with a smile. "Besides, we already did everything we needed to do last night." Leon rolled his eyes at her, relaxing a bit. Then he asked, "What's with your attire today?" Adjusting her posture, Risvitha sat sideways on the bed, tilting her head and smiling at Leon. Instead of answering, she asked, "Do you think it looks good?" Leon hesitated for a moment. "It's okay." Risvitha immediately withdrew her smile. "I'll give you another chance to phrase that." Leon remained firm. "Even if you give me 10 chances, this outfit is still." Risvitha interrupted him. "Tonight, I'll let our youngest daughter sleep with Noya and the others again." In an instant, Leon's expression changed. "This outfit is absolutely stunning, gorgeous, top-notch." "A real man knows when to bend," Risvitha said. "Actually, I thought, now that we've had our second child, I should dress more maturely. That way, when people see us, they'll think we look more like a real family. What do you think?" Leon blinked and nodded. "Makes sense. Should I stop working out and let my beer belly grow, then wear a white tank top every day, smoke cheap cigarettes, hold a newspaper, and spend half an hour in the bathroom?" You can describe middle-aged greasy men in such detail. Have you had any first-hand experience? "I'm only 23. I don't look like I've experienced a midlife crisis, do I?" I advise you to speak casually. As my captive, you have an obligation to maintain good physique and physical fitness. Since when do captives have that obligation? Well, other captives have been executed. Why do you think you haven't been executed by me until now? Because you can't bear to. No, I want you to be my captive for life, never dreaming of escape. How did we go from talking about dressing up to discussing being lifelong captives? After exchanging a few remarks, the couple simultaneously and tacitly fell silent, then quietly gazed at each other. Black and silver eyes met for a long time. Finally, the two of them couldn't help but laugh together. Their marriage might be fabricated, even false, but the unique tacit understanding and harmony between them were genuine. However, they believed this was merely the mutual understanding that archenemies should have. But whether they were archenemies or destined partners, who could say for sure? 170. Vol 1ch, 170. Risvitha deliberately applied exquisite makeup and put on a beautiful dress. Besides what she just mentioned to Leon about wanting to change her style after giving birth to her second child, there was also tonight's banquet. It had been a week since they defeated Constantine. The maid corps and the guard team had also recovered almost completely. According to Dragon Clan tradition, they needed to commemorate their fallen kin in every post-war ceremony. Of course, while mourning their comrades, they would also celebrate the hard-won victory. It seems like your Silver Dragon Clan rarely hosts such banquets, a bit dull compared to other dragon clans who celebrate lavishly at every festival, Leon said. "I remember many years ago, our unit received an order for a night raid. When we charged up, that dragon clan was still partying for the 100th day of repelling the Imperial Dragon Slayer Corps." Risvitha chuckled. "Yeah, We silver dragons don't like those flashy things. The last time we held such a large banquet was 3 years ago. Leon raised an eyebrow, asking with interest, 3 years ago, was it to commemorate something? Rishvitha narrowed her eyes with a smirk. To commemorate the day we defeated the Empire's strongest dragon slayer, Leon Kazmode, and successfully captured him. Rishvitha's lips curled with amusement as she leisurely approached, patting Leon's shoulder. You're really lucky, husband. The protagonist of 2 consecutive large banquets in the Silver Dragon clan is you. You're quite a sensation throughout the entire dragon clan. Leon swatted away her hand impatiently, then grabbed his coat from the hanger and strode toward the door. Rishvitha watched his retreating figure. Where are you going? Taking care of the kids. Don't play too late, my lord. You still have to attend the banquet tonight, Prince Tilda. Bang! The only response to her was the sound of the door being slammed shut angrily. Rishvitha crossed her arms, gazing at the empty foyer, still able to hear footsteps echoing in the corridor. She remembered the disgruntled look on that blasted man's face just now. It was like a pufferfish after eating dynamite. She chuckled, inexplicably thinking of the word cute. But the next moment, the queen's smile froze instantly. Cute? How could she ever think Leon was cute? No, impossible. Cute here was derogatory. Yes, for the Dragon clan, cute was a derogatory term. So she found absolutely nothing cute about Leon. After finding a good excuse for her inexplicable thought, Rishvitha breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her cheeks, adjusted her mood, and in just a second, regained her usual lofty and arrogant queen demeanor. Rishvitha picked out the outerwear for her dress, adorned herself with some small accessories only worn on formal occasions, and after getting ready, she stepped out of the room. Returning to duty just 7 days after childbirth, giving the maids a little shock with her workaholic attitude. Charge! At 8 o'clock in the evening, the banquet started right on time. Anna, the head maid who was almost fully recovered, was in charge of the entire banquet schedule. Actually, she hadn't expected Her Majesty to resume the daily work of the Silver Dragon Temple just 1 week after giving birth. She asked Her Majesty why she didn't take more time to rest. Although she herself was injured, she could still handle the work on behalf of Her Majesty without any problems. Rishvitha said that despite the recent victory, we still lost some of our kin, and some of the soldiers were also feeling low. As the queen of the Silver Dragons, it was her duty to boost the morale of her people and get the Silver Dragon clan back on track as soon as possible. Anna understood her and didn't ask any further. Her Majesty was still the same, serious, responsible, diligent. After decades on the throne, her enthusiasm and attitude remained undiminished. After the banquet began, the first thing was to express condolences to the Silver Dragon warriors who sacrificed their lives in this defensive battle. The way dragons mourned their kin was quite ceremonial. They would write the names of the fallen on small objects resembling talismans, then place them into specially crafted lamps called soul-guiding lamps. When the flame in the lamp ignited, the lamp would slowly expand and rise into the sky, drifting away into the distance. The flame in the lamp would extinguish after reaching a certain height, preventing forest fires or any other dangers. Releasing the soul-guiding lamps symbolized that the souls of the fallen would forever soar freely in the sky. Tonight, the Silver Dragon clan released a total of 234 soul-guiding lamps. Representing the 234 warriors, the Silver Dragon clan lost in the battle against Constantine. Compared to the humans who relied on overwhelming numbers and luck, the dragons, who focused on quality, didn't have a large population, so 234 was not a small number. By the bonfire in the courtyard, 234 soul-guiding lamps were released one by one, illuminating the night sky. At the banquet, some of the Silver Dragon clan members quietly sobbed, discreetly wiping away tears, not allowing their grief to spread. Others shouted the names of their former comrades and close friends toward the soul-guiding lamps in the sky, telling them to live freely in the other world. Once the emotions of the clan members had somewhat subsided, Rishvitha, as the queen, stepped onto the lectern to begin her address. It was mostly words of encouragement for the future, urging them not to despair and to carry on with the belief of the fallen. However, she wasn't particularly skilled at such rallying speeches, and speaking in front of so many dragons always brought back some unpleasant memories of her past. So, after starting off, she let Anna take the stage to continue the speech. Anna was quite familiar with such tasks. After the speeches, everyone chatted and reminisced as appropriate. The banquet continued in its orderly fashion. Leon wasn't very interested in the Silver Dragon clan's celebration. He sat on the steps at the entrance of the temple the whole time, holding his little daughter, silently watching as they lit lamps, gave speeches, and shed tears or laughter. Just now, Shirley came to find him and asked if the prince wanted to say a few words as well. After all, defeating Constantine this time was a significant contribution, making the prince a great hero of the Silver Dragon clan. Every word was praising Leon, but the more he heard, the more uncomfortable he felt. How did I, a human hero, become your Silver Dragon hero in just 3 years? Leon thought sarcastically. However, he replied honestly, saying he wasn't very good at giving speeches, so they could handle it themselves, and he would just take the little princess back to bed later. Shirley nodded understandingly and didn't insist. However, Shirley couldn't help but feel a little sigh of admiration in her heart. It's no wonder both Her Majesty the Queen and the Prince, being a couple, are not good at speeches and prefer to keep a low profile. Ah, is this the mindset of the strong? It's worth learning. After Shirley left, Leon continued to sit there. The second baby was still lively, showing no signs of sleepiness at all. Every now and then, she would pinch Leon's collar and vigorously punch her father's chin with her little pink fist. Suddenly, she even managed to hurt him. He lowered his head, pinching his daughter's small fist. "Baby, you're really something. Constantine didn't manage to hurt your old man, but you did. You're much more powerful than Constantine." The baby babbled, incomprehensible. Leon pinched the baby's nose, then continued to look up at the Silver Dragon's banquet. After the morning, drinking was inevitable at the banquet. Although Rosvitha wasn't good at speeches, she was quite good at drinking. Normally, human women couldn't drink alcohol within a few months after childbirth, because it would affect the nutritional content of breast milk. However, Leon had read in dragon pregnancy literature that postpartum female dragons didn't secrete breast milk like human women, which meant that newborn dragon girls needed to drink other types of milk to supplement their nutrition. At first, he was a bit worried about the lack of breast milk affecting the nutrition of his daughter. But thinking about Noya and Muin's lively and energetic appearances, Leon dismissed this concern. So, Rosvitha drinking alcohol 7 days after giving birth wouldn't affect her or the health of their daughter. Leon watched Rosvitha, sitting by the bonfire, drinking with the maids, her face illuminated by the firelight and her smile seemingly carefree as she accepted each toast. It looked like a relaxed and pleasant scene. However, having spent so much time together, Leon now understood Rosvitha better than before. He was quite certain that her current smile and apparent ease were deliberately put on. In reality, she was very tired. "Is this also part of your job, you silly dragon?" Leon lowered his head, pinching his daughter's cheek. "Don't follow mommy's footsteps in this regard. You should balance work and rest. Don't become a workaholic, or else daddy will worry about you." (171) Vol 1ch 171. Alcohol is a magical substance. It can dilute sadness and also catalyze joy. No wonder it's a staple at various celebratory banquets to enhance the atmosphere. Unfortunately, Leon is not good at drinking. He can kill a dragon king several times his size with his bare hands, but a small glass of red wine can knock him out. Beer is something he can barely handle, but just barely. After a few rounds of drinks, the Silver Dragon's sorrow either dissipated entirely or was vented recklessly before being forgotten. As expected by Rosvitha, morale was gradually returning to normal. Leon kept his head down, amusing his little daughter. The father and daughter engaged in a one-sided, ineffective conversation. "My dear daughter, what do you want to be called?" Yuwa abayaba. Hey, how much did your mom drink? Her body hasn't fully recovered yet, she should rest more. Aya tilde. Your two sisters are over there having fun, but dad is here with you. In the future, you should be more on dad's side, okay? Ying tilde. They each spoke their own language. The baby couldn't understand the adult's words, and Leon couldn't understand baby talk. But this didn't dampen Leon's enthusiasm for chatting with his little daughter. After a while, the baby yawned, and her interactions with Leon decreased significantly. The baby was sleepy. Leon stood up and carried the little one back to Risvitha's bedroom. After making sure she was asleep, Leon left and returned to sit on the steps at the entrance of the temple. The bonfire in the courtyard was still burning, and the evening banquet hadn't ended yet. It looked like the Dragon Queen was going to drink a lot tonight. Although there would be maids to escort her back if she drank too much, as the husband of the queen, it seemed appropriate for him to wait here for a while. This might make him and Risvitha appear more loving in front of others and make the family seem more warm. She had even changed her style of dressing to make this grand play more convincing, so how could Leon fall behind? Anyway, it was just a matter of keeping up appearances and wouldn't cost him anything. Leon mused distractedly. He wasn't sure how much time had passed when he heard faint footsteps approaching. Leon looked up in the direction of the sound. It was Risvitha. She looked a bit tipsy, holding 2 cans of beer. Her steps were slightly unsteady, but not to the point where she couldn't walk. Leon kept his eyes on her steps, worried that this clumsy dragon might trip over a step or a stone. Only when she stood steadily in front of him did Leon shift his gaze from her feet to her face. Her delicate and beautiful face had a faint blush, her silver eyes were half open, and her ears were also red. She had a contented smile on her lips, though it was unclear what she was enjoying. Leon, sitting on the steps at the back door of the temple, found his line of sight level with hers. This scene reminded Leon of 3 years ago when he was attacking the Silver Dragon Temple. After an insider betrayed him, he was captured and imprisoned by the Silver Dragons. It was there that he first met Risvitha. At that time, she had also left a celebration banquet to see him, and she was similarly tipsy. If she hadn't been drunk back then, if she had been a bit more clear-headed, she probably wouldn't have fallen for Leon's blood enchantment trap. Ah, fate plays tricks on us. No on dragons, Leon thought to himself. Here, she said, handing him a can of beer, interrupting his thoughts. The liquid sloshed inside the can, making a soft, muffled sound. Leon shook his head. I don't drink. Then I'll drink, Risvitha replied. Leon knew that Risvitha had a bit of a drinking habit. However, it couldn't really be called an addiction. As a queen, she faced immense pressure daily, and when she had no other way to relieve it, she turned to alcohol for solace. During the 10 months of her pregnancy, she hadn't touched a drop, which had been quite a strain on her. She opened the can of beer and then sat down on the step next to Leon, shoulder to shoulder. A faint smell of alcohol wafted over, not unpleasant. Risvitha had very refined taste in alcohol. Even when it came to beer, she was meticulous in her selection, so the scent that clung to her was more of a pleasant aroma than a stench. The silver-haired beauty took a hearty swig, then set the can down beside her. Her sitting posture was different from Leon's. Leon sat on the step with his feet planted on the 2 steps below, a very standard, straight man style of sitting. Risvitha, on the other hand, leaned back with her hands supporting her body, gazing slightly upward at the night sky. She stretched out her long legs straight, spanning several steps. The couple sat very close, their shoulders brushing against each other now and then. The evening breeze swept through the temple, gently tousling their hair. The wind carried the sound of cicadas, and the night sky above was as beautiful as an unfolded painting. I think, the queen suddenly said, her expression extremely serious, the world is a giant eggplant. Leon glanced at her, speechless. How much have you had to drink? If the world were an eggplant, what would you do? She seemed very eager to continue this topic she had initiated. Leon sighed and played along. Then I would scatter some carrot pieces on the ground and make an eggplant and carrot stew. Interesting, are you a genius or what? Haha, thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. When Risvitha heard the term, Your Majesty, her smile visibly stiffened. She awkwardly retracted her legs, rested her elbows on her knees, propped her chin up with both hands, pouted, and muttered, "Being a queen is no fun at all." "If it's no fun, why do you take it so seriously? If you don't like it, give the throne to me, and I'll be the leader of the Silver Dragons. What do you think?" The throne. Risvitha's sudden outburst startled Leon. 172. Vol 1ch, 172. He clutched his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. What about the throne? The throne is just a cage. She sounded like a neurotic little girl, suddenly passionate and then abruptly melancholic. Risvitha rested her chin in her hands, her silver eyes staring blankly at the ground below the steps. When you sit on it, your life no longer belongs to you. Risvitha. But I'll stay in this cage and do all my work. After all, I'm the best queen in the world. Leon, tell me, am I the best queen? She nudged Leon's shoulder gently, her previously melancholy face now full of expectation, seeking praise. Leon smiled. Yes, you are the best queen. Yay, Tilda. Got it, before drinking she's Noya, after drinking she's Muin. No wonder, considering his and Risvitha's personalities, how could they have a lively and spirited child like Muin? It turns out that you have to unlock all the attributes of this dragon queen after she drinks. The best queen, paired with the best captive, per tilde fact tilde. Do you have to use the word captive? Why aren't you my captive? Leon didn't want to argue with a tipsy dragon queen. If you say so. After a pause, he added, but it was this captive who saved your Silver Dragon clan from Constantine a week ago. Yes, that's why I say you're the best captive, Tilda. It seemed there was no getting around the captive label. Leon chose to go along with her. Actually, you're really amazing. I always thought you were bragging. This was indeed Risvitha's true feeling. After the battle with Constantine, she genuinely believed Leon was incredibly strong, almost absurdly so. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't praise him, lest his ego inflated too much. But tonight, bolstered by the alcohol, she decided to give him some praise. Tomorrow, she could just claim she was drunk and that her words didn't count, playing coy to see how he'd react. I'm really clever, Risvitha thought smugly. Sure enough, Leon proudly puffed out his chest. Of course, do you think I just gave myself the title of the strongest dragon slayer? It's recognized by the Empire Tilda. Roar tilde. Risvitha turned her head, leaning in closer, resting her small chin on Leon's arm, and looked at him with her beautiful silver eyes. But you were captured by me 3 years ago, weren't you? Tusk. Leon shrugged his arm, dislodging Risvitha's chin. I was framed by an insider back then, or I would have. Would have what? Would haves. Strange, why couldn't he get the words out? I don't think the dragon marks are glowing, so why isn't my mouth listening to my brain? Could it be, I have some sympathy for this dragon queen? How terrifying. He pressed his lips together, unsure how to change the subject. HMPH, heartless man, no conscience, Risvitha said angrily. How am I heartless? We were enemies back then. Besides, 3 years ago, if I hadn't used the blood enchantment on you, wouldn't you have already gotten rid of me? Back then we were enemies. Risvitha latched onto the key phrase. Yes. So what you're saying is, we're not enemies now. Leon's face turned awkward, and he looked away, muttering, still enemies, just temporarily co-parenting 3 daughters. Risvitha let out a small, triumphant sound, clearly enjoying this exchange. Leon, she said more softly, even if we're still enemies, can't we, for the sake of the children, try to get along better? Leon sighed, realizing the complexities of their relationship, especially under the current circumstances. Maybe, he said quietly, we can try. Their conversation, though playful, hinted at the possibility of a deeper understanding and cooperation between them. The night wore on, the cicadas sang, and the stars twinkled above as the unlikely pair sat together, bound by circumstances and their shared responsibilities. Risvitha got annoyed. She grabbed Leon's chin, forcing him to face her, and then squeezed his cheeks, squishing his face repeatedly. If the world ends one day, all magic disappears and all creatures turn to ash, your mouth will still be perfectly fine. Leon wasn't going to let her bully him like that. Naturally, he grabbed her cheeks in the same way. The two of them, like squabbling schoolchildren, sat on the steps, pinching each other's faces, neither willing to let go. What should I say then? Say you're my captive. I won't let go of me first. I won't let go. Say you're my captive and I'll let go. I won't, you let go first. No, you say it first. After a while of this, Risvitha finally gave in. I'll count to 3 and we'll let go at the same time. Leon's eyes shifted slightly. All right. 3, 2, 1. Leon. Risvitha, left arrow, left arrow. The sudden silence was the most awkward part. Leon looked down at the delicate hand, still pinching his face, and then at his own hand squeezing Risvitha's cheek. He chuckled, I know you too well, Dragon Queen. This time for real, 3, 2, 1, let go. Both of them paused for a second, assessing each other's sincerity. 3, 2, 1. With a mix of hesitation and determination, they finally released each other's faces at the same time. They both rubbed their slightly sore cheeks, glaring at each other with a mixture of annoyance and amusement. Happy now? Leon asked, his tone mockingly exasperated. Very, Risvitha replied, sticking out her tongue childishly before breaking into a smile. Leon couldn't help but smile back. Despite their bickering, there was a genuine camaraderie between them, a bond that had formed through their shared experiences and responsibilities. The night continued peacefully, their earlier playfulness softening into a comfortable silence. All right. 3, 2, 1. Finally, the couple released each other. After rubbing their reddened and slightly warm cheeks, Risvitha took another sip of beer. Taking a deep breath, Risvitha looked at Leon. But since we just mentioned you being framed by the insider, it seems like we've never really talked about it, have we? So, should we talk about it now? (173). Vol 1ch, 173. The matter of being framed and betrayed by a traitor was a topic that Leon had seldom mentioned. Risvitha could probably guess why he didn't want to bring it up. Firstly, after years of campaigning on the battlefield and earning countless merits, to ultimately be harmed by despicable individuals was a tremendous disgrace for someone hailed as a hero by the Empire and its people. Secondly, the person who framed him was likely one of his comrades in arms, those who had fought alongside him through thick and thin. If it were someone else, Leon wouldn't have been so distressed. But the fact that someone who fought side by side with him could sneakily harm him during battle could only mean it was someone from his own squad. 3 years had passed since then, and it was time to delve into this matter properly. When Risvitha asked, Leon fell silent at first. He lowered his head, scratched his temple, seemingly willing to discuss the matter, yet unsure where to begin. Seeing his hesitation, Risvitha took the initiative and said, Then let's start by talking about what happened that day. Before you were framed, what were you and your teammates doing? Leon stared at the tips of his shoes, his pupils gradually losing focus as his thoughts drifted back to the day 3 years ago when they attacked the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. As he reminisced, he began to speak softly. That day, our army had already broken through the outer defenses of the sanctuary. All we needed was to storm through the main gate, and we could, He pursed his lips, glanced at Risvitha beside him, then continued, We could see you. Risvitha rested her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes fixed on Leon, listening attentively. The dogman's words were rather tactful, We could see you. After seeing me, what then? Would everyone sit down together and have tea chat? She shook her head, not dwelling too much on wild thoughts, nodding, and then. Well, as you know, our human side's strategy to defeat the dragon race mostly relies on overwhelming numbers, so after breaking through the outer perimeter, I deployed a large portion of our forces to attack the main gate of your temple. Of course, this was just a feint. The real elite dragon slayer teams, numbering in the hundreds, launched surprise attacks from both flanks. When the defending forces of your silver dragons concentrated at the main gate, it was the perfect moment to open up breakthroughs on both sides. The battle unfolded exactly as I had anticipated. The feint worked, and the flanking attacks went smoothly. According to the plan, this should have been the time for a Dragon King-level opponent to make their grand appearance, and I was prepared to fight you to the death. Rosvitha blinked, understanding that Leon's tactic at the time was the classic N Protect 1. Send him, the Dragon King bomb, into the temple, and the mission of the others would be accomplished. Next, they only needed to watch General Leon's classic Dragon Slayer performance. But just as my squad and I were about to step into the courtyard of the temple, my vision was instantly plunged into darkness. Darkness, Rosvitha furrowed her brows slightly. Was it an illusion magic? From the sensation at the time, it indeed seemed to be a very powerful illusion of magic. And such powerful illusion magic must require the caster to be very close, and for the target to be completely unguarded against the caster. But at that moment, there wasn't a single silver dragon around me. Rosvitha's eyes flickered, understanding the meaning behind Leon's words. The person capable of ensnaring someone as formidable as him in such a powerful illusion could only be the most trusted teammate by his side. Leon continued, I didn't have time to think. I quickly used every possible means to break free from the illusion, but it was at that moment. Leon raised his hand, clutching his chest, his tone becoming more somber. The one who framed me made their move. They didn't use a sword or a dagger, but something thin and sharp with a piercing enchantment. Otherwise, it could never have penetrated the black gold war chariot's breastplate. My heart was pierced. Strangely, only the skin and muscles of my chest felt pain. The heart itself didn't have a strong sensation. At this point, Leon shook his head, bitterly smiling twice. But that's just a normal physiological phenomenon. I knew what had happened, and I knew that when the heart was pierced, everything was over. From being ensnared in the illusion to being ambushed, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. And at that moment, there were no silver dragons within 100 meters around me. When I woke up, all the positions of the raiding teams had been exposed, and you immediately adjusted tactics to systematically dismantle us. I was unable to continue commanding at that point, so according to protocol, my deputy took over command and ordered everyone to retreat. My teammates dragged me, barely alive, inch by inch towards the exit of the temple, but we were too slow. After all our positions were exposed, your counterattack was very effective and swift. If they wanted to survive, they had to leave me behind. At that time, my consciousness was already very blurry. I couldn't hear what they were saying clearly. There seemed to have been a brief argument, but in the end I still became your prisoner. That's probably how it went. Leon covered his face with both hands, heaving a heavy sigh. After listening to Leon's account, Rosvitha remained silent. From Leon's description, it was clear that he had indeed been betrayed by his own teammates. Elements like illusion magic, enchanted weapons, exposure of positions, and the final display off comradeship indicated that this was a meticulously planned betrayal. The person who betrayed Leon had prepared sufficiently for that moment. After the successful betrayal, he left no trace behind. Not only did the human side fail to discover him, but even the Silver Dragon side, after the battle, didn't know which top assassin had taken out their AD father, leading to the overturning of their previously unbeatable Protect One tactic. But one somewhat amusing aspect was that since the traitor had directly aimed for Leon's heart at the time, it was clear they intended to kill him outright, with no intention of letting him live. Unfortunately, not only was Leon alive and well now, but he had also become the fake husband of the Silver Dragon Queen. He even had 3 lovely daughters. If the traitor knew about this, they would probably be beside themselves with frustration. After a moment of silence, Rosvitha asked, "Do you have any thoughts on who the traitor might be? Any guesses?" Leon gazed ahead, shaking his head. From a rational perspective, everyone is a suspect in the entire ordeal, but from an emotional standpoint, I don't believe any of them could do such a thing. Balancing both reason and emotion, he didn't let his anger over his betrayal by former teammates cloud his judgment or forget the bonds forged in life-and-death situations, refraining from jumping to conclusions and accusing anyone outright. Leon had managed to control his emotions and rationality very well. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it to the extent he did. Risvitha thought for a moment, then glanced at him. You just said 3 teammates. Then let's talk about them, just a simple chat. Leon scratched his head thinking, well, since we've already said so much, a bit more won't hurt. One is the deputy squad leader, one is a support mage, and one is a gunner. Let's start with the deputy squad leader, Leon said. That guy is a perpetual runner-up. Risvitha was taken aback. Perpetual runner-up, is that an insult? Leon shrugged. I often win championships, so guess who's the runner-up? Oh, I see, go on. Like me, he came from the commoner class before joining the Dragon Slayer army, with no connections or background, relying solely on his own abilities to climb to the position of deputy squad leader. Oh, he also took over command as my deputy at that time. Quite a capable guy. Pausing for a moment, Leon added, but not as capable as me. Risvitha chuckled and nudged Leon's shoulder. You never miss a chance to praise yourself, do you? After a heavy topic, a little joke was needed to lighten the mood. Leon chuckled as well and then continued. The second one is a support mage, and he comes from a prestigious background. He's the son of a minister in the imperial court. It's said that he specifically requested to join my squad after graduation, claiming to admire me greatly and aspiring to become a dragon slayer like me in the future. Risvitha smirked. He's just a little fanboy then. And what about the last one, the gunner? Oh, her, she's a particularly chatty girl. The queen became alert. Wait, a girl. Leon hesitated. Why yes, what's wrong? Casmode, in your monotonous life with your donkey companion, finally, there appears a second girl your age, aside from the silver-haired female classmate. Leon blinked. At first glance, it seemed like she was teasing him about being solo for 20 years, but the more he thought about it, the more he could smell jealousy. What does this girl look like? Risvitha asked. Leon's mind stirred slightly, and some mischievous thoughts bubbled up inside him. She's beautiful, very beautiful. In reality, the girl was average-looking in Leon's eyes, but she did have a lot of suitors. Leon's assessment of her was, you'd be better off chasing my donkey, at least it can give you a couple of brays. Upon hearing Leon's highly praised evaluation of the female gunner, Risvitha's eyes widened, and she secretly gritted her teeth, but she pretended not to care on the surface. Really? Well, that's great. Having a pretty girl in the team, fighting while enjoying the view of a beauty, must be delightful, huh? Leon didn't answer that question but instead asked, Tusk, Mother Dragon, is this beer expired? Expired? No, it's not. Then why does it smell sour? Correct. The beer can in Risvitha's hand was instantly crushed, emitting a crisp sound. Leon glanced down at the flattened can in her hand. This was getting heated. No, he couldn't provoke her anymore. If Mother Dragon got angry and drank alcohol, she might come up with a new way to play with dragon patterns, and he didn't want to be on the receiving end of that. Immediately, Leon said, just kidding, she looks pretty average, at least I think so. Oh, really? Yeah, anyway, from her hair color to her height and personality, she's just not my type. What's your type then? Hey, aren't you supposed to know all that about me from my XP? Why are you still asking as if you don't know? Leon calculated how to skip over this topic, but Risvitha leaned in. She was still a bit drunk, her cheeks looking flushed. Come on, tell me, what type do you like? She insisted. I like silver. Can't you just say it in one breath? As she spoke, Risvitha suddenly felt a rush of alcohol to her head. The room started spinning, and she lost control of her body, eventually falling sideways into Leon's lap. Leon blinked, cautiously reaching out to poke Risvitha's cheek. Hey, Risvitha, hey. The response he got was a muffled murmur. You fell asleep quickly, Mother Dragon. Having just given birth not too long ago, and with her stamina not fully recovered, it wasn't surprising that she suddenly fell asleep after drinking so much tonight. She leaned against him, lying on her side, quickly drifting off into a deep sleep. The faint scent of her body, mixed with a hint of alcohol, wafted over, along with her warm body temperature. Her soft chest lightly pressed against Leon's thigh, causing his thoughts to wander uncontrollably. Blushing, Leon quickly took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. After calming down a bit, he lifted Rosvitha, who was asleep, and carried her into the temple, stepping on the stairs. (174) Vol 1ch 174. As the days passed by, the negative effects brought by the war gradually faded away in Constantine's life. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction, at least for the Silver Dragon clan. But for Leon, life hadn't seen any significant changes. If anything, the arrival of his little daughter made him a bit busier. Apart from that, everything remained the same. Until he noticed that Rosvitha's mood seemed to be getting lower day by day. Initially, it was her who had proposed to boost the morale of the Silver Dragon clan, even going as far as organizing a bonfire banquet for the purpose. With her efforts and encouragement, the people of the Silver Dragon clan gradually regained their spirits, and the operations of the entire clan also began to normalize. However, Rosvitha, who had facilitated all this, seemed to be at odds with the general atmosphere. Leon could sense that her despondency and sorrow weren't stemming from work pressure. Something else seemed to be troubling her. In the past few days, Rosvitha's emotional issues had worsened. Sometimes, she even intentionally avoided Leon, leaving him puzzled. Did he say something wrong that upset her? It shouldn't be the case. They understood each other well, knew each other's limits, and if they sensed crossing a line, they would promptly back off. Moreover, if she were truly angry, given Rosvitha's personality, she would either resolve the matter on the spot or confront Leon about it. She wouldn't linger in melancholy for days like she was doing now. After much hesitation, Leon decided to talk to her. In the evening, with some time left before dinner, Rosvitha finished her day's work and sat alone on the swing in the backyard. The setting sun cast her shadow long and slender, while her silver hair gently swayed in the evening breeze, her beautiful face filled with sorrow. The swing moved with a small amplitude, the iron chains and wooden board making a soft creaking sound, not too disturbing. Her silver eyes gazed at the ground, her thoughts drifting back to a long time ago. "I have one request for you. Within a year, don't let Leon return to the Empire." This was what they agreed upon when she first met Teg. But back then, Rosvitha hadn't even considered letting Leon go. Let alone a year, even if it was 10 or 100 years, she would keep Leon by her side, captive for life. It was her punishment for this arrogant human who dared to offend her. However, so much had happened since then, and her relationship with Leon had slowly changed over time. Both she and Leon had no intention of using each other to understand their respective races, because a single individual could never represent the entire group. They only focused on understanding each other. And the longer they spent together, the more the image of Leon in Rosvitha's mind diverged from what it was initially. In the past, she only saw him as an enemy, a scoundrel who would taunt her even at death's door. But as their daughters grew up, as she went through the 10 months of pregnancy, and as their last precious child was born during this process, Leon's finer qualities also began to manifest. Responsibility, integrity, and courage. Among all the people Rosvitha had encountered, Leon exemplified these 3 points the best. There was no doubt he was an excellent father, and as a pseudo-husband, he was quite competent as well. His love was pure. When he poured all his love into someone, that person would undoubtedly be the happiest in the world. From the very beginning, he never looked down upon their daughters for being born of a mixed heritage between him and his enemy. Instead, he spared no effort in loving them unconditionally. While the youngest daughter was still too young to mention, Noya and Muin were deeply immersed in Leon's profound love. Rosvitha could clearly sense the difference between her 2 daughters and other young dragons. They enjoyed life more, loved it more, and had a much stronger concept of family than other young dragons. This was an emotion that most dragonkind couldn't possess. Rosvitha knew that it was all thanks to Leon. If it were solely up to her, perhaps her daughters would still awkwardly refer to her as Lady Mother. Even now, he had long evolved from being an initial captive to becoming a part of this family. And after the Battle of Constantine, too, many mysteries emerged one after another. all coincidentally related to Master Leon's agreement. She vaguely felt that in the distant human empire, there must be a war without smoke waiting for Leon. Logically, he had to return there to solve these surfaced mysteries. Emotionally, Teg's actions might also require Leon's cooperation and support. Now, the year since she and Teg made their agreement has passed. This was the reason for her melancholy over the past few days. Although she had already made up her mind, she was still engaged in meaningless self-doubt here. What's the point of keeping silent? How long can intentional avoidance truly conceal things? Leon would eventually find out, and he would eventually leave here. Sigh. It was hard to say how many times she had sighed today each, one heavier than the last. Creak and creak. Suddenly, her back was lightly pushed, and the swing began to sway. She didn't need to turn around to know it was Leon with his broad, slightly cool hand. She had been so immersed in her memories that she hadn't noticed when Leon had come up behind her. "Is it fun, Your Majesty?" Leon asked as he continued to push the swing. Risvitha gripped the iron chains on either side of the swing, her silver hair dancing in the air. She kept her eyes down, feeling the rhythm of her body moving up and down. Her voice was low. "Why are you here?" "I noticed you haven't been in a good mood lately. Is something wrong?" "No." Her response was somewhat cold. It was well known that when girls said they weren't angry, it didn't necessarily mean they weren't. Until they exploded in anger. That anger was like a cat in a box. You couldn't know if it was alive or dead until you opened the box. "Come on, talk to me. Is it postpartum depression?" "No, it has nothing to do with giving birth." "Oh, then it's about me, isn't it?" Risvitha closed her eyes, sometimes wishing he wasn't so perceptive. Seeing Risvitha remain silent, Leon knew he had guessed right. He gently supported Risvitha's back, slowly bringing the swing to a stop, then stepped around to stand in front of her, hands clasped in front of his chest. "Come on, Your Majesty," he said. "Tell me, what did I do to make you angry?" Risvitha sat on the swing, lifting her gaze. The setting sun backlighted Leon, casting a glow on Risvitha's profile. He stood tall and straight, his gaze higher than Risvitha's. The two of them locked eyes, neither of them flinching. This scene reminded Risvitha of 3 years ago in the dungeon, when Leon had looked at her like this. Only now, the cool evening breeze was much more comfortable than the dampness of the dungeon. He was still as ruggedly handsome as ever, his scars exuding a masculine charm. Risvitha opened her mouth, thinking she should take this opportunity to tell him about Teg's 1-year agreement. But just as she was about to speak, Muin's voice suddenly came from afar. "Mom, Dad, it's time for dinner. Big Sis said not to linger there, or we won't wait for you." Leon turned his head and replied, "Tell your sister, if she keeps peeking at Mom and Dad, Dad won't teach her magic anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Noya emerged from the bushes beside Muin, holding a scroll in her hand, her tail standing straight. She shouted to Leon, "That's absolutely not allowed, Dad." Leon chuckled, then redirected his gaze to Risvitha. "Let's go, time to go back for dinner." "175. Vol 1ch, 175. Risvitha's mood these past few days had indeed been rather bad, but she wouldn't show it in front of her daughters. At the dinner table, she patiently listened to Noya and Muin's endless chatter. Muin bragged about how good she was at hide-and-seek today, finding all the maids hidden in less than a minute. Noya talked about what new magic she had learned today. As for the youngest daughter, she was still in the stage of babbling and couldn't participate in her sister's conversation for the time being. Leon ate his dinner while keeping an eye on Risvitha's emotions. Just now, in the backyard, he asked Risvitha if her bad mood these days was because of him. Risvitha didn't answer. Usually, when she didn't answer Leon's questions, it meant she had tacitly agreed. But Leon really couldn't figure out where he had offended Her Majesty these days. Could it be because of the night of the banquet a few days ago, when Leon praised the beautiful female gunner in his team in front of her? Has she been holding on to that until now? Leon thought about it and felt it was unlikely. Because Risvitha wasn't the type to get jealous easily, and besides, she knew Leon so well that she would definitely hear that he was joking. And even if this incident did upset her, She could have given Leon a lesson that night, letting him know that he shouldn't say anything like beautiful in front of her. There was simply no need to be as depressed and frustrated as she was now, bearing the oppression and boredom alone. Sai still can't figure it out. Dad. Muin's voice brought Leon back to reality. He shook his head imperceptibly and then looked at his daughter. What's up, Muin? We agreed before that after Mom gives birth to little sis, we'll go to the beach. Tilda, do you still remember? Leon smiled. Of course, I remember. But the little sister is still too small now and can't go far. When she grows a little bigger, we'll go to the beach, okay? Muin obediently nodded. Okay, Tilda. The little dragon girl then turned to her younger sister, using the agile tip of her tail to tease her. Her little sister, seated on the chair with a bib tied around her collar to keep her clothes clean, stared at the tip of her sister's tail with big eyes. She waved her soft, tiny hands back and forth, trying to catch it but never quite succeeding. Across the table, Risvitha rested her chin on one hand, her eyes slightly lowered, watching the scene quietly. Leon glanced at her secretly and was surprised to see a rare smile on her face. It wasn't a forced smile, it was a genuine, heartfelt one. Little sister, grow up quickly so we can all go to the beach together as a family, Tilda. Leon was just starting to feel relieved that Risvitha finally smiled, but when Muin said this, her smile instantly disappeared. She paused for a moment, then immediately withdrew her gaze from her daughters, lowered her head, and silently continued eating the remaining food on her plate. Leon keenly caught onto this. Why such a big reaction when Muin mentioned our family? By all accounts, this constructed family was painstakingly built by Risvitha and Leon with the initial purpose of providing their daughters with a complete childhood and the necessary love from both parents. And now, Muin's strong concept of family and being a family indicates that they have maintained this family well. So why is Risvitha not only not showing relief, but also some resistance? She wasn't like this before. Women are truly hard to understand, Leon sighed inwardly. Even after being married for so long, he still couldn't understand why Risvitha would act this way. There was no use in speculating here, Leon thought to himself. He could only wait until she wanted to speak up to understand the whole story. After dinner, Noya and Muin went back to their rooms, leaving little sister to be taken care of by Mom and Dad. The couple stood side by side in the kitchen, washing the dishes as usual. There was no exchange of words between them, but their movements were synchronized. After scrubbing off the last bit of dirt from the last dish, Leon handed it to Risvitha, who was responsible for rinsing at the sink. However, instead of taking the dish like before, Risvitha stood there quietly, as if struggling with something. Leon awkwardly held the dish and tilted his head. What's wrong? Risvitha closed her eyes, took a deep breath, as if she had finally made an important decision. Leon, go spend some time with the girls, she said. Leon didn't quite understand. What? I said go play with the girls, play hide and seek, teach them magic, educate them, or just hug them. Leon became more and more confused as he listened. However, he didn't ask further. Perhaps Risvitha just wanted some quiet time alone and using spending time with the girls as an excuse to send him away. Leon placed the dish next to the sink, took off his apron, dried his hands, and then left the room. As the evening approached, the sun quickly disappeared, and the kitchen became darker, highlighting the loneliness and solitude of the silver-haired beauty's figure. Drip, drip. Water rhythmically dripped from the faucet, falling into the sink and splashing around. Risvitha slowly turned her eyes to the apron Leon had just taken off. It was a blue, ordinary household apron, but he had worn it for a long time, evidenced by the yellowish stains. She glanced down at her own apron, which was the same design but pink. When did they buy these again? She couldn't remember. She had been with Leon for so long. Over years' time, which for a dragon's long life was just a blink of an eye. But Risvitha always felt like this year was very long, so long that she even forgot that it might have an end. After a long silence, she slowly reached out her hand, her fingers trembling slightly, and took the dish Leon had just placed by the sink. Then she turned on the faucet and silently began to wash it. The icy cold water flowed through her fingers, and she squeezed them, only to find that she couldn't hold on to it. And what she couldn't hold on to wasn't just the water flowing through her fingers. After 9 in the evening, the sound of the door lock echoed through the house. Leon walked through the hallway and returned to the bedroom. Their youngest daughter was already fast asleep in bed, while Risvitha sat on the couch. She wasn't wearing pajamas, but instead had on a rather formal dress. Leon stood at the bedroom door, scratching his head. "I just spent some time playing with the girls, taught Noya a little magic, and hugged each of them before leaving." Risvitha kept her eyes down, looking at the tip of her shoe, and silently nodded. "So what do we do now?" Leon asked. Risvitha slowly looked up at Leon. The couple's eyes met, and in that single glance, it was as if there were 1,000 words left unsaid. Unfortunately, there was no chance to say them now. After a long moment of eye contact, Risvitha spoke first. "Leon, a year ago today, I met your master." 176. Vol 1ch, 176. Chap 176, Decision. Risvitha recounted in detail to Leon the 1-year agreement she made with Teg that day. After listening, Leon felt a mix of emotions. However, he didn't think Risvitha had intentionally hidden anything from him. After all, his master had stipulated that he couldn't return to the Empire for a year. If he had known about it in advance, his mind probably wouldn't have been at peace for the entire year. Risvitha sat on the sofa, speaking softly. "Your master didn't inform me of his plans for this year, but I speculate he may be returning to the Empire to handle some matters. And during this time, there may be some accompanying dangers, hence his decision to keep you away." Leon's expression turned serious as he walked to the sofa and sat beside Risvitha. "But my master is just a retired dragon slayer who has been managing his farm for many years. He rarely mentions his time in the Dragon Slayer army, and my mother said he was quite ordinary during his military service. How could a man in his 50s handle anything in the Empire? Your master seldom speaks of his past, and your understanding of his years of service is limited to your mother's biased accounts. Therefore, Leon, in my opinion, your master may not be as ordinary as you perceive him to be, merely a farmer." Risvitha spoke earnestly. She remembered the immense pressure emanating from Teg, the former dragon slayer, when she first met him, a pressure far beyond that of any other human except Leon. She believed that to cultivate someone as strong and abnormal as Leon, Teg must be anything but simple. Leon furrowed his brows, unsure of what to say for a moment. Risvitha sat quietly beside him, having already informed him of his master's situation and the 1-year agreement. Now it was his turn to make a choice. But to prevent this fool's brain from frying, Risvitha decided to help him understand the current situation first. "Leon, before I met your master, he didn't know you were still alive. He was merely praying, or rather, hoping you were alive. At that time, he took your mother and hid in a mountain stream, living a peaceful life away from the world. It was safe there, and the Empire's people couldn't easily find them. But upon learning that you were still alive, he seemed to have made a decision immediately. I believe he's going back to the Empire to do something dangerous for you. Actually, at first, I didn't intend to tell you about this. Regardless of whether it's 1 year or 2, I can't let you go until I've avenged myself on you. And our home, even if it's a sham, you've become an indispensable part of it. You're Noya and Muin's father and mine." She said a lot in one breath, but stuttered at this particular sentence. Her silver eyes evaded his gaze, and she turned her head slightly, her voice lowering. "You're my husband. If you leave, this home won't be a home anymore. But I understand, Leon, in the human realm you have another home. Your master, your mother, they're all waiting for you to come back. Now, your master might need you more than we do. You have the right to know all of this. And the right to make a choice." Leon stared blankly at the former enemy beside him. Had she really handed over the right to choose to him? Not only that, she even laid out both sides' conditions and situations clearly before Leon, fearing he might become confused and make the wrong decision. And what she just said, "Your master needs you more than we do," Leon understood its meaning. Not long ago, he defeated the arrogant flame dragon king, Constantine, which greatly elevated the status and prestige of the silver dragons within the entire dragon race. In the short term, no other dragon would dare to challenge Rhysvitha, Silver Dragon clan. So, their daughters were safe, and Rhysvitha herself was safe. But his master was still missing, his fate unknown. According to his master's request at the time, 1 year had passed, and he could return to the Empire now, without delaying Rhysvitha even for a day. Wait, Leon suddenly realized, could this be the reason for Rhysvitha, melancholy these past few days? Rhysvitha, you know what decision I'll make, right? Rhysvitha silently nodded. So, you've been so restless these days. She sighed, slender fingers brushing across her face, lifting strands of hair from her forehead. At this point, what's the use of saying all this, Leon? With that said, Rhysvitha slowly rose to her feet. If you've made up your mind, we will leave tonight. Even a fool could see that Rhysvitha had her own selfish motives. She didn't want Leon to leave this home, to leave their daughters. But she was the Silver Dragon Queen, not a selfish little girl. She knew what battles to fight and what battles not to. Leon was the same. He could have pretended not to know anything, continued to stay here as the Silver Dragon Prince, enjoying the love and admiration of countless people, watching his adorable daughters grow up day by day, and finally, peacefully grow old as he once dreamed of. But if he did that, he wouldn't be Leon Casmode anymore. A man who shoulders duty and responsibility cannot let his surrogate father face unknown dangers alone. When Rhysvitha handed the choice over to Leon, it was clear to both of them that he would ultimately choose to return to the Empire. He had to go back to help his master and uncover the traitor who framed him. Leon stared at her for a long time, feeling like he had so much to say to her. But in the end, 1,000 words turned into a simple, "Thank you, Rhysvitha." Rhysvitha didn't say, "You're welcome." She just half-turned, her indifferent expression failing to hide the choked-up tone in her voice. "Before we leave, do you want to hug our youngest daughter?" Hug their daughter, so, when she asked him to spend some time playing with Noya and Muin earlier and then hug them, it was a farewell. Unfortunately, Leon didn't realize this, and the farewell hug felt somewhat rushed. He sighed, stood up, and walked slowly to the bedside. Looking at his sleeping youngest daughter, a smile crept onto Leon's heavy face. He slowly bent down and gently kissed her forehead. "When you grow up, listen to your sisters and protect Mommy." The little daughter in her dream made a whimpering sound. Leon didn't know if that was her response. Reluctantly casting one last glance at his daughter, Leon straightened up, tidying up things he might need later, then strode towards the balcony. Rhysvitha had already transformed into her dragon form, hovering outside the balcony. Leon easily flipped over the railing and landed on her back. "Will Noya and Muin think I'm a terrible father?" Leon asked in a low voice. Without hesitation, Rhysvitha replied, "No, you're the best father in the world. And the best husband in the world too, but perhaps it was a little late to say that now." The silver dragon flapped her wings, disappearing into the night. The curtains in the bedroom fluttered gently from the airflow caused by the dragon's wings. The baby on the bed tightly clenched her little fists, squirming restlessly. In the quiet room, the sound of the door lock being clicked suddenly broke the silence. The entrance door slowly opened, and a petite figure entered the room, calling out for Mommy and Daddy softly as she walked in. But the only response she received was her younger sister's whimpering. Mommy and Daddy weren't here. She walked to the bedside, humming a lullaby. After soothing her younger sister back to sleep, she stepped out onto the balcony. The balcony window was open, and there were marks of someone stepping on the railing, indicating that someone had left from here not long ago. Noya slowly raised her head, gazing at the deep night sky. "Mommy and Daddy, what happened?" "177. Vol 1CH, 177. After several hours of flight, Rhysvitha and Leon arrived at the border between human and dragon territories. Leading Leon, Rhysvitha found the mountain stream where Teg had hidden at that time. Since it was temporarily impossible to determine whether Teg was currently in the Empire or had already left, It was always okay to take a look when passing by here. Leon stood on the dangerously steep cliff edge, watching the waterfall cascading down and the bottomless ravine, couldn't help but exclaim, "Did my master really hide here?" Risvitha nodded. "Do you still think your master is just an ordinary farmer now? To find such a secluded hiding place and live here for a while, an ordinary farmer really couldn't do it. How many secrets does that old man master still have to tell him?" After the meeting, Leon must ask clearly. Risvitha flew slowly into the dangerous mountain stream with Leon and found the waterfall from last time. She waved her wings, and the wind pressure opened a gap in the water flow, forming an opening on the waterfall. The two passed through the gap, revealing a hidden cave inside. Leon stepped in, with Risvitha following behind him. The wooden furniture she saw last time was still there, but Risvitha stood by the table and gently wiped it with her hand, thick dust. That is to say, no one has lived here for a long time. Of course, Leon also noticed this point. He circled deeper into the cave but still found nothing. "My master and mistress are not here." Pausing for a moment, he added a bit unwillingly, looking inside again, "Even the donkey is not here." Risvitha remembered that Shirley had said that before Teg left the Empire and came to this isolated place, he sold his farm and livestock, but only took the donkey with him. This indicated that this four-legged, long-eared animal, which was one of the few in the biological world that could injure Leon, was indeed very important to this family. And now, with the master and mistress gone and the donkey missing. "So there are only two possibilities," Risvitha said. "Either your master has resolved the issues in the Empire, taken your mistress and the donkey away, and is waiting for you to return home, or the problem hasn't been solved, and it's far more troublesome than he expected. He doesn't have the energy to take care of your mistress, so he temporarily moved her elsewhere." Leon nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, "Let's continue our journey." Watching Leon's eager yet forced calmness, Risvitha opened her mouth as if to speak, but hesitated. Finally, she softly uttered a sound of agreement, spread her wings, and took Leon away from there. Along the way, the couple didn't say another word. She could feel Leon's urgent and restrained emotions at the moment. Leon also sensed that she was suppressing certain emotions. Two people who usually couldn't stop bickering when they met now didn't know what to talk about. There was only the roaring whistling in their ears, disturbing Leon's mind. After entering human territory, Risvitha activated the invisibility magic and slowed down her speed, becoming more cautious. Human territory was naturally not to be entered at will. The closer they got, the more dangerous it became. When Leon had just awakened, Risvitha had brought him back to the forest near the Empire. After the torment, she, fueled by the lingering excitement, threatened to come here with Leon every month from now on and thoroughly humiliate his dignity and beliefs. However, that time was their only time here. Risvitha couldn't really risk so much just to torture Leon. Unexpectedly, entering human territory again was completely opposite to the previous purpose, from keeping him forever by her side to sending him back to his hometown by her own hands. The difference between these two was too great, and the void in the Queen's heart was also too great. After flying for several more hours, they finally arrived at the Empire. Risvitha landed in the forest last time, where she could overlook the entire Empire from a distance. Leon stood at a high point, gazing at his homeland in the distance. The dazzling lights reflected in his dark pupils, and for a moment he was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Home was still home, but was the Empire still the same Empire? Last time they were here, it was the faith in Leon's heart, a bottom line worth guarding with his life. But now, it seemed like a sleeping beast. No one knew if, upon approaching it, it would wag its tail obediently at Leon, or open its blood-stained jaws and roar towards him. Leon clenched his fists silently, his breathing becoming uncontrollably heavy. He rarely feared tangible things. Whether it was dragons, dangerous species, or anything else, Leon had never been afraid of them. But now, as he looked at the Empire he had once sworn to protect with his life, an unfounded fear crept into his heart. His master had said that tangible monsters weren't scary. What was scarier than monsters was the human heart, which couldn't be seen or touched. Leon's pupils trembled slightly, and a bone-chilling coldness swept over him like a flood, making it difficult for him to even breathe. He subconsciously took a half-step back, feeling a formless fear that he could hardly bear. However, at that moment, a wave of warmth spread over his back. Leon paused for a moment, then slowly lowered his head, looking at the slender arm wrapped around his waist. The softness and warmth behind him, as they embraced him, instantly dispelled all the fear and chilliness in front of Leon. Risvitha. He wanted to turn around, but the person behind him stopped him with a firm command. Don't move, don't turn around. Leon could feel Risvitha gently resting her forehead against his back. She didn't hold him too tightly, perhaps because she dared not, or perhaps because she couldn't. Leon looked at the delicate jade hands encircling his abdomen, the back of the hand tender and the fingers slender, nails shimmering with a faint pink sheen. He slowly raised his hand and hesitated for a moment before gently covering Risvitha's slightly cool hand. A gust of evening wind rushed into the forest, rustling the surrounding leaves. The chirping of cicadas came from the darkness, fireflies danced around the two, and moonlight escaped through the cracks in the leaves, falling generously on their silver hair. In front of Leon lay the perilous empire, waiting for his master to deal with. Behind him was his former enemy and the person he had been with day and night. After a long silence, Leon spoke softly. After I deal with the trouble, I'm not waiting. Risvitha didn't even wait for him to finish speaking, interrupting him like a sulking little girl. She had endured for so many days, even restraining herself on the way here. Now, with only minutes left until she had to part ways with this guy, she could only count down the time. She wanted to be willful just once, even if it was only for a few short minutes. What am I to you? Why should I wait for you? I'm not waiting, I don't want to. Leon pursed his lips, his shoulders slumping weakly. I'm sorry. She held him tighter, her voice choked with unrestrained sobs. Don't get into any trouble. Leon, please, don't get into any trouble. Indeed, being willful didn't suit her. Leon bit his lip, tightly gripping Risvitha's wrist so she could feel his resolve. I promise, Risvitha, I won't get into any trouble. She didn't say anything, just continued to hold him from behind. After a while, Leon asked softly, how do we explain this to the girls? I'll talk to them. Risvitha adjusted her emotions. If you can't resolve the Empire's troubles with your master in a short time, then every 3 months, if you're still alive, go to the mountain stream where your master hid at that time. It's the border between human and dragon territories, relatively safer. I'll explain to the girls and take them to see you. This didn't seem like a spur-of-the-moment decision. Knowing her personality, she must have decided to do this a long time ago, Leon thought. Do you hear me? She gently bumped Leon's back with her forehead from behind. Yes, I hear you. Go there every 3 months, don't you dare not go, do you understand? If you're still alive, go there. Go there every 3 months, don't you dare not go. This way of expressing things was blunt enough for Risvitha. She wanted Leon to live. Remember, I'll be there on time for our appointment, Leon assured her. Risvitha closed her eyes and sighed deeply. Lastly, let's give our daughter a name. Shall I choose it? Risvitha nodded, then quickly added, no stars, no savages. With that said, the couple smiled simultaneously. She slowly turned her head, pressing her cheek against Leon's back, hugging him tighter. They swayed gently with the evening breeze. After a moment of thought, Leon spoke, then let's call her Aurora. It means dawn and light, and our little daughter was born at dawn. Aurora, yes, let's go with that name. The smile faded from Risvitha's face as she reluctantly released Leon, taking a few steps back, watching his figure. Go, Casmode, go do what you need to do. The man in front of her half turned back, the moonlight reflecting off his resolute profile, the breeze tousling his bangs. He nodded, then began to stride away, heading towards the silent beast in the distance. The Silver Dragon Queen watched his receding figure, murmuring to herself, Leon, may fortune favor you. (178) Vol 1ch, 178. Leon didn't swagger through the city gates. The situation within the Empire was unclear, and someone who should have been eliminated 3 years ago suddenly returned. This was bound to cause some unnecessary trouble. Moreover, General Leon was once hailed as the strongest dragon slayer, so he was somewhat of a celebrity. Whether it was widely known might be an exaggeration, but Leon could dine at any restaurant in the Empire back then and get a free meal with just his handsome face. Occasionally, he would even receive flirty glances from the still charming proprietresses. Bah, 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 a man with a wife and children shouldn't think about such messy things anymore. At least he had to pay for meals at restaurants. So he had to sneak in secretly. Leon hid in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. At dawn, Leon finally seized his chance. He blended in with a caravan doing business in the Empire and slipped in unnoticed. The Empire's security guards at the gate were still as lazy as ever, barely inspecting the caravan's wagons, merely giving them a cursory glance without thorough searching. Leon, relying on his astonishing core strength, clung to the underside of a wagon as he thought. After smoothly passing through the Empire's gates and walking a few streets, Leon climbed up from under the wagon and slipped into its cargo hold. The cargo hold was filled with goods that this group of merchants intended to sell in the Empire, mostly small trinkets and accessories favored by young people. The Empire was vast in territory and rich in resources, serving as the core kingdom of humanity. The surrounding affiliated neighboring countries also relied on the Empire as their big brother. Whether it was doing business or being bullied by foreigners outside, they would come to seek the big brother's help. Of course, Big Brother didn't help for free. He occasionally demanded protection fees. The younger brothers are naturally willing too. Offering a bit of gold, treasures, and beautiful women every year ensures smooth sailing for the next year, with no foreign forces daring to invade. This is the confidence the Empire gives me. Leon sat in the wagon's cargo hold, peering outside through the cracks between the wooden boards. The streets were bustling with people, still as lively as ever. Leon sighed inwardly. 3 years had passed, yet the Empire was still bustling as before. After traversing a few more streets, Leon quietly slipped down from the wagon. Before leaving, he grabbed a pair of sunglasses. Celebrities always had to wear sunglasses when they went out, especially a dead celebrity like himself. Leon stood on the street, surveying his surroundings. After confirming that no one was secretly watching him, he strode towards a nearby alley. He planned to first visit his master's farm. Although the master was probably not there, Leon wanted to try his luck. Who knew if his master had left behind any useful information or other clues? He entered the alley, hands in his pockets, nodding his head, walking briskly. However, before he could take a few steps, the corner of Leon's eye caught sight of several conspicuous notices on the alley wall. Leon halted, glancing sideways, then slightly widened his eyes. Those weren't just notices, they were clearly the Empire's wanted posters. The highest level of wanted posters, red level. The wanted poster featured none other than his master, Teg Lawrence. How did my master become a wanted criminal? Donkey, the old man, had never even harmed a fly in his life. He always sought permission from his wife before doing anything, even smoking a cigarette. How could he suddenly become a wanted criminal? Leon stood there dumbfounded for a moment, trying to process this information. His expression turned grave. The Empire indeed seemed as prosperous as before, but beneath this facade of prosperity, dark currents were already flowing. Leon reached out, tore down the wanted poster from the wall, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into his pocket. He then immediately left the place. An hour later, Leon arrived at his master's farm, his home from years ago. Naturally, the farm of a wanted criminal had been sealed off. Several large seals were stuck on the gate. Looking into the courtyard, it was already desolate and abandoned. After confirming that the neighbors were not at home, Leon flipped over the fence, crossed the gravel path, and headed towards the wooden house on the other side of the farm. The wooden house was dilapidated, with one side of the roof collapsed and the windows shattered as if someone had thrown stones at them. Leon circled the house first, not finding any traps, then he climbed into the house through the broken window. As his feet touched the ground, the floor creaked, stirring up dust. Leon waved his hand in front of his nose to clear the dust, and began to inspect the familiar house. The living room, kitchen, bedroom, all were in a state of disrepair, not resembling a place where anyone had lived recently. At the same time, there were no clues or information left by his master. Leon sighed, muttering to himself, "Could the old guy have forgot that yesterday was exactly 1 year since our agreement?" The reason Leon believed that his master might have left him a clue was because since the 1-year agreement was set by his master, the time had come, and naturally, his master would find a way to contact Leon or convey some information. Since his master wasn't in the mountain ravine cave where he initially hid, the only possibility was that he left some clues at their old home on the farm. However, there was nothing there. Just as Leon was about to leave disappointedly, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked the hayloft in the backyard. With the thought of giving it a try, Leon headed to the backyard hayloft. Originally used to store grain and firewood, the hayloft was also where the donkey used to stay. Yes, in Leon's home, the donkey not only had a place to stay, but also lived in the hayloft. It was like letting a 200-pound fat guy live in an all-you-can-eat buffet. Leon meticulously searched the hayloft, dust clouding his eyes and tickling his nose. But fortunately, this time he didn't come up empty-handed. Finally, beneath the pile of hay, where the donkey had once rested, Leon found the clue left by his master. "Donkey, love you." The clue was written on an old piece of cloth, indicating that his master's current situation was indeed dire if he couldn't even find a piece of paper. Leon opened the cloth, and the writing on it looked like it was scratched with red brick. Not only was there no paper, but there wasn't even a pen. "Terrible, master, terrible." The content on the cloth was concise. "Rebecca is trustworthy." Rebecca. When Leon saw this name, memories were stirred up. Rebecca Clement, she was the female gunner in his team. A chatterbox, a bit of a neurotic girl. During the war, he and the other 2 teammates could completely entrust the flanks to Rebecca. Her fire support was always timely, and her shooting performance ranked among the best in the entire Dragon Slayer army. At the same time, she had a bit of innate power. Despite her petite stature, she could skillfully handle various heavy firearms, which puzzled Leon. That completely defied biology. Oh, you say General Leon single-handedly defeating a Dragon King also defies biology? Well, never mind. Back to the point. This messy handwriting was, indeed, his master's handwriting. High emotional intelligence, uninhibited, somewhat sloppy. Low emotional intelligence, what the hell is this scribble? If it weren't for being his disciple since childhood, others might have had a hard time understanding it. Rebecca is trustworthy. Does this mean the master already knew about me being framed by the mole back then? After some thought, Leon wasn't too sure about this speculation. If Risvitha had mentioned the betrayal to his master when they first met, then his master must have known about it and spent the past year secretly investigating his other teammates. But if Risvitha hadn't mentioned it, then his master leaving this message might have been just to provide Leon with a foothold upon his return to the Empire. No matter what. Leon looked at the familiar name on the cloth. He had to go see his gunner and find out what was going on. "179. Vol 1ch, 179. Although his master said that Rebecca was trustworthy, Leon didn't truly let his guard down. It wasn't that he didn't trust his master, but the traitor who had backstabbed him years ago was among the 3 of them, making it difficult for him to feel at ease. Being extra vigilant is never a mistake. With sunglasses on, Leon navigated through various small roads and dark alleys, making several turns before arriving at a detached apartment. This was Rebecca's home. Why was Leon so sure she hadn't moved in the past 3 years? He turned to look at a corner of the yard. There sat an exaggeratedly large cannon. No normal person would have a cannon powered by fire element magic in their yard, right? Leon averted his gaze from the cannon and circled the apartment. There was no one inside. She should be out on a mission at this time, he muttered as he approached the back door of the apartment. He tried turning the door lock. Click. The door slowly opened inward. Leon was slightly taken aback. This crazy girl is still as careless as ever. What if a thief breaks in? But then he thought, who would dare to steal from the home of a top-tier gunner of the Dragon Slayer Corps? They must have a death wish. Leon entered through the back door and stepped into the living room. The place was a bit messy. Stuffed animals and clothes were strewn haphazardly across the sofa. If Risvitha saw this, she might not even bother cleaning up and instead unleash a dragon flame, making things easier for everyone. Hiss! Why did his thoughts drift to that dragon woman? Missing her was understandable, but had it only been a few hours since they parted and he already missed her? Wasn't that a bit too eager? Leon shook his head, pushing the chaotic thoughts away, and continued to observe Rebecca's house. On the coffee table lay a heap of disassembled handgun parts with a training dummy round beside them. Rebecca was a chatterbox, always prattling on, so when she was alone, she needed something to dispel her loneliness more than others. Thus, she developed a unique hobby: gun assembly. She would disassemble a complete handgun, reassemble it, then disassemble it again, and reassemble it once more. The process was quite dull and tedious, but she could quietly occupy herself with it for an entire evening. As a gunner, understanding the assembly principles of firearms was indeed important. Leon sat on the sofa and picked up the parts on the coffee table, attempting to assemble them. Rebecca had taught him how to assemble a gun before. Though he didn't have her speed or skill, his remarkable memory allowed him to manage. It was a classic close-range handgun, small and powerful, favored by many female gunners, except Rebecca. She preferred the big, flashy types, the kind that made a booming noise audible from miles away when fired. So this kind of small pistol was just a toy she used to pass the time. Leon stood up, glanced around the room, his mind stirring with an idea. Two ponytails swayed behind the girl's head as she walked lightly. Originally possessing a Lolita figure, she was dressed in a cool and trendy mature outfit: a black short vest, a white small tank top underneath, and a super short pair of shorts. Despite her short stature, her legs were perfectly proportioned, with just the right amount of fleshiness. She carried a large shopping bag in her arms, filled with various snacks and fruits. "Afternoon, Rebecca," greeted the neighbor. The girl with twin ponytails stopped, responding warmly, "Good afternoon, Mrs. Harry. You look younger than yesterday. Did you use some magical spell? Can you teach me?" Mrs. Harry was delighted by the girl's compliments, waving her hands. No, it's just a good attitude." "Oh, I see. That's quite nice. By the way, Mrs. Harry, the last time you asked me to help with pest control was 2 months ago. Have the bugs multiplied again recently? Do you need my help?" Mrs. Harry's smile froze as she recalled the terrifying scene of Rebecca wielding 2 submachine guns and spraying her yard indiscriminately 2 months ago. Just the thought of it was frightening. No, it's fine, Rebecca. You can go about your business." "Okay, Mrs. Harry, just let me know if you need anything." Mrs. Harry waved her hand, and Rebecca continued to walk home with light, brisk steps. As she reached the door, she lifted her shapely, flesh-filled leg to support the shopping bag and free up a hand to take out the keys from her pocket. But out of the corner of her eye, she unintentionally caught a glimpse through the nearby window into the living room. Was that a figure? Rebecca furrowed her brows. A thief. Most people would panic upon finding a burglar in their home, and after the initial panic, they would immediately call the security patrol or shout for help. But Rebecca wasn't like most people. Not only did she not panic, but she was even a bit excited. A little yellow-haired thief. In this vast empire, you could have chosen any other house to rob, but you had to pick on yours truly. Perfect timing. It had been a while since she had seen any action since being assigned to patrol duty, and today she would use this little thief for practice. Rebecca gently set down her shopping bag and then lifted the corner of the rug at the entrance. With one hand, she pressed down hard on the wooden panel beneath the rug, causing it to open, revealing a hidden compartment containing a delicate handgun. As an excellent gunner, she could even hide 2 guns in the toilet cistern, so hiding one under the rug was normal, right? Taking the gun, Rebecca slowly opened the door, treaded lightly, and cautiously entered the room. She pressed herself against the side of the entrance door, peeking out to observe the black-haired thief still in the living room. Oh, not yellow hair, but black. And he wasn't that small either. He was at least 180 cm tall. Normally, he could easily kick Rebecca, who was 158 cm tall, far away. The black-haired thief had his back turned towards Rebecca, so she couldn't see his face. But it didn't matter. Whether he had yellow hair or black, whether he was a small-time thief or a big one, the weapon in her hand was no joke. The thief remained completely unaware of Rebecca, silently observing him from behind, as he continued to search earnestly. Seizing the opportunity, Rebecca advanced silently, one step at a time from behind. Stealthy movement was a must-have skill for a gunner. Until Rebecca reached behind the thief, he still hadn't noticed anything. Click! The dark muzzle of the gun was pressed against the thief's waist. She didn't aim at his head because Rebecca was too short and had to stand on tiptoe to reach his waist. The thief, being sensible, immediately raised his hands and surrendered at lightning speed. Wow, you're pretty experienced, Mr. Thief. Seems like you've had a gun to your back more than once, huh? Rebecca said smugly. In broad daylight, sneaking into a young lady's home and rummaging through leftover takeout boxes, your hobbies are a bit strange. Mr. Thief remained silent. HMPH, you have the right to remain silent, Mr. Thief, but whatever you say will be used as evidence. Rebecca continued, still met with silence. The most annoying thing for a chatterbox is this kind of situation. She babbled on, but the other party remained silent like a mute. Rebecca frowned in displeasure and pressed the muzzle of her gun against the thief's back again. Playing mute, huh? Believe it or not, I'll shoot you and paralyze your lower body. It was just a threat. The thief was a thief, but his crime didn't warrant such a punishment, and the Empire wasn't a place for lawless thugs. This time, however, the thief finally responded, I bet your gun has no bullets. "180. Vol 1ch, 180. A familiar voice. Rebecca would never mistake it. In all those years she spent on the battlefield, every moment of life and death was guided by this voice, leading them to survive against all odds. She gazed at the towering figure before her, astonishment filling her delicate blue eyes. The hand holding the gun trembled slightly. Rebecca gritted her teeth, suppressing her confusion and astonishment. She pushed against the figure's back with force. Turn around. There was a tremble of excitement in her voice, mixed with a hint of tears. Leon raised his hands and turned around slowly. 3 years had passed, but in that moment when Rebecca saw that resolute and handsome face again, she thought she was dreaming. Warm tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, her pretty face displaying a complex array of emotions. Apart from surprise and astonishment, there was also confusion, gratitude, and relief, among others, a myriad of feelings. After all, the captain who should have died in the enemy's headquarters 3 years ago had miraculously resurrected and stood before her. Anyone would be dumbfounded, right? Watching Rebecca's expression and reaction, Leon secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't seem like an act. Leon understood her well, since she joined his squad upon graduating from the Dragon Slayer Academy. This crazy girl couldn't hide her thoughts. Whatever was on her mind would show directly on her face. Right now, what was written on her face was, "Holy crap, Captain, you're actually alive," rather than "Damn, Casmo didn't manage to kill him back then." Leon lowered his gaze to the girl with twin ponytails who stood shorter than him, slowly lowering his arms. How about we both put our guns down and sit down to talk? Rebecca had just recovered from her shock and astonishment. She shook her head, evidently accepting the fact that Leon was alive, but she didn't let go of her gun. Standing on tiptoes, Rebecca raised her arm, the dark muzzle of the gun pointed at Leon's face. Am I dreaming? Of course not. Why would you be dreaming in broad daylight? No, Captain, I'll shoot your thigh right now. If you yell in pain, it proves this isn't a dream. Let's begin. Leon's eye twitched slightly. The Empire might have changed, but his gunner hadn't. She was still the same neurotic girl. But Leon remained calm and simply shrugged. I told you, there are no bullets in your gun. Rebecca hesitated, then quickly retracted her gun to check the magazine. Sure enough, it was empty. Then she watched as Leon pulled out a handful of bullets from his pocket. "Your hiding spots for guns are too obvious, Rebecca." Before being certain if Rebecca was truly as trustworthy as his master claimed, Leon cautiously unloaded the bullets from her gun. When she returned home, he would see if she could communicate calmly. If not, he had nothing to fear from an unarmed gunner. Rebecca stared blankly at the man in front of her. That was more like it. The captain's nonchalant, cool demeanor was impossible for anyone to imitate. Finally letting her guard down, Rebecca opened her arms, ready to embrace Leon. However, this action startled Leon, causing him to quickly step back and then extend his hand to stop Rebecca from coming any closer to hug him. Rebecca blinked. "Captain, I don't mind hugging a resurrected corpse, but you're the one not willing." "The situation is different now, Rebecca." Indeed, the situation was different from 3 years ago. Back then, he was single, so a hug wouldn't have been a problem. But now, 3 years later, he was not only married but also had 3 children. Even though his wife was temporarily absent, he still had to adhere to the principles of being a husband. Casmode, virtue, encompassed the virtues of a man, no doubt about it. However, Rebecca clearly didn't realize that her captain had already become a redundant husband. She interpreted Leon's "the situation is different now" in a different light. "Well, these 3 uncertain years of yours have indeed changed the internal situation of the Empire." Rebecca tossed her gun onto the nearby sofa, then went back to the door to pick up the large bag of snacks and fruits she had just bought. Taking the opportunity, she glanced around the door to ensure there were no suspicious individuals watching before pulling her head back in, closing the door behind her. "So cautious?" Leon asked. "Of course, after all, if the patrol team finds out there's an Empire traitor hiding in my house, it's off to the gallows," Rebecca replied matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Leon froze. "Empire traitor? Who? You mean me?" "Yeah, is there anyone else in this room, Captain?" "Oh no, get married outside, only to come home and find out you've become a traitor." Regret for his master becoming a fugitive was a luxury he no longer had. Now, entering the stage was the rebel of the Empire, Leon Casmode. Rebecca placed the shopping bag on the coffee table, then stood in front of Leon again, hands on her chest, looking up at him. Leon swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm. "How did I become a traitor?" Rebecca didn't beat around the bush, explaining straightforwardly. 3 years ago, we returned from the Silver Dragon Temple in defeat, with heavy casualties. The king was furious, and public opinion turned against the Dragon Slayer Corps. Our squad, along with several other assault teams, were temporarily suspended and had our military pay deducted for 3 months. A few days later, the imperial family provided the reason for the failure of the operation, claiming that during the assault on the Silver Dragon Temple, they were interfered with by a mole, exposing the positions of all Dragon Slayer squads, leading to their defeat. This mole, or rather traitor, is naturally you. In the aftermath of a failed war, someone always needs to take the blame, right? And you, Captain, are the perfect scapegoat because dead men don't speak. Rebecca sat on the sofa, her pretty face darkening. "After this news came out, I tried to explain to the military authorities that you weren't a traitor. And then..." The girl chuckled self-deprecatingly and shrugged her arms. "I was relieved of my duties in the Dragon Slayer Corps and then reassigned to patrol duty. My job now is to wander the streets twice a day, completing my task without encountering any dangerous creatures or dragon kings ever again." After listening to Rebecca's account, Leon fell into silence. The methods used after the failure of the war were indeed dirty, fitting his stereotypical image of the powerful. Leon was well aware of the dark side of power struggles, so he never got involved with them or bothered to inquire about what happened up there. He guarded the Empire, not the well-fed royals and ministers, but the common people. After a moment of silence, Leon sighed and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for believing in me, Rebecca." Rebecca's face also became serious. She hesitated for a moment before adding, "Actually, during the attack on the Silver Dragon Temple, there was indeed a mole among us, wasn't there?" Leon furrowed his brow. "How do you know?" "At that time, just as we entered the courtyard of the temple and were about to continue the attack, everything suddenly went dark before my eyes. I couldn't see anything, and my hearing was blocked. Fortunately, this condition only lasted for a few seconds, but when I opened my eyes, you had already been ambushed. Rebecca continued, the position of our troops was exposed, and without your command, the Silver Dragons launched a full-scale counterattack. Our troops were completely defenseless. Victor ordered a full retreat, but you were already on the brink of death, unable to move. Taking you with us would have meant the entire Dragon Slayer squad being wiped out. I insisted on taking you with us, but Victor said we could only leave you behind, or else we would all die here. Victor was the deputy commander who took over command from Leon at the time, and he was also the vice captain of his Dragon Slayer squad. It turned out that at that time, Leon, in a daze, heard the team members arguing about whether or not to take him with them, but the outcome was already clear. How could a gunner like Rebecca possibly argue with the vice commander? However, this didn't mean that Victor was necessarily the mole who ambushed Leon at the time. In that situation, leaving Leon behind, unable to move, was indeed the best choice. Even if they had taken Leon with them, they wouldn't have stood a chance against the swift Silver Dragons. Afterwards, I thought about it carefully. The illusion that plunged me into darkness probably wasn't cast by the Silver Dragons because at that time, there were no Silver Dragon soldiers around us. Only the 4 of us, Rebecca said, relieved. Then she continued, but I didn't tell anyone about this idea, otherwise. Maybe even the patrol team wouldn't have room for me, or maybe the next day I would have been taken care of by certain people. She tilted her head, rolled her eyes, stuck out her tongue, and made a silly face. Leon shook his head with a wry smile. The crazy girl's head was still sharp, knowing how to protect herself in this treacherous Empire cesspool. You're right, Rebecca. It was indeed someone from within the team who ambushed me. They used a very special weapon to pierce through the black gold battle armor's chest plate and pierced my heart, Leon said. Rebecca raised an eyebrow. Was it Victor or Martin? Martin was the youngest son of a minister, and also a diehard fan of Leon. Leon shook his head. I'm not sure. One of the purposes of my return to the Empire this time is to expose the mole who framed me back then. Rebecca clapped her hands. It's a 50-50 choice then. My suggestion is to take them both out. Better to kill one by mistake than to let one slip away. Captain, do you need weapons? I don't have much else here, but I have plenty of guns for you to choose from. Leon chuckled. He knew Rebecca was joking. After all, he didn't expect a neurotic chatterbox to stay serious for long. But Leon was willing to play along. You're talking as if you're the mole trying to take out all the good guys so you can win, he teased. Indeed, Captain, that's exactly what I think. You're really smart. Should I award you with your favorite champion trophy? Rebecca said, her expression dead serious. Leon waved his hand, changing the subject. You were assigned to patrol duty after the war. What about Victor and Martin? Little Martin naturally hid under the protection of his minister father, but it seems like he also frequently gets scolded by his stepmother at home. As for Victor, as the vice commander, he had a lot to answer for and was directly expelled from the Dragon Slayer Corps. Now he seems to be working as a resident singer in a tavern, Rebecca said. I last saw him a few months ago. They're both living pretty miserable lives, Leon commented. Not as miserable as you, Captain. You must have suffered a lot during those 3 years in the enemy's headquarters, Rebecca said sympathetically. Leon scratched his forehead. Ah, well, it's not exactly like that. All right, let's not talk about it, Captain. I understand. Those are memories you'd rather not revisit. The important thing is that you've escaped back here, Rebecca said. Leon pursed his lips, avoiding eye contact, and replied with a muted, yeah. Oh, by the way, Captain, how did you manage to escape from the Silver Dragon's lair? Rebecca asked. Leon silently facepalmed. Do you believe the enemy boss personally escorted me back? (181) Vol 1ch, 181. Avoiding the topic about his wife. Oops, I mean, the boss, Leon took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Also, Rebecca, do you know what's going on with this? He unfolded the paper, revealing a red-level wanted poster. Rebecca glanced at it, not particularly surprised. Yeah, I know. I was just about to tell you. Old Man Teg has been wanted by the Empire for about a year now. Leon's mind stirred slightly. A year ago. Rebecca nodded. It caused quite a stir in the newspapers back then. They were saying that Old Man Teg is some kind of mad murderer, a lunatic or something. My master has killed people. Wait here, I'll get the newspapers. Rebecca got up, rummaged through some boxes, and found several newspapers before sitting back down on the sofa. Master of the Red Mill, casino owner, and the drugstore proprietor. Rebecca spread out the newspapers and introduced them one by one. The Red Mill, a place for the nobles to entertain themselves, filled with beautiful women. Different prices for different services, if you know what I mean. But most of the girls there are abducted. The ones with good looks serve the nobles. The ones with average looks work for a couple of years before being killed and sold for organs. The casino, on the surface, it's the largest in the empire, but behind the scenes, it's involved in money laundering, black markets, loan sharking, you name it. Most of the money they launder is blood money. The drugstore, it sells various herbs, but in reality, it's a massive drug den, destroying countless families. Leon ran his hand through his hair, summarizing his master's actions aptly. So, it's all about yellow, gambling, and drugs. Rebecca, yeah, besides, these three people also have one thing in common, and that is their background in the imperial family. Leon nodded. People without background indeed wouldn't dare to venture into such gray areas of industry. Rebecca paused, as if suddenly remembering something. Oh, right. Old Man Teg also killed 2 royal guards a year ago and dumped their bodies on the walls of the palace. At the mention, Leon couldn't help but furrow his brow. That doesn't sound much like my master's style. Yeah, I thought so too. Leon pondered carefully. If his master had been wanted for a year, wouldn't that coincide with his meeting with Risvitha? So, after agreeing to the 1-year pact with Risvitha, his master did return to the Empire. And his master's purpose in returning to the Empire should have been to help Leon clear the traitor's label and restore his honor. But the Empire didn't agree in the end. So his master resorted to these, vigilante, means to pressure the Empire over the past year. This speculation seemed reasonable, but it would take meeting his master to confirm. So, where should Leon go now to find that old man? Should he return to the farm and wait? That seemed like a waste of time, and could potentially attract unnecessary trouble. Lost in thought, Leon had no clear direction. Seeing the captain's confusion, the cute girl blinked her pretty eyes and said, "Old Man Teg might have some recent actions." Leon's eyes lit up. What do you mean? The casino owner was killed by Old Man Teg 2 months ago. A week before he was killed, he publicly taunted Old Man Teg in the newspapers, calling him a crazy and foolish fugitive, but suggested that if he turned himself in now, he might be able to shake off the foolishness. And then, he was taken out by Old Man Teg. At that time, the security forces had set up a dragnet near the casino owner's house, waiting for Old Man Teg to take the bait, but they underestimated him. Not only did the casino owner not survive, but Old Man Teg also slipped away. Leon grasped Rebecca's implication. Are you saying someone recently taunted my master again? Yeah, it's a priest from a church, Rebecca said. This priest said that Old Man Teg is Satan's puppet, an irredeemable demon who, even in death, can't go to hell and will become a wandering soul for life. Leon wasn't particularly interested in the pre-fight trash talk from the priest. He was more concerned about, what's the priest's involvement with yellow, gambling, and drugs? I can't say for sure, but I can hint at it, Captain. Hi. What's the name of a craft similar to metallurgy? Leon paused, thought for a moment, and then realized. No wonder Rebecca was hesitant to say it. This priest was indeed twisted. Damn it. But this time's taunting is even more obvious than the one from the casino owner. It's blatantly a trap, and it's definitely more tightly guarded than last time. It's like they're just waiting for Old Man Teg to walk into the trap, Rebecca said. So, I'm not sure if Old Man Teg will actually go. He will definitely go, Leon said confidently. Why? Rebecca inquired. My master has told me before that obvious traps aren't called traps, they're called contests. With his personality, he's capable of anything to pressure the Empire, Leon explained. In the past, his master had said many absurd things, and he had dismissed them as boasting. But now, knowing that his master was actually a skilled expert hiding in plain sight, those absurd sayings seemed like life lessons. Leon stood up. "Thank you, Rebecca, for sharing all this with me and for trusting me. Next, take care of yourself. Once I've sorted things out, I'll come find you to catch up." Having gathered enough information from Rebecca, Leon was ready to move on to the next step. He took out his sunglasses from his pocket, thanked her, and headed towards the door. "Hey, Captain, where are you going?" Rebecca got up and caught up with him. "I'm going to the church to meet my master. This time, the Empire will definitely send a lot of people. It's very dangerous, Captain. Even if you meet Old Man Teg, it'll be hard to break through the encirclement with just the two of you." That sounded a bit off. When Leon turned around, Rebecca had already slung 2 heavy firepower rifles on her back. "SSHH. Do artillery specialists have a pocket dimension or something? She just pulls out guns whenever she wants. Are you really going with me?" Despite leaving the Dragon Slayer army, his former teammate could at least live a peaceful life now. He didn't want Rebecca to follow him into danger. "Of course," Rebecca said firmly, her cute face displaying a determined smile. 3 years ago, I left you and sneaked back to the Empire on my own, but 3 years later, I won't leave you behind again, Captain." Late at night, on the rooftop across from the church, Leon and Rebecca kept watch. The area around the church was tightly surrounded by law enforcement officers and patrol teams. With such a setup, not even a mosquito could hope to suck a drop of the metallurgical priest's blood. "Damn, they're not even trying to hide, huh?" Rebecca exclaimed in surprise. "I told you this isn't a trap, it's a contest. These guys probably think they've got my master's measure, so they dare to do this," Leon said. "But with so few people, they shouldn't be able to hold my master, right?" "You're so confident in Old Man Teg? Speaking of which, I always thought Old Man Teg was just an ordinary old man, but over the past year, he's really changed my perception of old folks," Rebecca said. Actually, Leon wasn't very clear about his master's strength either. But his master was able to earn high praise even from the stubborn mother dragon Risvitha, so he couldn't be too weak. "Let's wait and see," Leon said. "They've been heavily guarding the place for about a week now. I wonder if we'll catch Old Man Teg tonight." The two continued to wait. In the midnight hours, Rebecca was already dozing off with her weapon in her arms. But the next moment, a deafening explosion startled her awake. "Bomb, there's a bomb," she exclaimed. Leon quickly pressed her head down. "SHH tilde, they're here." Rebecca crouched down and followed Leon's gaze towards the church. The huge cross on the rooftop of the church was instantly destroyed by a flash of lightning, raising thick smoke and dust around it. Within the smoke, a figure enveloped in arcs of electricity swiftly emerged. In his right hand, he held a long sword, its blade emitting a chilling light with traces of blood. "Oh no, the priest has been attacked. Get him, capture him." The patrol teams and law enforcement officers immediately sprang into action, surrounding the figure. "Teg Lawrence, you damned fugitive, murderer, surrender now," one of the officers shouted. Teg, holding the sword, coldly surveyed the officer. "There are 6 children locked in the basement of that priest." What?" Teg sneered, "A bunch of idiots." He said no more, raised his sword horizontally, assessed the situation briefly, and then immediately charged towards one side of the encirclement, intending to break out forcefully. The law enforcement officers who had witnessed Teg's skills didn't dare to confront him directly. "Quick, release those monsters." At the command, several large cages were slowly pushed out from the alley. Inside were large, dangerous breeds. But unlike normal dangerous breeds, the monsters in these cages were all wearing specially made collars. "Domesticated dangerous breeds, these imperial guys have really managed to tame monsters," Rebecca exclaimed in astonishment. "Old Man Teg is in trouble. Captain, should we go down, Captain? Hey, why did you go down directly?" Outside the church, 4 great dangerous breeds surrounded Teg. They growled lowly, their crimson pupils filled with wild killing intent. Teg gripped the sword with both hands, facing off against the monsters. The next moment, one of the dangerous breeds lunged forward. Teg seized the opportunity, pushing off the ground with his right foot, shooting out like a bullet. In the instant they crossed paths, the blade of his sword tore through the flesh of the dangerous breed, causing the creature to wail in agony. But before Teg could finish his move, the other 3 dangerous breeds pounced simultaneously. This time, Teg didn't confront them head-on, but chose to evade. Even he couldn't handle the attacks of 3 dangerous breeds at once. After creating some distance, Teg looked back and saw the street filled with a dense crowd of patrol teams and law enforcement officers. They held rifles and were slowly closing in on him. "Heh, Teg Lawrence, no matter how skilled you are, you'll meet your end here tonight." Roar. With monsters ahead and a blockade behind, no way out above and no escape below. Teg tightened his grip on the sword handle. This is troublesome. But just as the situation became dire, a blue light suddenly surged from the other end of the street. Arcs of electricity dispersed the crowd like a raging flood, forcibly clearing a path. Seeing the dazzling lightning, Teg was first startled, then he hoisted the sword over his shoulder, revealing a relieved smile, murmuring to himself, "Kid, stay safe out there." (182) Vol 1ch, 182. The master and disciple leaned back to back, with Teg holding up his sword in front of him. "I thought our reunion, after 3 years, would be very touching and warm, but who would have thought there would be so many onlookers?" "Master, let's not complain when we're facing a major enemy," Leon said solemnly. Hearing his disciple's words, Teg was taken aback. "What's wrong, kid? Have you been neglecting your training in these 3 years? Dealing with these few dangerous types might be a bit difficult for this old man, but it should be as simple as drinking cold water for you, right?" Leon swallowed nervously, opened his palm, and the remaining electric light flickered twice before extinguishing in his palm. Embarrassing. Coming back too hastily, he hadn't had the chance to gather much mana. The wave of clearing technique skills just now had depleted Leon's mana bar. A lot has happened in these 3 years, and the situation is quite complicated. I'll explain it to you in detail after we break out, Master. "It's just having 2 daughters, right? How complicated could it be?" Teg said indifferently. Leon. "Master, how did you know about this?" "Your wife told me." After a pause, Teg asked again, "So the Silver Dragon is your wife, right? Or did you two have a shotgun wedding?" "In theory, she is indeed my wife, and we've had more than 2 daughters." Teg. "All right, kid, now I know why you're nervous. Seems like you haven't done anything productive in these 3 years, except helping the Silver Dragon clan expand its population, huh? I already said let's discuss this after we break out, Master." "HMPH, come on, don't lag behind an old man like me," Teg said. Leon nodded. The 2 of them spread out their formation, and the situation briefly descended into chaos. Although Leon had run out of mana, he managed to push back the 3 dangerous types repeatedly with just his physical skills and strength. Teg also realized that this kid's strength had improved a lot since 3 years ago. It seemed that he hadn't just been idly enjoying family life with his wife and children in the Silver Dragon clan, he hadn't forgotten to train either. The master and disciple cooperated seamlessly, maneuvering around while retreating to the side of the street. However, fists are no match for 4 hands, and the opponents were numerous, continuously releasing various ferocious A-level dangerous types. These guys don't consider the consequences at all. If these dangerous types suddenly went out of control on the streets of the Empire, many innocent civilians would be harmed, Leon said. "The Empire is no longer what it used to be, kid," Teg retorted. With that statement, Teg raised his greatsword high, and a blue light suddenly gathered on its blade. Swish! Teg slashed downward with his greatsword, and a crescent-shaped lightning burst shot out, blasting open the street ahead, creating an opening. "Quick, let's go." The master and disciple dashed towards the gap in the encirclement, with over 100 law enforcers and a dozen dangerous types still hot on their heels. "Don't tell me you just rushed over here to help me without any preparation," Teg said as they ran. Of course I prepared, Leon replied. What preparation? As soon as the words fell, they heard the urgent sound of horse hooves ahead. The master and disciple looked up to see a carriage speeding towards them. On the carriage, a petite girl with dual pistols strapped to her back looked terrified. She tightly gripped the reins, shouting, "This horse doesn't listen to me at all." When the carriage was less than 10 meters away from the master and disciple, the petite figure of Rebecca leaned back, using all her strength to pull on the reins. After a clear neigh, the tall horse lifted its front hooves and stopped in place. Rebecca breathed a sigh of relief. Driving a carriage is much harder than shooting. Leon and Teg exchanged glances, then simultaneously climbed onto the carriage. Leon took the reins from Rebecca's hands. "I'll drive the carriage. You go to the back and help the master fend off the pursuing dangerous types." "Yes, Captain," Rebecca smiled knowingly, finally reaching the part she was good at. She went to the back of the carriage and saw Teg. "Long time no see, Teg. Let's catch up later. For now, hold them off for a while. I'll give them something big," Teg said. "Okay." Rebecca pulled out her pistols, disengaged the safety, and stepped onto the edge of the carriage compartment. The blue hues in her eyes gleamed with long-lost fervor. "It's been a while since I killed you monsters. Don't disappoint me." With that, she pulled the trigger. In an instant, gunfire erupted. The two heavy-duty rifles in Rebecca's hands unleashed the bullets from their magazines, and the muzzle flashes illuminated Rebecca's face. The face that should have been described as adorable was now filled with an excited smile. She laughed, her ears filled with the cries and screams of the dangerous types. Leon, driving the carriage in front, listened to the constant gunfire. It suddenly occurred to him that his gunnery expert was euphemistically called a nervous beauty, but less charitably referred to as a crazy lowly. It was probably because it wasn't convenient on the carriage. Otherwise, Leon was sure Rebecca would have brought over that massive fire elemental cannon from her backyard. Shaking off his thoughts, Leon focused on controlling the carriage and headed forward. The chase continued. Dangerous types kept rushing out from the side streets, and Rebecca's bullets were almost depleted. While shooting, she looked back towards the carriage compartment. "Teg, how are you holding up? I'm running low on ammo here." Teg poked his head out from the compartment. "Just keep shooting, I'll figure something out." With that, he retreated back inside. Teaming up with that annoying old man and clueless straight guy is so irritating. Rebecca grumbled in frustration, while increasing her firepower output. Just as Rebecca's bullets ran out completely, Teg finally emerged from the carriage compartment. In his hand was a bundle of black thread. Rebecca tossed her overheated pistols aside. "Dad, what's that?" "Watch closely, little girl," Teg said, then tossed out the thread. The thread expanded in the air, revealing itself to be a finely woven giant net. The giant net slowly drifted down to the ground, and the dim-witted, dangerous types didn't even notice. They stepped directly onto the net. Teg seized the opportunity and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the giant net on the ground lit up with arcs of electricity and sparks, causing the monsters on it to cry out in agony. The high-intensity lightning immediately paralyzed them, blocking the street, and the law enforcers behind couldn't catch up. "You're amazing, Dad." Rebecca's eyes sparkled. "HMPH, girl, you still have a lot to learn," Teg replied. The carriage raced away, leaving behind. The three of them escaped to a slum. Leon pushed the carriage into a stinking swamp, then found some fodder to feed the horse. After the horse had eaten its fill, Leon set it free. After taking care of everything, Leon entered a shabby house. Rebecca was busy maintaining her weapons, while Teg set up a bonfire nearby for warmth. Leon sat down by the fire, crossing his legs. Teg used his greatsword to pry open a can of beef and handed it to Leon. "I was planning to welcome you with a feast of roasted beef, but conditions are limited. Let's make do with canned beef." Leon smiled and took the can. "Master, I never expected our reunion to be like this." "HMPH, just being able to meet is good enough. I thought the Silver Dragon clan had already taken you away," Teg remarked. Teg opened another can and handed it to Rebecca, then turned to Leon. "So, you came with Rebecca to find me, which means you saw the message I left for you at the farm, right?" Leon nodded. Yes, I saw it. What message? Rebecca, having quickly finished half of her can, blinked her beautiful eyes and asked. Oh, it's about the mole. Master said you're trustworthy, Leon explained. Oh, I see, so it seems Dad has a good impression of me, Rebecca said. The impression is indeed good, but it's a serious matter. You can't judge whether you're trustworthy just based on a good impression, Teg said. I left that message in the barn at the farm because I calculated it would be about a year until you came back, Leon. During this year, I've been secretly tracking and investigating the three of you. Rebecca was slightly surprised. You've been tracking us all this time, and I didn't even notice. As a former top member of the Imperial Dragon Slayer Army, Rebecca had high counter-surveillance abilities. Not locking the back door of the house didn't count as counter-surveillance abilities. But the fact that Teg had been able to track and investigate her for a year without her noticing was truly impressive. Teg waved his hand dismissively. Just simple tracking, nothing worth mentioning, tilde. Rebecca smirked knowingly. She knew exactly where Leon learned his laid-back attitude from. These two were really alike when they started boasting. After some casual chatting and catching up, Leon finally brought up the main topic. First and foremost, the thing he cared about the most. Master, is Master Mother not with you? Well, because the situation in the Empire turned out to be more complicated than I initially thought, I temporarily moved your Master Mother to a place that is absolutely safe, where someone is taking care of her, Teg explained. Then he added after a pause, the donkey is there too. Oh, as long as Master Mother is safe, Leon replied. Then Leon asked again, Master, when you say the situation in the Empire is complicated, what exactly do you mean? Teg sighed and began to explain slowly. 3 years ago, you disappeared without a trace during the Battle of the Silver Dragon. After the Dragon Slayer army returned from a devastating defeat, the Empire blamed you for the failure and labeled you a traitor. I didn't know what exactly happened on the battlefield at that time, but I believed that my disciple would never betray his comrades or his country. At that time, everyone believed you were dead, and I had no desire to stay in this corrupted empire consumed by power struggles. So, I took your Master Mother and left, hoping to spend the rest of our lives in peace. Until one day, I discovered that a silver dragon seemed to be tracking my whereabouts. Through her, I contacted the Silver Dragon Queen, and she told me that you were still alive. After getting a brief understanding of the situation, I decided to return to the Empire, investigate this matter thoroughly, and clear your name. I found an old friend who held a position in the upper echelons of the Empire. I didn't tell him that you were alive, but I asked him to contact the people responsible for the Battle of the Silver Dragon and demand your exoneration. However, they completely ignored my requests and even tried to silence me. 2 Imperial guards intercepted me, and I knocked them out with the back of my sword. But the next day, their bodies were found hanging on the walls of the palace, and I was framed as a wanted criminal, Teg continued. From that moment on, I fully understood that the Empire had completely decayed, and your situation was not as simple as being scapegoated. Someone deliberately framed you. The only way to negotiate with those dogs in the Empire is through violence. Over this year, I've killed the leader of the female branch, the boss of the casino, and even a major drug lord. The Empire felt the pressure and didn't hesitate to deploy their dangerous types to intercept me. I estimate they'll resort to even more outrageous methods next time. After listening silently to his master's account, Leon spoke up after a long pause. You've been through a lot, Master. It's nothing. It's been a year, and I still haven't cleared your name of the traitor accusation. Ultimately, I still need you to come back and help me, Teg replied. Leon reached out and patted Teg's shoulder. Don't say that, Master. You've done a lot for me already. Teg sighed heavily. After adjusting his mindset, he asked, what are your plans next? Well, first, we need to expose the mole who framed me. He should have deep connections with the Imperial family, Leon replied. Teg narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected, you were framed. The master and disciple began to exchange the clues and intelligence they had gathered. Meanwhile, Rebecca discreetly stole the can of beef that Leon hadn't finished eating. In the palace on top of the walls, two figures stood, overlooking the empire. Leon is still alive. One of the men spoke slowly, his voice deep and commanding. You failed. You didn't manage to kill him back then. The other man knelt down, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, my lord, but I swear I pierced his heart back then. There's no way he could have survived. Hey, useless. The lord lowered his gaze, looking at the kneeling man. Tonight, he and your former teammate Rebecca have taken Teg from the church. They'll probably come looking for you soon. This is your mistake, and you need to fix it. Yes, my lord. Furthermore, you know a lot of inside information, and the only reason you're still alive is because those above have turned a blind eye to you. So, if you fail again this time, Leon won't need to lay a hand on you. Your life won't be spared either. Understand? Yes, my lord, I'll definitely succeed this time. The lord flicked his sleeve and turned away. Within 5 days, I want to see the body of Leon Casmode. (183) Vol 1ch, 183. After roughly understanding the information in each other's hands and exchanging our thoughts, Leon brought up something very important. This was what Risvitha reminded him of a while back. Even though we've gone from living together to being apart, my stubborn and willful wife is still outputting. There's one more thing, Master. Do you know the Crimson Flame Dragon King, Constantine? Constantine? Yes, I do. He's a very ancient dragon king, only existing in the crevices of historical documents. I never encountered his true self when I was young, Teg said. It's rumored that Constantine is an ancient hero of the dragon race, with immeasurable strength. The Dragon Slayer Corps of the past few generations have crossed swords with him a few times, but they've always come back empty-handed. He's truly a formidable opponent. Wow, is there really such a powerful dragon king? Rebecca asked. Teg nodded. He's revered as a hero of the dragon race because in the early stages of the war, he snatched countless territories from various foreign races for the dragon race. Not only humans, but also other more mysterious races. It's a pity I never had the chance to face such a powerful dragon king. I hope I get the opportunity to spar with him someday. Leon scratched his forehead and cleared his throat. Master, you probably won't get that chance anymore. Why is that? Because I killed him. Teg. Rebecca. All right, the reunion of the two big bee kings of the Dragon Slayer Corps is truly spectacular. Rebecca got so caught up in the drama that she forgot about the canned beef in her hand. Are we talking about the same Constantine, right? Teg didn't doubt his disciple's words, he just wanted to confirm again. I think so. Leon said he was planning to invade the Silver Dragon Temple a while ago, and coincidentally, at that time, the situation was special. The Silver Dragon clan couldn't resist, so I intervened slightly. Smack! Suddenly, Rebecca's small hand slapped Leon's shoulder, her Lolita face filled with seriousness. Captain, you actually lent a hand to help the Silver Dragon clan. You really have betrayed the revolution, haven't you? Leon silently covered his face. It's not, I said the situation was special, did I? Do you think I wanted to? What does special situation mean? Teg asked. It's Leon's gaze shifted uncomfortably, feeling like he was on pins and needles. Rebecca was getting impatient beside him. Come on, what is it? It's because, at that time, the Silver Dragon clan's third princess was about to be born. She was going to be born, so what? What's it got to do with you, Captain? Why didn't you just take the opportunity to eliminate her directly? Rebecca said. Teg squinted slightly, as if he had seen through everything. Rebecca, your captain didn't want to eliminate her. What's that supposed to mean? The Silver Dragon's third princess is his third daughter, right? Leon. Daughter, you had daughters with the Silver Dragon King, and 3. Click. Rebecca instantly pulled out a handgun from her waist and pointed it at Leon's temple. Dad, step aside. I'll clean up this traitor who colluded with foreign enemies with one shot. Teg remained calm. He knew Rebecca was joking. The gun in her hand wasn't even loaded, and her index finger was far from the trigger. Crazy as she may be, this girl still has some sense in her. Before we knock him out, maybe we should hear what he has to say first. Teg said. When the Silver Dragon King found me a year ago, he didn't mention the details between you two. Master, can we finish talking about Constantine before we talk about me and Rosvitha? Constantine's already dead, what's the point of talking about him? You're fresh with the Silver Dragon King. Hurry up, spill it, how did you two get together? Who pursued whom first? When Teg first met Rosvitha, to maintain his own dignity and aura, he restrained his curiosity and didn't ask Rosvitha about her relationship with Leon. But now his disciple was back, they were all family, no need for pretense. Time for some direct interrogation. Leon glanced at his master, then at Rebecca, who seemed eager to spill the beans despite her facade of wanting to clean the house, and sighed inwardly. It seemed that unless he spilled the beans about that regrettable incident with Rosvitha, these two wouldn't let him off easily. It should be, she pursued me first, Leon said. Oh, my disciple has that kind of charm. Tell me, how did she pursue you? Leon replied straightforwardly, by imprisoning me. Rebecca cheered, exciting. But being older, Master Teg naturally didn't understand what imprisonment meant in the context of young people's love lives. But he figured it must be quite romantic. A dragon king falls in love with a human, afraid of losing her, so he imprisons him. That's probably how it should be understood, Teg thought. Before, when the Silver Dragon King met with me, he left behind a photo. As Teg spoke, he took out a folded photo from his pocket and unfolded it, revealing a family portrait of Leon's family. Curious, Rebecca leaned in to take a closer look. She also wanted to know how handsome this Dragon King must be to make her dense, straight-laced captain swoon. Peering at the photo, Rebecca praised, "Wow, she's really a beauty." Leon raised an eyebrow. She actually gave you the photo. Yeah, at first, I just thought it was already great that you were alive, regardless of whether you were missing limbs or had suffered some inhuman abuse. As long as you were alive, that was better than anything else. Teg looked at Leon in the photo, then his gaze fell on the two little dragon girls. Soon, a smile of contentment crept onto his lips. But I never expected you to live so well. Not only did you marry the Silver Dragon King, but you also had two such adorable daughters. Pausing for a moment, Master Teg muttered under his breath. Looks like there's really no reproductive isolation between humans and dragons. But Captain, this girl without the bangs seems to have a bit of a temper. Rebecca pointed at the photo of Noya. Oh, Noya had a little misunderstanding with me at that time, but it got cleared up later, and she still likes me. Her name is Noya. What about this one? Teg had kept this photo for a year, but still didn't know the names of his two adorable granddaughters. Muen, it means moon. Oh, okay, good name. Leon pursed his lips, rubbed his hands together, and asked, Master, can I see the photo? Sure, here you go. Teg handed over the photo, and Leon took it, holding one corner of the photo and lowering his gaze, looking at it earnestly. In the photo, he and Rosvitha formed a heart shape, with him using his hand and Rosvitha using her tail, a romantic gesture in the eyes of the photographer. But at the time, they had felt awkward and embarrassed. However, looking back now, it did seem very romantic. The union of human and dragon, expressing love in their own ways by forming a heart shape, was quite romantic indeed. At that time, Rosvitha and Leon's relationship wasn't very harmonious. She had been finding all sorts of ways to make Leon uncomfortable, while Noya also had some misunderstandings with him, always giving him the cold shoulder. Only Muen would follow him around sweetly, calling him Daddy. Though it had been a year ago, now recalling those scenes, they were still vivid. This photo marked the beginning of this false family carrying Leon's most precious memories. Of course, he didn't want those days to be just memories in the future. If possible, he wanted them to continue. What could be wrong with that? Leon's fingertips gently brushed over the faces of his two daughters in the photo, then slowly slid to Rosvitha's face. With her silver hair and silver eyes, her exquisite beauty made her look like she had stepped out of a painting. After gazing at her for a while, Leon smiled. Seeing the captain's strange expression, Rebecca quietly leaned over to Teg and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with him?" "Don't you understand? He's reminiscing about the past," Teg replied in a low voice. Master Teg was indeed experienced and insightful, just as one would expect from a master. (184) Vol 1ch, 184. After a moment of nostalgia, Leon returned the family photo to his master. His master, who had risked his life for the Empire, always carried this photo with him. Undoubtedly, the old man must have been quite fond of his two granddaughters, whom he had never met. Unfortunately, Leon hadn't had the chance to take some photos of his newborn daughter before coming back to the Empire to assist his master. Otherwise, he would have shown the little girl to his master as well. When one reaches a certain age, they don't just consider themselves or the next generation, but also the generation after that, even the generation beyond that. It's all about that distant familial connection. Teg safely stowed away the photo and returned to the main topic. You mentioned Constantine invading the Silver Dragon clan. Leon nodded. Yes, I don't know if it's a coincidence or something else, but Constantine seems to attack the Silver Dragon clan when Rosvitha is at its weakest. I don't have much information on hand, so I dare not speculate further. But Rosvitha did remind me of one thing. What is it? Constantine seems to have been engaging in widespread activities within the Dragon clan, creating wars and conflicts about a year ago, which is also around the time you returned to the Empire, Master. Leon's expression grew solemn. In fact, he had already begun to think along these lines when Rosvitha reminded him. It's just, he was somewhat hesitant to pursue this inference further, because the ultimate result of the investigation might be something Leon couldn't accept. Seeing Leon's expression, Teg also vaguely guessed what his disciple wanted to say. Are you suggesting there's a cooperative relationship between the Empire and Constantine? Rebecca raised her hand. Wait a moment, you two are jumping too quickly from clues to conclusions. Isn't there any reasoning process in between? I don't understand. How does Master Teg, returning to the Empire a year ago, relate to Constantine stirring up trouble among the Dragon clan? Leon looked at Rebecca, patiently explaining, Constantine's manufacturing of wars and conflicts is merely a smokescreen. His true goal isn't to annex other dragon clans. From the beginning, he aimed for the Silver Dragon clan. Even before the formal assault on the Silver Dragons, he deployed some troops near the Silver Dragon's kin, the Red Dragon, pretending to cause trouble with them. While everyone thought Constantine was just a mad dragon causing trouble everywhere, he suddenly assembled the elite forces of the Flame Dragon clan to launch a lightning-fast assault on the Silver Dragons, even personally leading the charge, all to completely conquer the Silver Dragon clan. When I confronted him, he recognized my human identity. But within the entire Dragon clan, only Rosvitha knew I was human. She couldn't have told Constantine, it just doesn't make sense. So if nobody in the Dragon clan besides Rosvitha knows the secret, then it's only the Empire. During the Silver Dragon War 3 years ago, I was framed by a traitor, severely injured and left for dead. After the war, everyone probably thought I wouldn't survive. Even my master, his wife, and even myself believed so. But who would have thought, not only did I survive, but 2 years later, I managed to contact my master. After learning about my whereabouts, my master returned to the Empire to clear my unjust treason charges. However, the Empire insisted that dead men should just shut up and take the blame, and even falsely accused my master of murder. So, as my master just said, over this past year, he has been constantly pressuring the Empire, attempting to force them to concede. But the people of the Empire aren't fools. An old man who had already seen through the world's vanity and secluded himself in the mountains wouldn't suddenly develop an obsession with clearing his disciple's name. So, they might have already guessed that I, who was abandoned in the Silver Dragon clan 3 years ago, might not have died. So they sent Constantine to cause chaos among the Dragon clans, ultimately ambushing the Silver Dragons, aiming to completely eliminate me. And after I killed Constantine, the Empire had to become nervous. They had to quickly eliminate my master as an internal threat, even resorting to unleashing their dangerous creations. Because they knew that once I returned to the Empire and found my master, I might uncover their dirty secrets. So, to summarize, first, the Empire has a cooperative relationship with the dragon clans, and Constantine is one of them, but it's uncertain if he's the only one. Second, the traitor who framed me 3 years ago was most likely instructed by the Empire. Just using dead men to take the blame isn't enough to make them go to such lengths to kill me. Leon neatly summarized the events of the past 3 years, while Rebecca slowly digested and understood. The master's expression was solemn as he silently stared at the fire, contemplating something. Leon let out a slow breath. He thought that speaking out would ease his burden, but it didn't. These were just conclusions drawn from existing clues, merely the tip of the iceberg. Countless questions remained unanswered. Why did the Empire collaborate with the dragon clans? What were their goals? Why did they insist on killing Leon, and so on? So many questions weighed heavily on Leon's mind. He adjusted his mindset, glanced at Rebecca, then at his master, and said, "So, my next step is to first uncover the traitor who framed me back then and see if I can get some clues about the Empire's internal affairs from him." Teg naturally had no objections. "Sure, whatever you decide to do, I'll support you." "Oh, I thought you were going to say from now on, you're no longer my master, and I'm no longer your disciple. If I get into trouble in the future, don't use your name. Ouch." Teg kicked over the small stool Leon was sitting on, laughing as he scolded, "You think I'm helping you? I'm helping myself. If something happens to you, your master will tear me apart. And most importantly—" Leon sat on the ground, raising an eyebrow. "Most importantly, if you die, who's going to nail horseshoes for the donkey?" "Well, okay, so Leon's position in the human side of the family hierarchy is like this. Master's wife donkey, Master Leon. And at the bottom of the food chain, you have these two, one is henpecked, the other is in a long-distance relationship. It's quite amusingly abstract." After the small joke, Leon looked at Rebecca. The master could help him because they were as close as father and son, so it was only natural for the master to support him in the Empire's dual hierarchy. But Rebecca was just Leon's former teammate. Although they had faced life and death together many times and had defeated countless monsters and dragon clans, this time they were facing a darker abyss. Once they fell in, there would be no chance of recovery. Responding to Leon's gaze, Rebecca also guessed what he was going to say. Before he could speak, the girl with twin tails spoke up first. "Captain, I already told you during the day. 3 years ago, I left you, but 3 years later, I won't abandon you again. So, for this reckless endeavor, don't even think about kicking me out." Leon smiled helplessly. "But this is really dangerous, much more dangerous than any fight we've encountered before." He could tell that this crazy girl had been feeling guilty about leaving him in the Silver Dragon Temple all these years. Even after 3 years, she still held it in her heart. So now that Leon had returned, she wanted to do everything in her power to make up for her guilt towards him. It didn't matter what Leon thought. Despite Rebecca's usual quirks, once she made a decision, not even 8 horses could pull her back. "No, Captain, I think hanging around in the patrol team every day, waiting to die, is the most dangerous." Rebecca had a serious expression on her face. "Take me with you. I promise I won't leave you again." Teg glanced at the girl. Seeing her earnestness, he leaned close to her ear and whispered in a low voice, "Your captain is already married with kids. Don't use these cliché lines and dramas." Rebecca frowned, made a disapproving noise, then promptly elbowed her dad. "This is the bond between friends." Teg clutched his chest, sheepishly retreating. Okay, the bond between friends. When the time comes, you can shout about bonds and friends as you go up and kill that dog emperor, and I'll cheer you on from below." "HMPH, childish old man," Rebecca gave a cutting remark. After a bit of playful banter, Leon suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, there's one more thing." "What is it?" "I can't use magic anymore." Teg and Rebecca were both startled. "What do you mean you can't use magic? Did your magic circuits burn out?" Leon shook his head, holding his chest. "I'm not sure of the exact reason, but I can't gather magic anymore. I can only refine some magic during normal times and store it in some magic array on my body. But the efficiency is very slow, and I've already used up the magic I saved recently during tonight's breakout with my master. Rebecca's mind stirred slightly. Amidst all the things the captain said, she only caught one keyword. Some magic array on your body, Captain. Why do you seem a little shy when you mention this thing? Ah, shy? No, not at all. It's just a magic array, nothing to be shy about. Rebecca narrowed her eyes slightly, slowly raising her hand and pointing at Leon's chest. Then, what does it mean when there's a purple light flashing on your chest right now? Leon, Sigma degrees, what? Oh, great dragon ancestors, what are you doing? "185. Vol 1ch, 185. Don't move, let me see. No, master, please don't. You absolutely can't look there. Rebecca, hold him down, I'll open his clothes. Yes, Dad. The two worked together to press the dragon slayer hero against the wall and opened his shirt. The dragon pattern on his chest flickered briefly twice before extinguishing. Looking at the silver lines on the captain's chest, Rebecca raised her eyebrows playfully and whistled. Captain, this magic array of yours feels a bit kinky. Magic array my foot, kid. What is this thing exactly? Leon avoided eye contact and stammered. Just a tattoo, really just a tattoo. Does your family's tattoos emit purple light? It's obvious it's not some regular tattoo. Master saw through the mystery at a glance. Hey, that's not true, Master. This tattoo, though it looks kinky and unconventional, is actually a proof of love between the war god and his dragon wife, Leon said with great seriousness. Explain. That can't be explained in detail. Why can't it be explained? Master asked. No need to ask, Dad. It's obviously the captain and his dragon wife's couple tattoo, Rebecca said with a knowing expression, adding with a hidden meaning. But the dragons have various magical tricks. Who knows if this tattoo has any other purpose? Ah, young people these days, they seem to understand everything. Leon quickly put on his clothes, stood up, and changed the subject. The other purpose is my private matter with Risvitha. You just need to know that this tattoo is where I store my magic power. Rebecca rolled her eyes. HMPH, if you won't say, then you won't say. I'll look up the information myself another day. Curiosity killed the cat, you'll regret looking it up. The three returned to the fire pit and continued their previous discussion. Well, since the brat can't use magic now, we need to be more cautious with every step we take, Teg said. Yeah, but luckily the Empire is only sending out some dangerous types. We still have the strength to deal with them, Leon nodded. We just said the first step is to uncover the mole who framed you. How do you plan to do it? Let's start by finding Victor. Rebecca said he became a resident singer in a bar after leaving the Dragon Slayer army. Compared to Martin, who lives with the ministers, we're more likely to contact Victor, Leon said. Good, let's leave it at that for today. We'll start our operation tomorrow night. Yeah, oh, by the way, I'll take the first watch. You and Rebecca rest, Leon offered. Teg shook his head. You take the first half of the night, I'll take the second. Understanding Teg's temperament, Leon didn't argue with him. No problem, Master. Wait a minute, Rebecca suddenly raised her hand. What is it? Rebecca put her hand on her chest, stroked her chin, and pretended to look serious. Since the three of us are going to live and die together, shouldn't we come up with a group name? Leon and Teg exchanged a glance and shrugged in unison. What do you want to call the group? Grumpy old man, clueless straight guy, and pretty girl combo, how about that? Leon smirked and teased. That's such a straightforward name, it could almost be a thesis with a bit more length. Then let's call it the old, weak, and sick combo. Old, weak, and sick, Leon raised an eyebrow. Rebecca nodded, explaining logically. Dad's getting old, so he's old. I'm a helpless girl, so I'm weak. The captain can't use magic and can't figure out why, so he's sick. Leon couldn't help but applaud the gunner's logical thinking skills. Makes sense, very convincing. Now let's get some sleep, helpless girl. Rebecca happily laid down by the fire pit, and Teg covered her with the only blanket they had. He hadn't expected Leon to return so early and bring a teammate, so their supplies like blankets weren't fully prepared. But being able to find a refuge while being wanted was already quite challenging. Leon and Rebecca both admired Teg for that. After his master lay down, Leon slowly walked outside. He sat on the dusty steps and looked up at the night sky. It was a full moon. Some bards in the Empire often used the phases of the moon to symbolize the joys and sorrows of people's lives. But tonight, the moon was so round, and Leon couldn't enjoy it with a certain someone. He wondered if the moon seen by the Silver Dragon tribe, thousands of miles away, was just as round. Lost in thought, Leon raised his hand to touch his chest. When the one with the dragon tattoo starts thinking about the other, the mark will begin to shimmer. So was she thinking about him too? Leon lowered his gaze and sighed. After adjusting his mood slightly, he began to focus on keeping watch for the night. The next morning, Leon slowly opened his eyes. "You're awake, Captain." The girl's face appeared above his line of sight. What's up?" Leon rubbed his eyes. "Nothing much. Don't you feel your throat is a bit dry?" Leon, puzzled, sat up. "What's the problem?" Now that you mention it, it does feel a bit dry." Pausing for a moment, he suddenly perked up. "You and Master didn't do anything strange to me last night while I was asleep, did you?" Rebecca shook her head. At this moment, the Master also walked over and stood beside Leon. "After you fell asleep last night, you called out several names, and each one many times." Leon was startled. "Whose names?" Rebecca accurately counted. Aurora 104 times, Noya 110 times, and Muin 112 times. Leon breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, they're all my daughter's names." It's only natural for a father away from home to mumble his daughter's names in his sleep, right? It's all out of love for them. But then Master dropped a bomb that left Leon petrified on the spot. Risvitha, 518 times. Leon. Truly a love-struck war god, Captain. Dad said you were muttering your wife's name so much that you were foaming at the mouth, a whopping 518 times. Tisk, 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 the power of love. The hammer of love, just talking in your sleep, it doesn't mean anything, Leon defensively argued. Rebecca glanced at Teg. "Dad, has your apprentice always been this stubborn?" "Yeah, when he was little, even after being kicked by a donkey, he didn't utter a word of ouch. Harder than the pancakes his master made," Teg chuckled. I really don't know how that dragon queen managed to live with such a stubborn guy for 3 years," Rebecca sighed. "Is it possible that the dragon queen was even more stubborn than me?" Leon chuckled awkwardly, skipping over the topic. Since they were going to find Victor only in the evening, the three of them had plenty of time to prepare. Teg was in charge of gathering information about the city's current situation. Rebecca would find a way to secure enough bullets. Leon, meanwhile, focused on devising a detailed action plan. With some rare quiet time, he could draft several strategies to unmask the traitor. 3 years had passed, and the moment of revealing the truth was drawing near. (186) Vol 1ch, 186. TL Notes. After reading the previous chapters and appreciating the quality of Ether Reed's translation, we decided to take over the translation. The next chapters will be translated by me, Santos. Nice to meet you. Looking forward to feedback with ratings and criticism. In the evening, Leon and the others arrived at the bar where Victor was performing. The bar wasn't upscale. The clientele was a mix of people, mostly from the lower classes of the Empire. Not everyone came here just to drink. Transactions, bounties, underground fighting, and other activities were all happening. Of course, compared to the few gambling and drug lords with royal connections that Tiger had taken down, this place was somewhat more restrained. At least they couldn't flaunt their crimes openly. Leon and Rebecca walked into the bar while Tiger kept watch outside. Since the wanted posters featuring their master's portrait were plastered all over the Empire's streets, and the bounty was particularly tempting, it was possible that a desperate person in this bar would take the risk for the reward. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better for their master to remain low profile. As soon as they entered the bar, the loud and chaotic noises assaulted Leon's eardrums. The doorway leading to the dance floor was packed with people. A beautiful woman in revealing attire, with a cheap cigarette between her fingers, blew a puff of smoke towards Leon as he approached. Prostitutes were practically soliciting customers at the door. Leon didn't want to engage with her and continued walking inside. "Hey, handsome, where's the fire? Why not chat with me for a bit? I have something really fun." Slap. Rebecca pulled out her gun and pointed it at the woman's chin. The woman immediately closed her mouth, stepping back in silence. The others in the doorway also instinctively made way for Leon and Rebecca. The area suddenly felt less crowded. Rebecca holstered her gun, walked to Leon's side, and lowered her voice. "We're not regulars here. Those folks outside are the quality inspectors. If you don't show them a little authority, it'll be hard to get by here." Leon understood the unspoken rules Rebecca referred to. The gray area had its own survival tactics. But what puzzled him was why Victor had ended up working in such a decrepit and dark place after leaving the dragon-slaying army. Was it a choice of degradation, or was there another reason? Although Victor had always been second best, he had the tenacity and standards typical of a second-in-command. He poured himself into everything he did and held himself to high expectations. Someone like him should be completely out of place in a place like this. It seemed he would have to wait until he found Victor to get answers. Leon and Rebecca crossed the dance floor and reached the bar counter. "What can I get you two?" the bartender greeted them. "A glass of water," Leon replied, knowing his alcohol tolerance was terrible and they weren't here to drink. "I'll have a Black Moon," Rebecca said. She had often drunk before and was familiar with the odd names of drinks. She claimed that after drinking, her aim was better, though Leon wasn't sure if that was true. The bartender glanced at the petite Rebecca and said, "We don't serve alcohol to kids." As soon as he said that, Leon swallowed the words he was about to say, which would have urged Rebecca to switch to juice, and discreetly shifted his position to avoid any splatter of blood later. If Leon's reverse scale was his wife and children, then Rebecca's reverse scale was her age. "I'm an adult. Open your eyes and see I am a grown UP." The lowly girl stood on the bar stool, leaning over the table. If the bartender dared to say another word, Leon had no doubt Rebecca would pull her gun. Fortunately, the bartender was wise enough to nod quickly. Okay, Black Moon coming right up." "Wait, I've changed my mind. I want a glass of water too." "Okay, 2 glasses of water." Finally, Rebecca sat back down, arms crossed, pouting as she glared at the bartender's back. "This is why I hate all bartenders in the world." Leon shook his head and chuckled but said nothing, starting to observe the crowd. Moments later, the lights in the bar suddenly went out, leaving only a beam of light shining on the stage. Under that light sat a tall, thin man on a bar stool, cradling a simple guitar. His attire was minimalist, his face somewhat weathered, and his hair reached his shoulders. However, as soon as he appeared, he was met with cheers from the crowd on the dance floor. "Victor, Victor, Victor. Victor, I want to hear you sing Riverbank. We heard Riverbank yesterday. Today we want Evening Breeze." They cheered Victor's name and called out songs they wanted to hear. Leon sat by the bar, looking across the entire dance floor at his former deputy, Victor. Compared to Rebecca, Victor had changed significantly. He used to have short hair and looked much more spirited. "What happened to him?" Leon muttered. "Artists are like that," Rebecca said, sipping her water through a straw. When the crowd calmed down a bit, Victor pulled off a pendant hanging from his chest. It was a guitar pick. But unlike ordinary cheap picks, Victor's was a beautifully crafted ivory-white color with a finer finish. It stood out under the lights. Gently strumming the guitar strings, Victor began to sing. His singing was quite good, certainly above average for a bar performer. Leon remembered when they were in the dragon-slaying army, Victor would sing a couple of songs by the campfire every night. Because of that, he also gained quite a few female fans, though not as many as Leon. Forever Second was like a curse, always following Victor no matter what he did. No matter how hard he tried, Leon remained like an insurmountable mountain standing in his way. Coincidentally, from a nearby patron's conversation, Leon learned that the song Victor was currently singing was called "Crossing Over This Mountain." However, he never felt like he was some mountain for Victor to cross. In Leon's eyes, Victor was a very reliable deputy and vice captain. At least until the Silver Dragon War, when he had been betrayed, Leon had always thought so. And now, caught in the whirlpool of the Empire's conspiracy, who could safely emerge unscathed? Leon pulled back his thoughts and quietly waited for Victor to finish singing. Being such a popular resident singer, one song was hardly enough to satisfy the audience present. For the next hour, Victor held his guitar and performed several classic pieces. Some were songs he had sung back in the dragon-slaying army. Even someone like Leon, who lacked artistic sensibility, was thoroughly entertained, as it stirred many memories from his past. In contrast, the girl with twin tails beside him was on the verge of dozing off. Leon turned to her and snapped his fingers by her ear. Startled awake, Rebecca exclaimed, "Ah, who fired a gun? Wake up, we're going to find Victor backstage." "Oh, okay." The two made their way around the dance floor and headed backstage. There were many rooms backstage, but fortunately, each room had the name of the bar staff on it. They found Victor's room and knocked on the door. "The performance is over for tonight. Come back tomorrow," Victor's voice came from inside. "Hey, superstar, now you're too big to see your old teammates," Rebecca taunted from outside. As soon as she finished speaking, they heard heavy footsteps from inside. Creak asterisk. The door opened, revealing a thin and weathered man standing at the entrance. He looked down at the girl, who was significantly shorter than him. "Rebecca, what are you doing here?" "Here to support the superstar." "Don't joke around, you must have something to talk to me about, right?" Rebecca shrugged. "It's true I have something, but it's not for me, it's for him." Saying that, Rebecca reached out and pulled the man from behind the door. Victor was stunned, his eyes full of surprise. He looked at the girl who had pulled him out and seemed unable to believe what he was seeing. "187. Vol 1ch, 187. At Victor's place, Leon only told him about his reason for returning to the Empire. As for what happened after Leon's capture, his relationship with the Silver Dragon Queen, and his suspicions about Constantine's collaboration with the Empire, Leon didn't mention a word of it. Because Victor was different from Rebecca. That crazy girl had been thoroughly vetted, first by their master, then by Leon, before she was added to the group of weaklings. So the traitor who backstabbed Leon all those years ago had to be either Victor or Martin. The more he said, the more he might slip up, and Leon wasn't about to let the excitement of seeing an old friend make him forget the true reason he was here. In the room, after hearing Leon's account, Victor reacted much like Rebecca had earlier. First, he was shocked, and then he mentioned how he had also fallen under an illusion spell at the time, and by the time he snapped out of it, Leon had already been gravely injured. "Oh, so it was a large-scale group illusion, huh?" Leon said softly. "Yeah, too bad I was too slow to break free. Otherwise, maybe I could have saved you," Victor added. Leon's eyes flickered as he quietly studied Victor. That statement was rather subtle. Maybe I could have saved you. Wasn't that essentially saying, I'm not the traitor? Interesting, Leon thought. But he didn't show any of this on his face, only nodding in response. "It's all right, don't worry about it. I'm fine now, are I?" "So, what are you planning to do next, Captain? Are you going to find Martin?" Victor asked. Leon raised an eyebrow at the question, but didn't rush to answer. Instead, he glanced over at Rebecca. The twin-tailed lowly was sitting by the table, idly strumming Victor's old guitar with his ivory-white pick. Well, it seemed that the only person in this world who could communicate with Leon through eye contact and initiate team voice chat was Rossvisser. Leon redirected his attention back to Victor. "No rush. Martin's family situation is complicated. We won't be able to meet him so easily." Although Rebecca had mentioned that Martin was always mistreated by his stepmother, he was still the youngest son of a royal court minister, not someone you could just meet on a whim. Victor thought for a moment before speaking. It's actually not that hard to meet him. "Oh, do you have a way?" Leon asked. Victor nodded. 2 days from now, his stepmother is hosting a birthday banquet. She's invited various friends, politicians, and ministers. We could disguise ourselves and sneak in to find Martin. Leon pondered this. That does sound like a good opportunity. But was it too much of a coincidence? Leon had just returned to the Empire, expecting it would be hard to meet Martin, but suddenly his stepmother's birthday was around the corner. Leon didn't mind her having a birthday, but the timing felt suspiciously convenient. He didn't voice his concern outright, but kept analyzing Victor while thinking fast. Finally, he asked, "What's Martin's relationship with his stepmother like? I just want to make sure Martin will definitely attend the banquet." Victor hesitated slightly before replying. "From what I remember, they're pretty close. He once gave her a very expensive piece of jewelry." Leon let out a long "oh," and then glanced at Rebecca. The crazy girl had, at some point, moved to stand behind Leon. Her cute little face was icy cold as she met Leon's gaze in silence. Leon didn't say anything either and turned back to Victor. "This is very timely information, Victor. All right, we'll go to the banquet in 2 days." "No problem. By the way, what are you planning to do once you find Martin? How will you figure out who betrayed you back then?" Victor asked. Leon gave a mysterious smile. "I've already got a plan." Victor paused, then smiled back. "Ah, I see. Since I'm also a suspect, I won't pry any further." "Thanks for understanding." After a brief pause, Leon added, "Oh, and since you brought it up, I'll be direct. For safety reasons, I'd like you to stay here at the bar for the next 2 days. You know what I mean, right?" Victor wasn't stupid. Someone who had risen to second in command in the army would naturally understand what Leon was implying. The so-called "for safety reasons" wasn't to ensure Victor's safety, but rather Leon and his team's. If Victor really was the Empire's mole, and he managed to sneak off and warn someone, Leon and the others would be doomed. But if he stayed at the bar and Leon's group kept watch outside, it would cut off any potential contact with the Empire. As for why Leon wasn't worried about any Empire agents already lying in wait outside, that was thanks to their master. If any Imperial agents had been lurking nearby, their master would have already stormed in to alert Leon. The weaklings group all played a crucial role. A well-coordinated trio could easily clear the Empire's dungeon. After understanding Leon's reasoning, Victor nodded. "Got it." "Good, sorry for the trouble. We'll come back for you in 2 days." "All right." Without lingering, Leon got up and headed for the door. Rebecca was already ahead of him, stepping outside first. As they passed the table by the door, Leon glanced at the guitar. He suddenly stopped and said, "You've been using this guitar for years. Haven't you thought about getting a new one?" Victor laughed bitterly from behind. "Life's been tough. As long as it works, I keep using it." Leon gave a quiet "oh" as his gaze fell on the pick beside the guitar. The translucent ivory white. Victor always liked to pursue a sense of refinement and taste in these small things, Leon thought, as he stepped out of the room. After closing the door, they left the backstage area, passing through the vibrant, smoky bar and out into the cool night air. Rebecca took a deep breath of the fresh air, stretching her slim body, her flat figure on full display. "So what do you think, is it him?" Rebecca asked. Leon frowned, deep in thought, and shook his head. "It's hard to say. We can't make any assumptions until we meet Martin." Rebecca chuckled and twirled her twin tails as she skipped up beside Leon. "You're still as cautious as ever, Captain." "Being cautious never hurts," Leon replied. "And yet, you still got backstabbed by a traitor." Well, even though this girl couldn't communicate with Leon telepathically like Rossvisser, she sure knew how to hit where it hurt, just like that dragoness. Always poking at Leon's sore spots. "But seriously, Captain, what if this birthday banquet Victor mentioned is a trap? What if they're luring you in, only to kill you and silence everyone? Are we really going to go?" Rebecca's concern was something Leon had already considered. "This is a good chance to get in touch with Martin. If we miss it, who knows how long we'll have to wait for another opportunity. So yes, we're going," Leon said firmly. "But..." He gave a small chuckle. "We won't be showing up on time." Rebecca's little head just about kept up with Leon's thinking. "Not on time? Are we going to arrive late?" Leon shook his head. "No, quite the opposite. We're going to arrive early." 188. Vol 1ch, 188. Rebecca, through the Empire's local bounty hunter black market, managed to find the location of the hotel where Martin's stepmother was hosting her birthday banquet. It cost Rebecca half a month's salary, and she demanded that the amount be deducted from Leon's account after everything was over. Leon said it was fine, as long as she could withdraw money from a dead man's account. Rebecca gave a smug grin and said, "If you're broke, I'll take it from my dad's pension. I don't do business at a loss." The old man, touching his wallet, which was emptier than his face, wondered if he should sell his donkey to cover Rebecca's expenses. 2 days later, in the afternoon, 6 hours before the banquet officially began, Leon and Rebecca had infiltrated the hotel staff and were helping set up the banquet alongside the workers. Tiger stayed behind at Victor's bar, continuing to keep an eye on him. Inside the hotel's main hall, the uniformed staff bustled about, working hard and paying attention to every detail. After all, this was the birthday of a royal minister's wife. Any sign of negligence could cost them their jobs. On top of that, they'd heard that this minister's wife was particularly harsh, judging by the worried expression of the young man in charge of organizing the banquet. That young man was Martin, the minister's youngest son. In fact, he shouldn't have been responsible for this task, but his stepmother had always been at odds with him. By putting him in charge, she was deliberately looking for an excuse to make things difficult for him. Martin's personality was on the softer side, and he didn't dare to confront his stepmother, so he was forced to grit his teeth and carry out the task as best as he could. Even though he knew that no matter how well he did, his stepmother would still find fault with him. But what else could he do? After what happened 3 years ago, Martin not only left the dragon-slaying army, but he also became more introverted and timid. For the past 3 years, every time he faced his stepmother's or others' disdain and coldness, Martin couldn't help but wonder. If the captain hadn't died in that battle 3 years ago and their squad hadn't disbanded, would he have been brave enough to stand up against the unfair treatment he was facing now? But reality doesn't care for what-ifs. The Battle of the Silver Dragon ended in defeat, and they accused the captain of being a traitor, the one responsible for the deaths of countless comrades. How could Martin ever believe that? He had wanted to use his father's influence within the royal court to clear the captain's name, but his father had refused. Then he thought he could clear the captain's name through his own efforts to prove the captain wasn't like that. But by the time Rebecca contacted him and told him to stop trying to defend the captain, things had already changed. Back then, Rebecca had already put on the uniform of the patrol team. From that point on, there was nothing left in the dragon-slaying army to keep Martin there. He chose to leave, returning home to live as the pampered son, occasionally reminiscing about the days he spent with the captain and Rebecca, and about the courage he had slowly begun to find in himself. His thoughts wandered, and Martin shook his head, refocusing on directing the staff to arrange the banquet hall. Suddenly, Martin felt something cold and hard press against his side. He wanted to look down, but the girl beside him, wearing a worker's uniform, warned him. "Stay calm, little Martin. Don't get nervous. If you get nervous, I'll get nervous, and when I get nervous, this gun might just go off." Martin immediately recognized the voice. "Rebecca, what are you doing here?" "Your stepmom's having a birthday. We came to join the fun," Rebecca replied. "We, who else came? Victor." "Nope, the big star is busy right now. I meant someone else." "Someone else, who could?" Before Martin could finish his question, an arm draped over his shoulder, like a friend from school pulling him in close. Martin didn't dare turn around to see who it was, because Rebecca still had the gun pressed against his side. He could only glance sideways to get a glimpse of the hand on his shoulder. It was broad and heavy, covered in scars. "Long time no see, Martin." At the sound of that voice, it was as if an electric current surged through Martin's spine, paralyzing him with shock. His eyes widened in disbelief. After 3 long years, he never imagined he would hear that voice again. Martin would never forget the owner of that voice. It was the person who once taught him to be brave, to discover the true meaning of courage, and to face his real self. Without him, Martin would never have decided to go to the dragon-slaying academy. Although after his death, Martin's courage had gradually faded away. But now, hearing his voice again, Martin felt more than just shock. Deep within him, the small flame of courage, not yet fully extinguished, struggled to reignite. "See, Captain, Captain. SHH tilde, there's no captain here. It's just two hotel workers who happen to know you, stopping by for a chat," Leon whispered. Martin fought to suppress the overwhelming emotions and countless questions flooding his mind, taking a full 10 seconds to calm himself down. His hand gripping the railing trembled slightly, and he swallowed hard several times. Once Martin had settled down, Leon, keeping things brief, explained the reason he had returned to the Empire. "I've told this same story 3 times over the past 2 days. I'm starting to feel like I'm reading off a menu," Leon joked at the end, trying to ease the tension. Martin took a moment to process everything Leon had just said. After a while, he spoke. "So, Captain, how do you want me to help you investigate the traitor? Just tell me what you need." I thought you'd try to clear your name first," Leon said. After all, that's exactly what Victor had done. Martin gave a faint, somewhat forced smile and sighed. "You're not the type to kill the wrong person just to be safe. I trust that you'll make the right decision in the end, so there's no need for me to defend myself right now. Just ask whatever you need to ask." Just like back when they fought together, Martin had unconditional trust in Leon and was always ready to follow his orders. Martin had been a fan of Leon from the very start, and it was this admiration that had driven him to join the dragon-slaying army. After graduating from the academy with excellent marks, he was directly assigned to Leon's squad. He was like a fan who had successfully met his idol. Leon patted Martin's shoulder. "Well, in that case, I need to know, today really is your stepmother's birthday, right?" Martin nodded. "Yes, it is." "Oh, so it wasn't a trap after all, just a simple coincidence." But even so, Leon wasn't about to let his guard down. He had already planned out everything for tonight to ensure that he, their master, and Rebecca could escape safely, even if they couldn't expose the traitor. "Also, what's your relationship like with your stepmother?" Leon asked. Martin hesitated. "Oh, if it's too personal, you don't have to answer," Leon said. Martin scratched the back of his head, looking a little uncomfortable. "It's not that. My stepmother and I don't get along very well." "And has she ever given you any gifts?" "Gifts, Captain, I'd be lucky if she didn't kick me out of the house. Gifts, not a chance." Wow, their relationship really was that bad. Leon's mind began turning over the information. "And have you ever given her a gift? Like clothes, a bag, or maybe jewelry?" "No," Martin replied, his answer firm and without hesitation. Leon paused, then nodded thoughtfully. "All right, I don't have any more questions, but there is one thing I'll need you to do." "Anything, Captain," Martin said. "During the banquet tonight, Rebecca will stay with you the whole time. Former comrades catching up at the party shouldn't raise any eyebrows, right?" "Is the captain asking Rebecca to keep an eye on me?" Martin's sharp mind caught on quickly. "No, no, little Martin," Rebecca said, pressing the gun into his back again. "This is way more thrilling than just surveillance." Martin, now visibly nervous, nodded slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and nose. But Leon understood. It wasn't about whether Martin was truly the traitor or not. Anyone would be sweating if a crazy girl was holding a gun to their back. Now that everything was arranged, as long as nothing unexpected happened tonight, it would all come to an end. 189. Vol 1ch, 189. That evening, Leon, disguised and with Victor in tow, entered the banquet hotel. Their master, as usual, stayed outside to keep watch. If anything went wrong, he would fire a signal flare, and the entire old, weak, sick team would retreat at lightning speed. Leon's approach to the two suspected traitors was straightforward and clear, the classic man-to-man tactic. He kept an eye on Victor, and Rebecca kept an eye on Martin. This way, no matter which one of them was the traitor or if they were plotting anything, Leon and his team would notice right away. In the squad, Martin had always been the support mage, with limited close combat ability, so Rebecca could easily keep him in check. As for Victor, the perpetual second-in-command being watched by the perpetual champion, he wasn't going to stir up any trouble either. Where did Rebecca go? Victor asked when he noticed the girl wasn't with Leon. Leon, his hands casually in the pockets of his suit, which, by the way, had been purchased with Rebecca's salary, something she'd mentally noted with frustration, calmly replied. She said she had a way to get close to Martin but couldn't bring me along because it would attract attention. Victor frowned slightly. If she can get to Martin on her own, why are we risking being discovered by coming here? Leon's tone remained indifferent. Victor, I'm not letting either of you out of my sight. All right, I guess I was thinking too simply. Leon dropped the subject and stood with Victor in a corner of the hall, silently watching the increasingly lively banquet. It's been 3 years since I last saw Martin. I wonder how much the kid has changed, Leon mused softly. After saying that, he subtly glanced at Victor. The weathered bar singer barely shifted his eyes, but Leon, ever sharp, caught the slight movement. The last time I saw him was a long time ago too, Victor said. So, you two haven't been in touch. Victor shook his head with a bitter smile. After you were gone, the squad fell apart. Everyone went their separate ways. We're not exactly close anymore. Leon didn't comment on Victor's thoughts about their former squad mates. At 8 p.m., the banquet officially began. The guest of honor, Martin's stepmother, made her slow descent from the second floor. Martin's stepmother had married into the family after his father's first wife passed away. Now in her 30s, she still maintained her allure, a refined beauty. Tonight, she was dressed in a black evening gown, her hair elegantly styled, immediately drawing the attention of her guests. The outfit was classic, an evening gown and an updo, a sign that the woman took the occasion seriously. But to Leon, she didn't hold a candle to a certain silver dragon. If Rosvisser was a flower, then this so-called beautiful woman wasn't even worthy of being a leaf. The difference in aura and class was too great. It was a shame he couldn't bring his dragoness out here to show them what a real beauty looked like. Next time for sure. All designer brands, huh? Martin's family is really loaded, Victor commented. Is that so? Yeah, the gown was custom-made from a well-known designer, famous throughout the empire. The necklace and ring speak for themselves. Just by looking at the size, you can tell they're worth a fortune. Victor spoke with expertise. Leon thought to himself that Victor had always had a fascination for fine details, much like the ivory guitar pick he carried. Especially that hairpin, Victor added. A hairpin? Yeah. Leon shrugged. How expensive could a hairpin be? Victor shook his head. That's no ordinary hairpin. It's made from the ivory of an S-class dangerous species, the polar mammoth. The polar mammoth, that's a rare species, isn't it? Leon asked. Exactly. Long ago, people discovered that the ivory of polar mammoths had excellent malleability, making it perfect for luxury items. Rarity drives up the price, Victor explained. But because it's an S-class dangerous species, killing a mammoth takes significant resources, so ivory-made items sell for much more than regular luxury goods. Oh, Tilda, I see, Leon replied, pretending to show little interest. Victor glanced at him and continued. Later, blacksmiths discovered that mammoth ivory wasn't just malleable, it also had remarkable compatibility with magic. Once enchanted, it could be used as a weapon, offering incredible piercing power and lethality. Hearing this, Leon's expression grew more serious. Enchanted and used as a weapon. Right, and I heard that hairpin was a gift from Martin to his stepmother. Leon slowly turned his head to look at Victor. But I heard that Martin and his stepmother don't get along. Why would he give her such an expensive gift? Victor paused for a moment, his expression unchanged. Maybe he was trying to win her favor. Is that so? All right then. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the hotel, Martin and Rebecca stood side by side. Victor's changed a lot, Martin remarked. Not everyone is as privileged as you, the son of a royal minister, living a life of luxury, Rebecca teased, patting him on the shoulder. Martin smiled bitterly. If I could, I'd trade places with you, Rebecca. Trade? Oh no, I might just shoot your mean stepmother on impulse. Rebecca paused, then asked, "So why did you go back to being your old self after the captain left?" Martin shrugged and lowered his head. "People need a guiding light, Rebecca. Without it, they're like a horse that's lost its way. After the captain was gone, I didn't know who to follow or what to strive for. Little Martin, you'll have to learn to grow up eventually." "Why does that sound strange coming from you, Rebecca? Aren't you only a year older than me?" "A year older is still older. What's your point?" Martin chuckled and decided not to argue. The banquet continued. By 10 p.m., the birthday girl and her guests were slightly tipsy. Martin's father was busy socializing at the table. Being a member of the royal court, every banquet was an opportunity to expand his resources and connections, even on his beloved wife's birthday. No one paid attention to Martin, who had organized the entire event. Rebecca glanced down at the hall's corner. She saw Leon adjusting the obnoxiously shiny silver tie around his neck. That was the signal, time to retreat. Rebecca instantly understood, though she couldn't quite grasp why the captain had chosen such a flashy color. She knew he liked silver, but he'd never cared about fashion before. Then she remembered where Leon had spent the last 3 years in a dragon's lair. Suddenly, it all made sense. "Married and secretly flashy," Rebecca muttered, giving the most fitting assessment. "What?" "Nothing, let's go." The captain gave the signal. "Okay." Rebecca led Martin out the back door of the hotel. Leon and Victor followed closely behind. In the alley behind the hotel, Tiger was already waiting with a carriage. The two groups climbed into the carriage one after the other. Leon knocked on the front of the carriage, and Tiger understood immediately. With a flick of the reins, the horses sped off into the night. Inside the rattling carriage, Victor and Martin sat across from each other. The air was awkward. After all, the reason Leon had gathered them was to unmask the traitor among them. Both of them were fully aware of the suspicion hanging over each other, but in this situation, playing the good guy was the best option. A true traitor wouldn't make a move until the moment they could strike for the kill. The carriage sped through the night, and after about 2 hours, they arrived at the Empire's slums. They all dismounted. Tiger leaned against the carriage, lighting a cheap cigarette. "Go on, kid. No one's going to interfere with your business tonight." "Thank you, master." Tiger took a long drag and exhaled slowly. Leon turned and led Rebecca, Victor, and Martin into a dilapidated building. Everyone was tense. No matter who the traitor was, it was clear from Leon's meticulous preparation that he intended to end it all tonight. In the center of the room was an old, rickety table. The 4 of them stood around it, each taking a side. Leon faced Rebecca. Victor faced Martin. Who was the traitor, who was innocent, they were about to find out. They stared at each other, exchanging glances, but no one wanted to be the first to speak. Finally, Leon broke the silence. "It seems everyone understands what's about to happen tonight. All right, let's not waste any time." Leon pulled out a pistol from behind his waist, unlocked the safety, cocked the hammer, and held it firmly in his hand. Rebecca glanced at the gun in Leon's hand, a flicker of surprise crossing her face, but she quickly composed herself, showing no outward reaction. "Actually, I already know who the traitor that betrayed me is." Upon hearing this, the other 3 simply exhaled heavily, none of them showing signs of panic. They all knew Leon's methods well enough. He never fought a battle he wasn't sure he could win. If Leon said he knew who the traitor was, then he definitely knew. But Rebecca figured that the captain had gone to all this trouble just to look cool. In her mind, if he already knew who the traitor was, why not just shoot them on the spot? Leon lowered his head, casually fiddling with the gun in his hand as he spoke slowly. "It's truly unfortunate that after 3 years, the squad's reunion would happen like this. I never thought that the one who betrayed me would be you." Leon slowly raised the pistol, aiming the cold barrel at the person beside him. "Martin." Rebecca's eyes widened, her blue pupils reflecting the dark gun aimed at Martin. She swallowed hard. "Captain, are you sure it's Martin?" Before Leon could answer, Victor spoke up. "Martin, you're surprisingly calm. Don't you have anything to say?" By now, Martin was drenched in cold sweat. His calmness was entirely due to being so shocked that he couldn't think of anything to say or do. The moment Leon had pointed the gun at him, it was as if the part of Martin's brain responsible for rational thought had been short-circuited. In that instant, all of his senses failed, leaving him only aware of the frantic beating of his heart. Thump, 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 thump. For a long moment, Martin struggled to open his mouth, fighting to form words. Captain, I... Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck Martin squarely in the chest. The thin young man collapsed to the ground, shock and terror frozen on his face. Martin! Rebecca cried out, quickly rushing over to kneel beside him, shaking his limp body. Martin, Martin! Clack! After the shot, Leon immediately dropped the cold weapon onto the table. He leaned against the table's edge, bent over, and gasped for breath, his chest heaving heavily. Victor glanced at the gun on the table, then walked over to Leon and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. You don't need to blame yourself, Captain. Honestly, I'm surprised that Martin was the traitor too, but he made the wrong choice in the end. Don't carry this burden on your mind. Leon's lips were pale as he struggled to keep his legs from buckling. He lifted his head to look at Rebecca. Dispose of him. There's a swamp not far from here. It'll only take 10 minutes round trip. Dump the body there. No one will ever find him. After a brief moment of sorrow, Rebecca accepted the reality and lifted Martin's body, preparing to leave. Victor was about to turn his attention elsewhere, but Leon suddenly put an arm around his shoulder. Victor quickly redirected his gaze and helped steady Leon as he leaned against the table. The room was deathly quiet, save for Leon's labored breathing and the sound of Martin's body being dragged across the floor. Feeling better now, Leon? Victor asked. Leon didn't respond, keeping his eyes closed as he pressed a hand to his chest, quietly regulating his breath. Seeing Leon in this state, Victor let his gaze drift down toward the gun on the table. This was his last chance. The former second-in-command of the dragon-slaying army slowly reached out, gripping the sleek, compact pistol. And then, he pressed the barrel against Leon's temple. Leon felt the cold, hard gun muzzle and slowly opened his eyes. So, it was you. It'll take Rebecca 10 minutes to return. More than enough time to kill you and be long gone, Kazmod, Victor said coldly. By tomorrow, the headline will read, Former deputy of the dragon-slaying army executes Empire traitor Leon Kazmod, but unfortunately fails to save a minister's son. What do you think of that story? Leon sneered. You never had a sense of humor before. People change, Kazmod. You should have stayed away. Did killing Constantine give you the idea that you could challenge the Empire? So, it's true. The Empire and the dragons really are working together. Victor cocked the hammer and placed his finger on the trigger. Leon, for all these years, you've always beaten me. But today, in this final battle, you've lost completely. You've been defeated by the very person who was always second best to you. Doesn't that make you regret it? Regret, Leon scoffed. I swear, Victor, after you pull that trigger, you'll be the one with regrets. Heh, still acting tough, even on the verge of death. Well then, let's see how you make me regret this. The killing intent in Victor's eyes could no longer be contained. He squeezed the trigger hard, eager to hear the satisfying sound of blood splattering. Click! The sharp sound of the gun's mechanism echoed in the room. But there was no flash, no explosion of fire. Victor's heart skipped a beat, and in a panic, he pulled the trigger several more times. Nothing. Before he could comprehend what had gone wrong, Leon's iron fist slammed into his face. In an instant, Victor felt the world spin, and he was thrown onto his back. Blood flowed from his nose, and Victor lay on the ground, staring up at the cold man standing over him. How could you? I told you, I've known who the traitor was for a long time. You should have confessed when I said that earlier. Maybe then I would have spared you. But that was a lie. Leon had no intention of sparing him. He only said it to make the traitor feel even more regret before his death. Leon walked slowly toward Victor and placed his foot on the man's leg. The searing pain rendered Victor unable to move. Glaring up at Leon, he demanded, When did you start suspecting me? When, if you really want to know, it was probably 3 years ago. Leon spoke casually, as he crouched down to meet Victor's weary face. After all, the only people who knew the locations of the strike teams back then were me and you. During the Battle of the Silver Dragon, after Leon had been framed, the locations of all the strike teams were leaked. And the only people who had that information were the army's commander, Leon, and his second-in-command, Victor. Of course, that alone wasn't enough to prove you were the one who betrayed me. Leon slowly continued. So, 3 years later, I returned to the Empire and started setting my plans in motion. You probably thought I was unfamiliar with everything here, so you assumed I was just another piece on the chessboard. 2 days ago, when we first met, you subtly tried to guide me toward thinking and making decisions in line with your plan. You brought up the gift Martin gave his stepmother, and during the banquet, you deliberately steered the conversation toward her hairpin. You said it was made from mammoth ivory, enchanted to become a weapon with strong penetration, just like the weapon that stabbed me in the back all those years ago, right? If Rebecca hadn't told me beforehand that Martin and his stepmother had a terrible relationship, I might have gone along with your scheme after leaving your bar. Then your little framing plan would have succeeded. But unfortunately for you, I'm not a piece on the board, Victor. I'm the one holding the pieces. Victor's heartbeat quickened, and his breathing grew ragged. The realization was too much for him to handle, and he started rambling incoherently. No way, it's impossible. Leon smiled faintly and went on. There's nothing impossible about it. Oh, and by the way, that guitar pick of yours, that was a key clue to your identity as the traitor. You were right, ivory is highly malleable. It can be made into a hairpin, or it can be fashioned into a guitar pick worn around someone's neck. I'm not sure if you thought I wouldn't recognize it, but still, a man too poor to replace his old guitar somehow has the money for an ivory pick. One of the best ways to destroy evidence, aside from burning it, is to transform it into something new. Leon paused for a moment, then added, but from what you said earlier about being my defeated subordinate, I can only assume you kept the weapon that stabbed me as a personal trophy, a reminder of your so-called victory. Am I right? Victor's pupils dilated and he screamed, Leon, don't think that beating me means you've won against the entire Empire. The Empire will avenge me. Leon shook his head. Victor, being second best, wasn't your real mistake. Becoming a lapdog for the Empire and standing against me, that's where you truly went wrong. If you hadn't been so hasty, maybe I wouldn't have discovered your identity so soon. But you rushed things, didn't you? I'm guessing the Empire put pressure on you, didn't they? The Empire had gone as far as sending Constantine to eliminate Leon, a clear sign of their desperation. But Leon had turned that impatience against them, making Victor believe he was following along with the plan, while in reality, every step Leon took was part of his own strategy to lure out a bigger fish. Back in the day, General Leon hadn't bothered with psychological warfare. He just charged in, and no dragon could withstand him. But now, his ability to manipulate others was impeccable. Thank the Silver Dragon for that. Leon had learned a lot from her over the past 2 years. Victor remained silent for a moment before bursting into a manic, nervous laugh. Yes, you're right about everything, Leon. But what about Martin? You used him as bait to catch me. When his father finds out his son is dead and you just happen to be back in the Empire, what do you think he'll do? Leon sneered. Victor, is that really the best plan you've got left to make me fail? What? As someone who fought by my side for so many years, you should know Rebecca has a habit of tinkering with guns. Leon picked up the same gun Victor had used earlier and waved it in front of his face. She likes to take them apart and put them back together, over and over. She could sit quietly and do that all night, and for fun, she always loads them with one bullet, and that bullet is a blank. A blank? Yes, a bullet that doesn't kill. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Rebecca stepped in, supporting a very much alive Martin. Clutching his chest, Martin's face was grim. Captain, it may have been a blank, but it still hurts like hell. I think you might have broken at least 2 of my ribs. Man up, will you? Look at Victor over there. I broke his nose, and he didn't complain once. Leon retorted smugly. Rebecca helped Martin sit down by the table, then silently handed another gun from her waist to Leon. Leon cocked the gun and aimed it squarely at Victor's forehead. Now, about the Empire, is there anything more you'd like to share? Death was staring Victor in the face. He could smell the gunpowder as it filled his nostrils, and his last shred of resolve broke. Don't kill me, Leon. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I really do. I shouldn't have worked for the Empire. Please forgive me. Please, Leon. There was no point in asking him for more information now. Victor, you don't regret what you've done. You only regret that you're about to die. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed, and all fell silent. "190. Vol 1CH, 190. Leon had finally eliminated the traitor who framed him 3 years ago, but he didn't feel the satisfaction of revenge. His emotions were complicated. Instead of relief, he was filled with confusion. Would someone really abandon their principles and beliefs just because of something like always being second best? Perhaps there were other reasons Victor became the Empire's lapdog. But Leon would never know. After all, corpses don't talk. Just like the Empire had once pinned the blame for the war's failure and the traitor on him, a dead man. Still, Leon didn't regret killing Victor. A traitor could never be left alive. Letting him live wouldn't only pose a threat to Leon, but also to his master, Rebecca, and Martin. Leon adjusted his state of mind slightly and handed the 2 pistols back to Rebecca. One of them had been used to execute Victor, while the other was the blank-firing pistol he had assembled at Rebecca's place on his first day back in the Empire. "So that's where my gun went. I thought I'd misplaced it," Rebecca remarked. Leon shifted his gaze from Victor's body and turned to face her with a tired smile. "You weren't worried about losing your gun." "I figured I must have left it in some corner again." Rebecca carefully stored the gun away. "You know how it is. People like Martin and me, we're total homebodies. Our places are always a mess, so it's not surprising if something goes missing." Beside her, Martin clutched his aching chest and attempted to defend himself. "Rebecca, my room is clean and I'm not a shut-in. I just don't like going out." "Not going out is the definition of a shut-in, right? What else could it be?" Rebecca retorted confidently. Martin had no way to argue back, so he quietly shut his mouth. Holding his chest, he leaned on the dining table and made his way over to Victor's body. The former vice captain lay in a pool of blood, lifeless. After a moment of silence, Martin sighed. Why did Victor help the Empire frame the captain? Leon slowly shook his head. There's no point in dwelling on a pawn's motivations. It's better to simplify the question, why was the Empire so eager to kill me? Coming from a noble family, Martin quickly came up with a reason. Maybe they felt threatened by your rising power. After graduating from the Dragon-Slaying Academy, Leon had quickly risen from an ordinary soldier to being widely regarded as the strongest dragon slayer. In terms of both strength and personal charm, Leon fully deserved the title. Leon's prestige had steadily grown among the common people, and within the dragon-slaying army, he had garnered the admiration and support of countless individuals. Someone like him was undoubtedly a potential threat to the Empire's power center. Leon had considered this before. Perhaps his existence had become a thorn in the Empire's side, and they felt the need to eliminate him to maintain centralized power. But that explanation didn't account for the Empire's collaboration with the dragons. Maybe these were 2 entirely separate issues. "I think the reason the Empire targeted you isn't just because of your growing influence," a voice came from behind. Leon, Rebecca, and Martin turned to see Tiger leaning against the doorway, his sword in hand. "I experienced some things when I was younger that made me truly understand the Empire's strength and darkness. That's why I always told Leon to focus on fighting and not to get involved in politics." Back then, Leon didn't know enough about power for the Empire to see him as an immediate threat, so there must be other reasons, Tiger said. He paused before adding, "Maybe it really has to do with the dragons. This war has lasted for hundreds of years, and there are so many hidden secrets and conspiracies we don't know about. Killing Victor, just a pawn, won't stop the Empire from hunting Leon. We still have a long road ahead." His master's words weighed heavily on the room. Indeed, taking down one traitor didn't mean much. Victor was just a puppet being controlled. The true mastermind had yet to reveal themselves. The Empire had even sent someone as powerful as Dragon King Constantine to kill Leon. What would their next move be? A stronger Dragon King, or something else? Leon didn't know. The human empire, which had stood for millennia, hid secrets far deeper than Leon could fathom. He needed more time and deeper exploration to uncover the layers of mystery before him. But before that, Leon looked at Rebecca and Martin. The Empire will soon discover we've killed Victor, and they'll escalate their pursuit of me from traitor backstabbing to a full-blown wanted man. Martin should be safe for now. No one knows you acted with us tonight, and your father can protect you. Leon continued, but, Rebecca, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Once things settle down, Master and I will send you somewhere safe, away from the Empire. Master, could we send Rebecca to stay with the mistress? Tiger raised an eyebrow and scratched his forehead. It's possible, but how should I put it? The mistress has gone back to her family, and I'm not really on good terms with them. Master, you've been married to her for 30 years, and you're still not close to her family. Leon asked, surprised. Tiger blushed. What's 30 years? Just because it's been 30 years doesn't mean we're close. We don't visit often. Stop asking silly questions, kid. Leon hesitated. Is that so? Then that's a bit tricky. Maybe Rebecca could stay with Martin for now. At least she'd be safe for a while. The Empire wouldn't dare storm a nobleman's house without a good reason. Tiger nodded. That sounds like a good plan. Martin, what do you think? I don't mind. Rebecca can stay at my place for as long as she wants. I'll prove I'm not a shut-in. All right then. I object. The twin-tailed girl raised her hand high. I appreciate you all discussing my whereabouts, but shouldn't you consider my opinion in all of this? The three men turned to look at Rebecca. Leon had anticipated this. You're not thinking of becoming a wanted criminal with me and Master, are you? Of course, don't forget, we're the old, weak, sick crew. Without me, you'd just be left with old and sick, and that doesn't sound good at all. Rebecca then added with a straight face, plus, isn't having a cute girl on the team a standard? Leon raised an eyebrow suspiciously. You, consider yourself a cute girl. Cute girl? How am I not a cute girl? To be fair, Rebecca did fit the popular image of a cute girl. With her sharp personality, well-proportioned legs, and signature twin tails, she certainly checked off a lot of people's boxes. Unfortunately, her captain wasn't one of them. And she knew full well that the dense, straight-laced Leon wasn't into her type. He liked the silver-haired, elegant, older sister type. But that didn't mean he could deny she was a cute girl. Personal preferences were subjective, but being a cute girl was objective. Leon decided not to step on that landmine any further and instead got serious. But it'll be dangerous if you stay with us. Are you sure you've thought this through? I've told you before, Captain. Fighting the Empire isn't the most dangerous thing. The most dangerous thing is wasting away in the patrol squad. Rebecca said firmly, It's settled then, you're not getting rid of me. Leon had expected her to stay, but not with such determination. Oh well, once this crazy girl made up her mind, not even Leon could change it. Captain, Martin spoke softly from the side. Leon turned immediately and blurted, You stay home and don't get involved. It wasn't that Leon doubted Martin's abilities. He just didn't want to drag another talented comrade into danger. Unlike Rebecca, who had no family, Martin came from a noble household. His future, while not necessarily brilliant, was at least secure and comfortable. Leon didn't want to ruin Martin's life because of his own troubles. No, I won't cause any trouble, Captain. Martin quickly clarified, I was just thinking, if I stay home, I can help you gather intel on the Empire. Don't worry, I'll be careful and know how to find information. Leon crossed his arms and frowned in thought. Seeing no response, Martin added, Captain, let me do my part too. Rebecca chimed in, Yeah, Captain. Little Martin has been down ever since you disappeared, but now that you're back, he finally has something to look forward to. You can't just douse his spirit with cold water. After thinking it through, Leon realized there was no choice but to let Martin help. Leon sighed, All right, but make sure to stay safe while gathering information. Got it. Martin's eyes lit up. Yes, Captain. Clap asterisk. Rebecca clapped her hands. Great, now our group can be called the old, weak, sick, and shut-in. For the last time, I am not a nerd. Martin protested in vain. Rebecca made a face at him. Nerds are in a hurry, nerds are in a hurry. At that moment, Tiger, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Leon, you can't stay in the Empire. "191. Vol 1ch, 191. Before Leon could ask any questions, Rebecca blurted out. Why can't the captain stay in the Empire, Dad? After Victor's death, the Empire will undoubtedly intensify its efforts to hunt Leon down. In less than 3 days, wanted posters with his face will cover every street in the Empire. And this time, the search will be far more thorough than when I was here in the Empire, Tiger explained slowly. Keeping him here will only increase his risk. And most importantly, if we want to uncover what conspiracy is brewing between the Empire and the dragons, we can't just investigate from within the Empire. Someone has to go to the dragons' realm to find the other half of the answers. And that someone has to be someone the dragons trust, who also knows them well. Trusted by dragons, knowledgeable about dragons. Tiger and Rebecca both turned to look at Leon. Leon blinked. Do I really look like someone the dragons trust? You married a dragon and had kids with her. How is that not trust? Rebecca asked. Martin was shocked. Wait. The captain married a dragon and had kids. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Also, aren't humans and dragons biologically incompatible? Oh, I forgot to tell you earlier. Not only did the captain have kids with a dragon, but he had 3. Rebecca held up 3 fingers. T3, Captain, that many would get you fined in the Empire. Leon silently covered his face. He really wanted to escape, but couldn't. He thought this kind of embarrassing interrogation only happened when he was with Rossvisser. How come even with a long-distance relationship, they still wouldn't let him off the hook? Since everyone seems to have so much faith in your rapport with the dragons, the task of infiltrating their territory and gathering intelligence falls to you, my dear apprentice, Tiger said with a serious expression. Master, where did you get the idea that everyone has faith in my rapport with the dragons? We didn't even get to that part of the discussion yet. All right then, let's vote. Those in favor of sending Leon to the dragon's realm to gather intel, please breathe. Martin didn't catch on. Rebecca, on the other hand, blew a gust of air right into Leon's face. Okay, 4-1, motion passed. 4-1. Oh, tilde. He was counting Victor too, wasn't he? Master never missed a detail. Master, you make a good point, but if I leave, will you all really be able to handle the Empire? Of course, the Empire's main target is you. Once they discover you've left, they won't focus as much manpower or resources on us. And if you're with the dragons, their reach won't extend that far. They might send someone like Constantine after you again, but you've already shown them what the strongest dragon slayer is capable of. Tiger had always been confident in his apprentice's abilities. After all, in hundreds of years, only one exceptional SSR had emerged. What was wrong with being a little more powerful? In any case, if you return to the Silver Dragon side, it'll be safer for you and much more efficient for gathering intel than staying here with us. I agree with Dad's idea, Rebecca said. I also support Mr. Tiger, Martin added. Leon pressed his lips together, unsure of what to do. Seeing Leon's hesitation, Tiger realized his earlier reasoning hadn't hit the mark, and that this stubborn kid needed a different approach. All right then, if you're going to be this stubborn, don't blame me for playing dirty. Besides, you'll get to reunite with your wife. Leon. Is that the main point? Am I really that kind of person? Rebecca, am I? If I had such a beautiful wife, I'd also be eager to get home. Captain, no need to hide it. Hey you, Martin, you tell me, do I seem like the type to prioritize love over friendship? Martin thought for a moment and then replied, Captain, you're at an age where it's natural to miss your wife. It's no big deal, no need to feel embarrassed. Nonsense, ridiculous. I, Leon Cosmety, would never abandon my teammates just to see my wife. Even if the Empire is hunting me down and wanted posters with my face cover every street, I would never leave you all. Leaving tonight. All right, thanks, Master. The original plan had been to lay low for a while before sneaking Leon out of the city. But considering the level of his wanted status, which was likely to exceed the highest level of red, it was clear they couldn't wait it out. With that in mind, it was best to move quickly, before the Empire discovered Victor's death, so they could get Leon out of the city that very night. Martin, who couldn't risk being seen, made his way back into the city via a secluded path. Leon, Tiger, and Rebecca, on the other hand, approached the city gates. It was already late at night, and the rain was pouring down, meaning there were no caravans or carts Leon could hide in to escape. Moreover, due to the recent church battle, the Empire had already noticed Leon's presence and would undoubtedly strengthen patrols at the gates. Even if he tried to hide in a cart, he'd likely be discovered. Climbing over the towering city walls was also impossible. Going around them would take at least a day and a night. Building walls this long must have cost a fortune, Rebecca remarked, always focusing on the strangest things. The three of them lay atop a low building, observing the situation at the gate. Not only had more patrols been deployed, but there were also cages on either side of the gate, each containing dangerous creatures. Long-tailed demon apes. Rebecca identified the creatures inside the cages with a glance. Very intelligent monsters, much more adept at teamwork than most dangerous species. They have incredible stamina and endurance. Kid, in a moment, Rebecca and I will cause a distraction at the gate. You'll slip out during the chaos, Tiger said, but they'll definitely send people after you. Can you escape? Leon's expression was serious. I should be able to. Even if I can't, I can always circle back. Tiger sighed. Don't take this lightly, kid. If you can't escape and return to the Empire, getting out again will be nearly impossible. We only have one shot at this tonight. Leon bit his lip, thought for a moment, then nodded. I understand, Master. By the way, we need to set up a way to regularly exchange information. Any thoughts? Tiger asked. Leon considered it. How about every 3 months, we meet at the cave where you used to hide? No problem. Who would have thought that even at the very end, his long-distance wife would still be playing a role? After confirming the information exchange plan, Tiger said, Rebecca, fire a few shots to start things off. No problem, Dad. The crazy little twin-tailed girl loaded her guns, stood atop the low building, and fired several shots into the sky, which was shrouded in clouds. The gunfire and flashes of light immediately attracted the attention of the guards at the gate. It's the red-wanted criminal, Rebecca Clement. Capture her. Hearing the guards shout, Rebecca sneered. Just a few days ago, I was your colleague, and now I'm a red-wanted criminal. HMPH, I told you, wasting away in the patrol squad was the real danger. Tiger drew his sword and turned back to Leon, saying, Take care of yourself, kid. You too, Master, and Rebecca, make sure you stay safe. Got it, Captain. Go find your wife with peace of mind. Leon smiled helplessly, deciding not to argue any further. After the first round of gunfire, Tiger and Rebecca leaped down from the low building, engaging the patrols in combat. Magic clashed, blades flashed, and bullets flew, quickly turning the scene into chaos. Leon seized the opportunity to slip around the low building and slowly made his way toward the city gate. The massive gate was tightly closed, requiring at least 4 people working together to activate the mechanism to open it. But there was a special passageway next to it, reserved for members of the royal family. Unable to open the main gate, Leon had no choice but to sneak out through the royal passage. At the entrance to the special passage, 2 guards were posted. Taking care of them wasn't the hard part. The challenge was escaping immediately after without delay. Leon prepared himself, inching towards the entrance of the passage. The 2 guards, armed with longswords and standard-issue pistols at their waists, were completely focused on the chaos of the battle ahead, oblivious to Leon sneaking up from behind. Hunched over, Leon moved silently, creeping closer from the side. Once he was close enough, Leon swiftly struck, delivering a precise chop to one guard's neck, knocking him out cold. The second guard reacted quickly, raising his sword to strike Leon. But let's be honest, if you think that's naive, consider that once there was an Imperial guard who thought he could solo the strongest dragon slayer, General Leon, with just a short sword. Leon easily deflected the guard's strike. The man, refusing to give up, reached for his pistol, but before he could aim, Leon knocked him to the ground with a powerful leg sweep. With the guards taken care of, Leon glanced one last time at the battlefield, where his master and Rebecca fought. "Take care, you two," he murmured. Then, turning quickly, he unleashed a powerful strike that blew apart the security door of the passage. Without wasting any time, Leon sprinted through the passage and beyond the Empire's walls. The guards entangled with Tiger and Rebecca heard the commotion, and when they turned, Leon had already made his escape. "It's Cosmody, after him. Release the long-tailed demon apes, we must catch him." With the command, the cages opened, and 2 demon apes howled excitedly as they dashed after Leon. The downpour made the ground slick with mud, greatly slowing Leon's pace. But the demon apes, being 4-legged creatures, had no problem navigating the terrain. The distance between them and Leon shrank rapidly. The apes' howls grew louder, mocking their prey as they closed in on him. Leon glanced back at the 2 apes, raising his right hand as faint crackles of lightning sparked in his palm. The stormy sky overhead began to churn. With a deafening roar of thunder, a massive bolt of lightning shot down from the clouds, striking the 2 apes and reducing them to smoldering remains. After releasing the lightning, Leon's pace faltered for a moment. "Tisk, the magic buildup is still too slow," he muttered, quickly adjusting his rhythm and heading toward the forest ahead. If he could make it through the forest, over a few mountain ranges, and across a barren desert, he'd reach the border between human and dragon territory. It sounded simple enough, but even for someone as strong as Leon, the journey would take at least 2 weeks of nonstop travel. And that was just the journey to leave human lands. To reach the Silver Dragon tribe, it would take at least another 10 days. As Leon calculated the time he'd need for the journey, he stopped beneath a tree, leaning against the trunk and wiping the rain from his face. "I'm starting to envy that dragon. Wings would be pretty handy right now if I could just fly," he grumbled. The Silver Dragon tribe, known for their speed, could make the entire journey in just 3 hours. After grumbling for a moment, Leon was about to resume his trek. But then, a piercing howl from a demon ape echoed from all directions. Leon's heart tightened. Looks like the Empire was prepared. The sound of rustling leaves and creaking branches surrounded him. Leon stayed alert, scanning his surroundings to avoid being ambushed by the cunning creatures. The eerie howls echoed through the rain. The creatures weren't in any hurry to attack. They were trying to wear down Leon's resolve bit by bit. Leon tried to gather his magic again, but the lightning in his palm flickered twice and then fizzled out. Roar! One of the demon apes, like a phantom, charged at Leon from the side. Reacting quickly, Leon crouched and dodged, then delivered a powerful punch to the ape's abdomen. The creature howled in pain, and Leon seized the opportunity to grab its tail while stomping on its leg, breaking the bone. The ape writhed on the ground, clutching its broken leg, its screams attracting more of its kind. They descended on Leon like raindrops, one after another, surrounding him. Leon quickly counted, there were at least 40 of them. Damn it, I really stirred up a hornet's nest. The long-tailed demon apes weren't like other dangerous creatures. They were smarter, more capable of teamwork, and strategic in their approach. Leon knew this well, so he had no intention of engaging them in a drawn-out fight. Especially since the Empire's soldiers would arrive soon, he couldn't afford to get bogged down here. He needed to escape fast. Leon studied the apes surrounding him, locking his gaze on one. In an instant, he kicked off the ground, mud and rain splattering as he dashed toward the target. The apes barely had time to react as Leon tore through their ranks. Roar! Screams of excitement, pain, triumph, and threats filled the air. Leon, relying solely on his combat skills, tore through the group of beasts. After cutting a path through them, he sprinted towards the opening. But the apes scattered into the trees, chasing Leon from all directions. This wasn't a simple chase. The apes were gradually wearing down Leon's stamina. Damn, this is turning into a problem, Leon muttered, realizing the ape's strategy. He had no effective counter. After breaking through 3 more ambushes, Leon ducked under the shelter of a massive tree. Leaning against the trunk, he slowly sat down, breathing heavily. Leon closed his eyes, trying to recover his strength. The rain pounded his face, soaking him to the bone. His body was using up energy to maintain his temperature, which was speeding up his fatigue. Raising his cold hand, Leon brushed his wet hair out of his eyes. He leaned back against the tree trunk, staring up at the stormy sky. He still hadn't made it past the Empire's border, yet his strength was nearly gone. And the howls of the demon apes echoed once again through the forest. Closer and closer. He looked back towards the Empire's distant walls. Should I go back? The road to the dragons was long and perilous. But if he turned back now, within an hour, he could reunite with Master and Rebecca. Even if they could only investigate the conspiracy from within the Empire, it would just mean working a bit slower. Turning back would be so easy. But if he did that, he might never see Rosvisser and his little daughter again. Never see them. Roar! The demon apes suddenly descended around Leon. They looked down at the exhausted prey in front of them, letting out triumphant cries. Leon gritted his teeth, using the tree for support as he slowly stood up. But his foot slipped in the mud, and he collapsed back onto the ground. Roar, roar, grrr tilde tilde, the apes beat their chests, making strange sounds mocking Leon. The dragon slayer's eyes lost their last glimmer of warmth. Slowly, he stood up again and stepped toward the nearest ape. Half an hour later, the bodies of demon apes nearly filled the clearing. Leon, covered in blood, slumped against the tree, barely able to breathe. In the distance, the voices of the Empire's soldiers were growing closer. Leon closed his eyes. In his 23 years of short yet brilliant life, he had never retreated from a decision once he made up his mind. But this time, the long road ahead and the danger he faced had made him hesitate. The rain poured down as if it would extinguish the faint flame that had kept Leon going all these years. His head rested against the rough tree bark as the cold rainwater washed over his face. But then the rain suddenly stopped. Yet the sound of rainfall continued. Leon opened his eyes slowly, puzzled. In front of him stood a silver-haired beauty, her dress soaked with rain, yet her dragon wings shielded him from the storm. They locked eyes, just as they had so many times in the past. The flicker of hope reignited in Leon's once dull eyes. In his dark pupils, the brilliant silver glow reflected back at him. "You didn't leave?" Leon asked. "No, I never left." "Rosvisser." "Let's go home, Leon." "192. Vol 1ch, 192. The Silver Dragon soared through the skies, crossing mountains and rivers, leaving human territory behind and returning to the land of dragons. Leon lay on Rosvisser's back, listening to the wind rushing past his ears and feeling the rhythm of her wings beating. Quietly, he reached out and gently ran his hand along the dragon's back. Her cool, smooth scales felt surprisingly pleasant to the touch. Leon slowly closed his eyes. He had countless questions he wanted to ask Rosvisser, but he knew this wasn't the right time. The entire journey, Rosvisser hadn't said a word, just silently flying through the sky. It was just like when she had flown him back a few days ago. They both remained silent. But this silence was different from the awkward, uncomfortable quiet they had once shared. Back then, it had been imposed on them by the judgment of others who didn't understand their relationship. This time, it was as if a question they had both been avoiding had found an answer, one they weren't quite ready to face. They still didn't want to confront the answer, but now it wasn't because they didn't want to, it was because they were afraid. Even the strongest human and the queen of the Silver Dragons had something they feared facing together. That's kind of embarrassing if you think about it. After about 2 hours, Leon noticed Rosvisser gradually slowing down and descending. He sat up, looking down below. The Silver Dragon Sanctuary was visible, but still quite far away. Rosvisser was slowing down long before they could reach it. Before Leon could ask what was going on, Rosvisser gently landed on the ground. She lowered her large dragon body, and Leon lightly jumped off her back. Then, Rosvisser transformed into her human form. She was still wearing the dress from the day she had sent Leon off, though now the hem was dirty with mud. Her beautiful face looked tired and worn out. When she had said she never left, did she mean she had been waiting for him in the forest all this time? Leon wondered. Rosvisser said nothing. She simply walked over to a nearby bush, sat down, and snapped her fingers, conjuring a small dragon flame to ignite the dry wood in front of her. The fire crackled, its light casting warm shadows over her delicate yet exhausted face. "We've been in the rain for so long. Come warm up by the fire," she said. "Oh, sure." Leon walked over and sat on the bush beside her, keeping a bit of distance between them. Rosvisser's expression was unreadable as she glanced at Leon and then at the empty space next to her. No words were needed. Leon immediately scooted closer, taking small, cautious steps as if creeping up. The two of them sat side by side, the warmth of the fire chasing away the cold from their bodies. The cozy heat was incredibly comfortable. The wood crackled as it burned. Rosvisser propped her chin on her hand, her silver eyes gazing quietly at the fire. The flames reflected in her irises, making her eyes look like precious gemstones. Leon pressed his lips together, hesitated for a moment, then spoke first. "Did you wait for me this whole time?" Rosvisser nodded. "At first, I planned to wait 3 days. If you didn't come back by then, I was going to leave." Leon did some quick mental math. "But I've been back in the Empire for 4 or 5 days now, right?" "Yes, I waited 2 extra days for you." Leon's eyes flickered with surprise. What if I had been delayed in the Empire for a few more days? "Before I left, I told Anna that I might be away with the prince for a while and not to worry. I asked her to take good care of our daughters." Leon let out a thoughtful "oh." Rosvisser's meticulous attention to detail was very much her style. She wouldn't just leave home for days without making arrangements. Still, her answer didn't exactly address what Leon really wanted to hear. But he couldn't very well chase after Rosvisser like a lovesick fool, pressing her for answers. That would make him seem childish. As adults, some things just didn't need to be said so openly. Rosvisser glanced at him, a slight smile tugging at the corner of her lips. After all these years together, how could Leon think he could hide his thoughts from her? "If you had been delayed for 2 more days, I would have waited 2 more. If you had been delayed for 10 days, I'd have waited 10. And if you had been delayed for 6 months." Leon paused. "You would have waited for me for 6 months. You think too highly of yourself, don't you?" Rosvisser reached out and tugged on Leon's ear. "What kind of person has that much sway over me that I'd camp out for days? Waiting for you as long as I did was generous enough. Do you really want me to turn into a waiting stone?" Her grip on his ear was a bit painful. But more than the pains, Leon felt happy. Yes, happy was the simple word that described it. Leon finally began to understand how his master had felt all those years ago. His master had been bound by so many rules laid out by his wife, even needing permission for a cigarette. But every day, he'd say being under his wife's control was another form of happiness. "You'll understand it one day, kid," he used to say. Leon wasn't sure if now counted as that one day, but maybe it did. When Rosvisser saw Leon's ear turning slightly red, she assumed she had pinched too hard and quickly let go. But once she released him, she realized that it wasn't just his ear that was red. "HMPH, idiot," she muttered. Rosvisser gently bumped her shoulder against his. "Take off your shirt." W it for. In relationships with a certain level of openness, couples usually had a safe word to stop any uncomfortable experiences at key moments. But for these two, not only was there no safe word, but over time, they'd even developed their own start words. Phrases like "take it off," "is that all," or "you think I woe," had all become signals that things were about to heat up. However, this wasn't what Leon had in mind. "Take it off so your clothes can dry. Wearing wet clothes is uncomfortable." "Oh." Leon crossed his arms, grabbed the hem of his shirt, and pulled it over his head. He stood up, holding the shirt near the fire to dry it. "Seems like your brain stopped working after that trip back home, huh?" Rosvisser muttered as she got up, took his shirt, and found a stick from behind the bush. She hung the shirt on the stick and placed it near the fire. See, isn't that better than standing there the whole time? Leon scratched his head. Yeah, good idea. The couple stood side by the fire. Leon, now shirtless, could feel the warmth of the flames more directly, his body gradually warming up. Are you hurt? Rosvisser suddenly asked, her eyes focused on his torso. Huh? No, I don't think so. Where? Here. As she spoke, Rosvisser reached out and touched Leon's waist. Her cool, soft hand gently grazed his abdominal muscles as she leaned in closer. Her slender fingers gently caressed his skin, while her other hand snuck around to rest on the small of his back. Rosvisser rested her delicate chin on his shoulder, her soft chest pressing against his arm. Her silver eyes gazed intently at his profile. Ah, looks like I made a mistake, she whispered. She was so close, her body heat replacing the warmth of the fire. Such a sly dragon. Leon placed his hand over hers, pressing it more firmly against his abdomen. Then his hand slid up along her arm, over her shoulder, across her collarbone, to her neck and chin, where it lingered on her flushed cheek. Rosvisser slightly turned her head, kissing his palm, his wrist, never breaking eye contact. Her eyes, half-lidded and dreamy, were filled with endless seduction. The Silver Dragon Queen's enchanting allure was something no one else could match, and she only revealed this side of herself to Leon. Her kisses on his sensitive hand stirred the fire in Leon's heart. He gently cupped the back of Rosvisser's head, pulling her closer. And just as the sun began to rise over the horizon, their lips met. (193) Vol 1ch, 193. There's an old saying, a brief separation makes the reunion feel like a honeymoon. Although this couple never experienced a honeymoon, the recent days apart had certainly worked in their favor. From the brief moment of genuine emotion they shared during their goodbye, to the perfect level of longing that had built up over their days apart, culminating in their reunion in the rain, everything had aligned perfectly. The emotional buildup was naturally followed by the next step, turning all that pent-up longing into action. Outdoors in the open air, clothes scattered on the grass. Rosvisser leaned against the bushes, the rough texture rubbing against her delicate back. From this angle, she could fully appreciate the handsome, determined look on Leon's face. The more she looked, the more captivated she became. How could anyone look so perfect? Every inch of skin, every scar, every contour, it all hit just right on her aesthetic taste. She lifted her hand and brushed it across Leon's face, feeling the heat beneath her palm. Silver and black eyes met, and Rosvisser softly whispered, her voice gentle. Kiss me. She didn't hold Leon's head forcefully, merely resting her hand on his face, waiting for him to lean in willingly. Leon placed his hand gently on the back of hers. You really want me to kiss you? Don't you? Isn't what I'm doing now enough for you? With that, he strengthened his movements, reinforcing his simple attack. Rosvisser certainly felt the intensity of Leon's advances. And yes, she was quite satisfied. Despite the two of them having always navigated a relationship of mutual torment, that didn't mean they weren't familiar with each other's pressure points. Practice makes perfect, after all. But still, a woman always wants more. Rosvisser furrowed her pretty brows, her cheeks flushed, and gently traced Leon's lips with her fingers. I just want you to kiss me, less talking, more action. Is that how you ask someone for a favor? When an artist reaches a moment of inspiration, the brush becomes heavier and more intense, pressing into the paper until it crumples. Leon knew how to balance Rosvisser's needs, just as she knew his little tricks. Whenever Leon felt like he had the upper hand in their relationship, Rosvisser would make a request, and he would tease her, drawing it out with questions, using every opportunity to provoke her further. And every question was followed by a deepened brushstroke. Rosvisser knew exactly how this worked and enjoyed watching her, adorable captive, pour all his passion into this calligraphy session. And what tone do you want me to use? Should I call you husband? Rosvisser teased, her delicate face flushed, adding a touch of allure to her smile. Leon leaned in closer, their faces nearly touching, and he whispered, his voice low, Say it, little dragon. Rosvisser grinned and tugged playfully at his ear. I won't. Before Leon could respond, Rosvisser opened her mouth slightly and gently bit his earlobe with her small, sharp teeth. It tickled and hurt just a little. Of course, Leon wasn't going to let her get away with that. The Dragon Slayer's stamina recovered far quicker than expected. A few hours ago, he'd been sitting under a tree in the rain, completely drained, and now his energy bars were fully replenished. It seemed fitting that the strongest Dragon Slayer could tire out the Dragon Queen, whether on the battlefield or in more intimate arenas. After a brief struggle, the Silver Dragon Queen finally admitted defeat. I was wrong, Leon. I won't do it again. Normally, she wouldn't have given in so easily. But given how long it had been since their last encounter, Rosvisser thought she might as well play the role of the soft and delicate wife, for once, letting her captive enjoy a taste of dominance. The result, exactly as she had predicted, the Dragon Slayer's grin grew wider and wider. Now you admit it. I won't make you kiss me anymore. The rare sight of the Silver Dragon Queen looking so pitiful was enough to make anyone swoon. Leon brushed her damp hair away from her face, his fingers lingering on her flushed cheek as he breathed softly against her skin, his breath warm and intoxicating. He leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to her warm lips. After a brief kiss, Leon lifted his head slightly, looking into Rosvisser's eyes without saying a word. Rosvisser stared back, instantly understanding what this idiot was thinking. He's playing coy. All right, fine, let him play. After all, if he doesn't play now, he might not get the chance later. Blushing, she averted her gaze, acting like a shy young bride. Husband. Look at me when you say it. Childish man. With no other choice, Rosvisser met Leon's eyes, and with exaggerated seriousness, repeated. Husband. Satisfied with the sound of it. Since he was pleased, Leon stopped tormenting his little dragon and continued with the next steps. Marriage is, after all, a mutual process of taking care of each other. About an hour later, the birds in the forest were startled by a bone-chilling dragon's roar, flapping their wings as they scattered from the trees. After the couple reached their peak, they lay on the grass, relishing in the afterglow. Since it was outdoors and in broad daylight, even though no one was around, the shame quickly hit after the mission was complete. Rosvisser hastily put her dress back on, exhausted, and leaned against the bushes. Leon's shirt had dried by the fire. He retrieved it from the stick and slipped it on before sitting down beside her. Post-lovemaking, there's usually some light conversation, good for passing the time and recovering energy. So, did you catch the traitor on your trip back? Rosvisser asked. Leon nodded. Yes, I did, it was. Don't tell me, let me guess. Rosvisser interrupted, suddenly in a playful mood. Leon chuckled, turning to look at her. Whether he did it on purpose or not, that smile carried a bit of a doting air, as if he was more than happy to indulge her in this childish game of guessing the traitor. All right, go ahead, guess, Leon said. Rosvisser thought for a moment. Was it that female gunner? Leon raised an eyebrow. Why do you sound so excited, like you want her to be the traitor? Rosvisser pouted. No, I'm just guessing. Why should it matter who I pick? Anyway, am I right? Nope. Too bad. Leon. So she really was hoping it was Rebecca. What Silver Dragon Queen? More like Silver Dragon Jealous Queen. Then, was it that noble's little son? Leon shook his head. No, it was the eternal second-place guy. Oh, Tilda, and what did you do about him? Leon made a gun gesture with his hand and mimicked, shooting himself in the head. Bang, Tilda. Rosvisser smiled. Didn't you feel bad? About what? After all, he was once your comrade. This sort of thing, as a queen, shouldn't you understand this better than I do? Traitors cannot be allowed to live. Rosvisser tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and nodded in agreement. When you're in power, you inevitably deal with traitors. Rosvisser, in her years of ruling, had seen many such situations. She had only asked to get a feel for Leon's mindset. If the Dragon Slayer had been shaken, she would have used her century of experience to console him. But fortunately, Leon was always stronger than she expected, in every way. After finishing their talk about the traitor, Leon asked, "Are we heading home now? Noah and the others haven't seen us in days. They're probably worried." "Yeah, let's go." Rosvisser stood, dusting off her dress with a hopeful expression. "I bet once we get home, the girls will come running to us for hugs." After having their second child, Rosvisser's maternal instincts had definitely blossomed. Which was a good thing. It was much better than the cold, emotionally distant Rosvisser she used to be. Maybe this means Leon could try for a third child. After all, their second daughter, Aurora, still had many dragon-like traits, which meant Leon's prenatal education plan had completely failed. If he wanted a child with more human characteristics, he'd have to hope for better luck with a third. But that was just a thought for now. Sure, a third child would be great, but the 10 months of pregnancy were quite an ordeal for Leon as well. Best to think carefully. After getting dressed, the couple started heading toward the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. "So, who do you think the girls will hug first, me or you?" Leon asked. "Obviously me," Rosvisser said. "Good, I appreciate that confident attitude of yours." "Confident? HMPH, just you wait. The girls will definitely run to me first." "Ah, now that's more like it. If I don't get into a little spat with this dragon lady every day, I, Cosmedy, feel uncomfortable all over." The two continued their playful banter as they walked back to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. The front courtyard of the sanctuary was quiet, with only a few guards patrolling. There were no maids in sight. Rosvisser frowned slightly. "That's odd. By this time, Anna and the others should be up and working. Why aren't they here?" Leon shrugged. "Maybe they're slacking off while you're away." Rosvisser shot him a look. "I trust my staff. They've always been diligent with their duties." That was true. If you work for a workaholic like Rosvisser, there's no doubt that her team would also be dedicated and serious about their responsibilities. Not lingering too long in the courtyard, the two headed inside, climbed the stairs, and knocked on the door of the sisters' room. There was no response. Leon tried the door handle, and the door swung open. The couple exchanged a glance, nodding at each other before stepping into the room. "Noah, Moon, are you here? Mom and Dad are back," Leon called. Still no response. They walked through the entryway and into the bedroom, but there was no sign of the two sisters or their youngest daughter. As they stood there confused, the scent of smoke wafted in from the backyard. Both of them hurried out to the balcony and looked down into the back garden. There, they saw all the maids gathered, and Noah and Moon were standing in front of a bonfire, muttering something to each other. Moon was holding a plate of grilled steak. Rosvisser, puzzled, asked, "What are they doing, a picnic?" Leon, however, had a different reaction. He rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. "Ah, I knew it." "194. Vol 1ch, 194. Dad's been gone for days. Mom's also been gone for days. Sis, I think it's time. Moon, this is serious. Are you sure you want to go through with this?" "I'm sure, sis. I can't wait any longer." "All right, I'll go make the preparations." "Mem, I'll go prepare the grilled steak." "What did you say?" "Oh, nothing. Moon said she's going to get the clothes ready." An hour later, in the backyard of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, the maids had gathered at the request of Noah and Moon. They had no idea what the two little princesses were planning. Maybe because the king and queen had been away for days, the girls were lonely and wanted some company to play with them. Entertaining and playing with the princesses was part of the maids' duties, of course, but the bonfire in the yard and the grilled steak Moon was holding stirred up some interesting asterisk memories. The last time they had gone to this much trouble was for a memorial for the prince. The princesses had declared that their father was gone, had left, and would never come back, leading them to hold a grand asterisk funeral for him. So this time, were they going to repeat the same thing? Milan leaned over to Anna and whispered, "Are we supposed to cry later, head maid?" Anna crossed her arms and sighed. "Just follow the princess's lead." "All right." "What about the youngest princess? Is someone looking after her?" Anna asked. "Yes, Sherry's with her. Since she's not officially part of the maids, we asked her to help take care of the little one." Anna nodded and glanced up at the clear sky. By my count, the queen and prince should be returning soon. Milan raised an eyebrow. Do you know what they were doing while they were away? Anna shrugged. Probably just found a quiet place to enjoy some alone time after the pregnancy. Just my guess, don't go spreading it around. Milan understood the subtext and giggled softly. Got it, head maid. As they chatted, Noah walked over to them. Your Highness, Anna greeted her respectfully. All right, everyone can start crying now, Noah said, her face completely serious. Before the maids could react, Moon had already burst into tears. Why tilde daddy, mommy, why aren't you back yet? Did you abandon Moon? Why tilde? Anna nudged Milan in the arm, signaling her to follow suit. Milan panicked for a moment, but quickly caught on. Your Majesty, your Highness, you left so suddenly tilde. Under Milan's guidance, the other maids began to play along. Their exaggerated wails echoed throughout the yard. Anna closed her eyes, sighing internally. She, too, wished she could find a quiet place like the Queen and be left in peace. Oh, your Majesty Tilda, how could you leave behind your 3 lovely daughters, your Majesty Tilda? Without you, how will the Silver Dragons carry on, my Queen Tilda? There were plenty of tears for the Queen, but not as many for the Prince. Not that he was completely ignored. Prince, you've done so much for the Silver Dragon clan, how could you just leave us like this? We were counting on you and the Queen to restore the glory of the Silver Dragons, Prince. One maid in particular got so into it, crying her heart out, that she didn't even notice 2 figures standing behind her. I counted, Rosvisser said in a calm voice. About 23 maids cried for me, and less than 5 cried for you. Leon threw his hands up in disbelief. Is this really something to compete over? Rosvisser let out a proud little huff. I don't care. Leon waved it off, not in the mood to argue over something so trivial. The dragon maid, hearing their conversation, quickly swallowed her sobs and choked back the eulogy that had been on the tip of her tongue. She looked left and saw the Queen, holding back laughter. Then she looked right and saw the Prince, whose face was dark with exasperation. Oh, tilde got it, time for the next phase. The princess's love has touched the heavens, and now the Prince and Queen have returned to life tilde. Familiar words. Wait a second, didn't I say this last time too? The dragon maid mused. Upon hearing that the stars of this memorial had returned to life, the other maids also breathed a sigh of relief. They stepped aside in unison, creating a path for the 2 resurrected royals to walk through. Leon and Rosvisser exchanged glances and, in perfect sync, strode forward. Reaching their daughters, the family of 4 stood there, staring at one another. Noah's face flashed with a hint of surprise, but she quickly composed herself, returning to her usual calm demeanor. As for Moon, she was her usual self. Daddy. Does this mean I can eat your offerings again? Sure, but don't eat too much fried food for breakfast, just this once. Yay. Leon turned to Anna. Take Moon to the dining hall. Yes, your Highness. Anna stepped forward and led Moon away from the funeral scene. The other maids, at Rosvisser's command, also dispersed to return to their duties. The backyard was now left with just Leon, Rosvisser, Noah, and the remnants of the bonfire. Leon bent down and scooped Noah into his arms. Sorry, Noah. Daddy and Mommy had to leave for a bit on short notice, so we didn't get the chance to let you know. Did we worry you? Noah, unlike her younger sister, was not so easily placated. Some things needed to be explained. Of course, not in too much detail. Noah kept her face stoic but shook her head. It's okay, Daddy. Did you finish what you needed to do? Leon hesitated. Her question hit a nerve. Noah couldn't possibly know that he had gone back to the Empire to deal with a traitor. If she did, that would mean she knew her father was a human. So this question must have come from her just assuming it was related to the emergency Leon mentioned earlier, without any deeper meaning. Still, the question stirred something in him. Leon pressed his lips together, forcing down the fleeting sense of guilt, and smiled. Yeah, it's all taken care of. Noah, being young, couldn't easily tell the difference between truth and lies. Even though her heart was filled with confusion, after a moment of hesitation, she chose to trust her father. She trusted his honesty and his ability to handle things. That's good, Noah nodded. Rosvisser came over, and Leon passed Noah into her arms. Noah snuggled against her mother's soft embrace, wrapping her arms around Rosvisser's slender neck. The queen nuzzled her nose against her eldest daughter's soft cheek. It must have been hard looking after Moon while we were gone. You've done so well. She glanced at the bonfire in the yard, where their photos were framed on a nearby rack. Sigh. From a technical standpoint, the funeral was done quite well, almost grand in its presentation. But from the perspective of the two people it was for, it was a bit strange. Especially for Leon. Attending your own funeral twice, without even getting to eat any of the offerings, certainly put him in a very exclusive category. Rosvisser chuckled to herself and added, "Thank you for organizing such a grand ceremony. Queens have to be a little more diplomatic with their words. I did it to keep Moon distracted. You've been gone for 5 days, and if you didn't come back soon, she was going to start missing you both. And I was starting to miss you too." Though Noah couldn't quite bring herself to say that out loud, emotional growth is a slow process, after all. You can't expect the current Noah to express herself as clearly as Moon does. But in this way, she was very much like her parents. "Noah, you've really grown up. You're already coming up with creative ways to entertain your sister," Rosvisser praised without hesitation. Even if those ways were a bit too creative. Still, the end goal was met. Moon had been successfully distracted and hadn't spent the past few days pestering to see her parents. Noah's face turned a little pink at the compliment, and she nuzzled closer to her mother's cheek. Her mother's skin was usually cool to the touch, which made it extra comfortable. "I'm hungry, Mommy. Let's go eat." "All right." Rosvisser glanced back at Leon. "Shall we?" Leon nodded. The family of 3 headed toward the back door of the sanctuary. Rosvisser carried Noah as they walked ahead, with Leon following behind them. Noah rested her chin on her mother's shoulder, allowing her to see Leon behind them. After a few steps, she slowly raised her arm and extended her small hand toward Leon. Understanding immediately, Leon reached out and gently clasped her tiny fingers. Leon thought it was just a sweet moment of father-daughter bonding, but when he looked up at Noah's face, he noticed something was off. Her expression and eyes were a mix of emotions: confusion, worry, uncertainty, even a hint of anxiety. But when she saw Leon's gaze, Noah quickly masked her feelings, replacing them with a smile. Still, a child's eyes can't lie. Leon had always thought that Rosvisser was the only one who could silently communicate with him through just a glance. But now he could see it clearly in his daughter's eyes, a silent question. "You won't leave me, will you?" "195. Vol 1ch, 195. Leon hoped he had misunderstood. By the time they reached the dining hall, Moon was already devouring her father's offerings with great enthusiasm. To be able to enjoy the best steak on such a beautiful morning, it was truly one of life's greatest pleasures. Noah sat next to her younger sister, quietly reminding her not to scatter bits of meat outside the plate, as it would make it harder for the maids to clean up afterward. Moon nodded obediently, continuing to eat in a more orderly manner. Leon and Rosvisser took their seats as well. After such an intense and eventful morning, a hearty breakfast was just what they needed to recharge. During the meal, Leon casually brought up, "Oh, by the way, Noah, Moon, your mom, and I thought of a name for your little sister while we were away." Both dragon sisters' eyes lit up with excitement. Moon, holding her knife and fork, eagerly asked, "What is it, what is it?" "Aurora," Rosvisser said, smiling. "It's a name inspired by the word for aurora, representing the northern lights and the dawn." Noah and Moon didn't seem disappointed that their parents hadn't chosen names like Blazer or Star, as they had previously suggested. In fact, they both thought Aurora was a beautiful name that suited their little sister well. "That's such a pretty name. Who came up with it, Dad or Mom?" Noah asked. Hearing this, General Leon suddenly perked up, all traces of fatigue vanishing. "Oh, my dear daughter, I'm now declaring you the MVP of the season." Leon proudly puffed out his chest and said with satisfaction, "Of course, it was your old man who came up with it. When it comes to creativity and meaning, your mom's still a bit behind me." The dragon sisters immediately gazed at their father with admiration, their wide eyes full of awe. Yes, yes, this is the look. Leon had always pursued two types of expressions. One was the look of admiration from his daughters. The other was the look of disdain from the big mother dragon. Now that he had received admiration, as for disdain. Barely able to suppress his grin, Leon slowly turned his gaze toward Rosvisser across the table. The Silver Dragon Queen sat with her legs crossed, casually resting her chin on one hand while lazily eating the bacon on her plate with the other. When she noticed Leon's glance, she raised an eyebrow and rolled her eyes. Ah, tilde tilde, yes, asterisk this eye roll, this disdain, perfect tilde tilde. Leon happily refocused on his breakfast, silently appreciating how fulfilling this morning had been. "Oh, Aurora," Moon tried to pronounce her little sister's name. Noah corrected her gently, "It's Aurora." Moon Aurora. Noah, Aurora. Moon Aurora. Noah, Aurora. Moon Chinese letter, Ororagugwa. Noah gasped softly, patting her little sister's head. "It's okay, Moon, let's just eat." Moon tat asterisk. "Dad, Mom, let's give little sis a nickname," Noah suggested. Moon nodded vigorously, nearly ready to raise both hands, feet, and even her little tail to support the idea. After all, the baby's full name was a bit hard for her to pronounce. Leon and Rosvisser exchanged a glance, both finding the idea reasonable. Rosvisser smiled mischievously and said, "Since you're so proud of your creativity, why don't you give her a nickname on the spot, darling?" "You?" "Yeah, Dad, a nickname should be easier to come up with than her full name, right?" Noah added. "Oh, well." Seeing Leon flustered, Rosvisser covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. So much for creativity and poetic skill. This idiot just happened to have the right mood when they parted, which is how he stumbled upon such a great name for their daughter. But now, was he really going to fail at this simple task? The dining table fell into an awkward silence until Rosvisser spoke again. "Let's call her Little Light, then. It matches the idea of the aurora." Moon had no objections. Little Light is a great name. As long as it was a name she could pronounce, it was a good name in her book. Noah also had no complaints. And just like that, their youngest daughter's formal name and nickname were settled, much to Leon and Rosvisser's relief. After breakfast, Sherry brought the baby over. It had only been a few days, but Little Light's eyes had grown even more expressive, and her body language was more lively. When she saw Leon and Rosvisser, she babbled happily in baby talk and reached out her chubby hands toward her parents. Her tiny pink tail wiggled in excitement behind her. Rosvisser immediately scooped Little Light into her arms, holding her close. Feeling the comfort of her mother's embrace, Little Light calmed down, grabbing onto Rosvisser's hair while staring at her mother with big, curious eyes. It had been several days since her birth, and now her eye color was becoming more distinct. This was a good sign that her development was progressing normally. But it didn't bring the couple much comfort. Leon frowned slightly, rubbing his chin as he looked at his daughter's pale pink irises. Her hair and tail are already like hers, but now even her eyes are starting to resemble your sister's. Rosvisser gently squeezed Little Light's chubby cheeks. "It's not that bad. My sister's eyes are pure red, while Little Light's are more on the pink side. Right, sweetie?" Leon had always thought that talking to babies who couldn't respond was something only overly sentimental new mothers did. Who would have guessed that Rosvisser did it too? At this point, Leon was starting to suspect that dragons were naturally aggressive only because they didn't have enough children. So, maybe the best way to pacify the Silver Dragon clan would be to ask their queen for a third child as soon as possible. Leon shook his head, clearing away the silly thoughts. Just in time, Noah and Moon were preparing to take Little Light out to play. "Be careful, don't let her fall," Rosvisser reminded them. "We know, Mom Tilda." With the daughters out playing, Leon and Rosvisser returned to her room. Anna had been helping clean and ventilate the queen's chambers over the past few days, so the room was fresh and clean. Rosvisser kicked off her shoes and padded barefoot over to the wardrobe. She pulled out a few clean clothes and tossed them to Leon. "Go change in the bathroom." Leon caught the clothes with a grunt. "Got it." Ah, these couples, they already have 3 kids, and yet they still avoid each other when changing clothes. What an odd custom. Leon headed to the bathroom to change, while Rosvisser picked out her own clean outfit. Not having changed clothes for 5 days was torture for someone like her, who had mild OCD. And over those 5 days, she'd been camping out in a forest outside the Empire, eating cold meals under the stars. At night, she even had to be on guard against patrolling dragon-slaying teams. It wasn't that she was afraid of fighting them, but if she got caught, she wouldn't be able to wait for Leon in that spot anymore. Thinking back on her 200-plus years of life, who had ever been worth this kind of effort from her? Just one captive, and yet she was willing to go to such lengths for him. It was utterly ridiculous. HMPH, Leon Cosmety, now that you're back, don't think you can just leave so easily this time.